Good morning and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hope you guys are doing well. How's everybody doing on this lovely Monday morning? Let me just double check my audio here. All right, audio seems to be good. How's everybody how was everybody's weekend? Oy, I had a good weekend. Aaron's a little under the weather right now, but yeah, it's just it's one of those days. It's just rainy and it's just. Bah. Hey, Hellcat, how are you? Good morning to you. Hellcat coming in. Therapist, you know. Pammy, Afton Ford, hello, hello. Diane Dolder, good morning to you. Shirley Roth, hello. Only fan, good to see you. Just shows to go ya. Getting a good morning. I think I tagged myself, right? Oh yeah, here. This just shows you the kind of day it's going to be. I tagged myself. I think I was trying to tag therapist. Hola, hello to you. Ken Rosenberg, how are you? Yes, it's just my morning affirmations. All right, so yeah, we got an interesting show for you guys today because Monica Sementili doesn't start until like 12:30, and there's nothing. I'm sure there's new trials out there, but we haven't really focused on one or heard of one. Carol O'Neill, good morning to you. Kathy Trout, hey, how are you? Good to see you. Real Happy 33, good morning to you. Diane Dolder saying good morning. Afton Ford giving a wave. Good to see you. Thank you. You love interesting. Yeah. All right, let me go to these guys. All right, so you may have heard about this group. Zizian. We're going to go with Zizian. Hey, Gordon, how are you? Happy New Week, folks. Venus Ventura. Hey, you're a pretty good host. You wait till trial and session before talking. I hate when they pause to give their input. Yes, thank you, Venus. Thank you. Is Jen Pookie with us? There's Jen Pookie. Good morning to you. Yes, Venus, I'm glad that you understand that because that's at first we just started this to be just a clean stream, but then we've evolved to me giving commentary. So I'm glad that you appreciate that we just let trials go and then we jump in at a break. So thank you for that. Jen Pookie, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Hey, Tash, good morning to you. Oh, therapist, beat me to it. Where are you, Tash? Where's Tash? There you are. Good morning, Tash. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Oh, you're from Puerto Rico. Fantastic. Thank you for joining us from Puerto Rico. Very cool. Regina Crawford, good morning to you. Tammy and KS, good morning to you. Lily Wayne, you're going to join this afternoon? No problem. Yep, we're going to do Monica Sementili. I think we're up to day 16, but she doesn't start until like 12:30 our time. So in the meantime, we're going to give you some content with the Zizians. So we'll start with we have a few video clips to show of them, like they're basically news clips. But let's just start from the beginning. Okay, so upper left, Jack Lasota. I'm going to go with Lasota because I don't quite know all the names and everybody just yet, but Jack Lasota, he goes by Ziz, right? So he's from Alaska. He's a trans woman. His full name is Jack Amadeus Ziz Lasota. He was born in Alaska. He's the leader and founder of the fringe group, allegedly, known as the Zizians. A computer programmer by profession, Lasota graduated from the University of Alaska Fairbanks in 2013, and he interned at NASA. He also interned at Oracle. So he interned at NASA, then he interned at Oracle. Oracle was in 2014. Then he was hired as a software engineer in 2016 by Berkeley Lights, which is a biotech company. Now, I'm going to probably get the pronouns wrong, but we're just going to go with it. So she later relocated to San Francisco in 2016, identifying as a transgender woman. So Lasota has been a polarizing figure leading a group of, they've been allegedly implicated in multiple murders, multiple incidences across several states. So she earned a degree in computer science. There she wrote, she began associating with people involved in a rationalistic movement, an intellectual trend popular in Silicon Valley that emphasizes the power of the human mind to see clear truth, eliminate bias and bad thinking, and improve individuals and society. Right? On the surface, doesn't sound too bad, right? Who doesn't want to, see the clear truth, eliminate bias and bad thinking, and improve individuals and society? That sounds pretty good. I can get behind that. But let's see where it goes south. Lasota began blogging, used the alias Ziz, but soon fell out with the mainstream rationalists as her writings spun off in bizarre directions. All right, some of her beliefs and ideological foundations. So her beliefs are a complex amalgamation of radical veganism, anarchism, and unconventional theories of consciousness and gender identity. Some of the key aspects include dual brain hemisphere theory. So Lasota posited that the two hemispheres of the human brain could possess distinct values and even different genders, potentially leading to internal conflicts. Now I can kind of understand that because I think we have both male and female within us, right? There's times where we have male energy and there's times where we have female energy. So again, I can kind of get behind some of that thinking. Militant veganism. All right. I think I've mentioned this to you guys before, where I was, I'm vegetarian, I've tried veganism, I do it here and there, and I've met some militant vegetarianism, some vegetarians. So here it is being used, militant veganism. So Ziz advocated for extreme veganism, suggesting that meat eaters should face Nuremberg trials for their dietary choices. All right, so now I'm kind of starting to see some lines being drawn in the sand with her thinking and my thinking. Another one of her beliefs is a critique of rationalist communities, initially involved with nationalists groups concerned with artificial intelligence and human cognition. Lasota became increasingly critical of these communities, accusing them of corruption and discrimination. This ideological rift led to her expulsion from several rationalist events and the eventual formation of the Zizians. All right, now the formation of the Zizians, they emerged as a collective of young, highly intellectual individuals, primarily from computer science backgrounds, who resonated with Lasota's radical views. The group promoted a blend of extreme rationalism, ethical veganism, and anarchism. Their activities span multiple states and have been linked to at least six deaths, 6 of them. All right, so let's get to that. Here are the victims. So we've got Curtis Lind in the upper left. He was in San Francisco. He was the first victim, and his deal was that he was renting. He had property, and he was renting to several of these group members. Ziz, I believe, was one of them, and he wanted his rent, so they stabbed him with a samurai sword, and then he was going to testify against them, and they ended up killing him. Right, so he survived, but then now he's passed away. So he's in California. And then you've got Rita and Richard. Now Rita and Richard are the parents of. If you go down, go down to the very bottom row, second from the right, Michelle Jamie Zajko. See, he, she, I'm not even sure. I'm going to go with she. That's Rita and Richard. Those are her parents, right? So those are the parents. So those two are dead, right? Then you've got Agent David Maland, he's the most recent victim. He was in Vermont. He was a Border Patrol agent. And he just pulled over a couple of these members and they ended up shooting him. Okay, then you've got Emma Boranian and then Felix Orphelia Buchholz. Now they, if you recall, they're up here. So Emma's in the upper right, and Felix is in the bottom right. So they were collateral damage. they got killed, and we'll discover how and why that happened. So those are the victims so far. So we got California, Pennsylvania, and Vermont, right? And then you got some collateral damage of Felix and Emma, who are also part of the members here. All right. So let's continue on. So their activities span multiple states and have been linked to at least 6 deaths, including the murder of U.S. Border Patrol agent Maland, and then the elderly couple in Pennsylvania. So that's Agent David Maland in the upper right, and then next to him are Rita and Richard, who were the parents of Michelle Jamie Zajko. All right, so now some personal background on Lasota. Let's go back to him. All right, he's in the upper left there. He's the leader. So they're not really, okay, so in our research, it's not really publicly available, but in 2022, Lasota was declared legally dead after reportedly falling into the San Francisco Bay. However, she resurfaced and continued her activities, leading to further violent incidences. Now, February, this month, just a few weeks ago, Lasota was arrested in Maryland, and she is facing multiple charges, including trespassing and firearm possession. Investigations into the Zizian activities and their connections to various crimes are ongoing. Now, his father, or her father, works at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, right? All right, so before we get to the first video, let's pull up some of your comments. What are you guys thinking? Fonzie, how are you? Good morning, Brenda Mayer. Good to see you. Green-Eyed Cat, Anja, thank you. Kelly White, never heard of this case before. Eric Lieber, so the Zizians also eat their own. Apparently. Therapist, if you want to make everyone happy, but that will get super confusing in this trial. Yeah, Eric. Apparently, there was some collateral damage in one of these incidences where they shot each other or something like that, or no, I think Lind shot them. I think Curtis Lind, he was being attacked again, and I think he killed him. I'm not even sure. We'll have to find out. We'll find out. Incidences or incidents? Yeah. Hey, Fala! Welcome into our newest mod, you guys. If you haven't noticed, Fala is our newest mod. Hola! Nihilism doesn't make for healthy results. No. Kelly White, you'll have to check into this case. All right, well, Kelly, hopefully we'll give you enough backstory here. So, all right, let's start with this news clip. This is going to kind of give you an overview. This is... let's get to this clip. Let's get over here. All right, here we go.
Tonight's big story, the history of the group known as the Zizians that some have described as a possible cult, and just how Vermont becomes part of this intricate web. We told you last night 2 people involved in the shooting death of a Border Patrol agent, David Maland, could have ties to the group. But the questions, how did the group start and how did they get here? ABC 22's Matt Holderman spoke with investigative reporters around the country to try and answer some of those questions for us. He is now live in the newsroom.
Thanks, Lauren. Well, the full known history of the Zizians starts in 2019 in California with its alleged leader, Jack Ziz Lasota. Ziz and some of his alleged followers staged a protest standing up for their beliefs, and the story gets progressively more violent from there.
I just happened to be the reporter here at the Chronicle that covered this bizarre protest.
Matthias Gaffney is an investigative reporter with the San Francisco Chronicle who unknowingly stumbled upon what would become one of the most bizarre investigations of his career back in 2019. Jack Ziz Lasota, a transgender tech whiz and devout vegan who had recently moved to the Bay Area, organized a group of people similar to him to protest a rationalist reunion.
And they showed up there in all black robes, in Guy Fawkes masks, with a school bus and a flatbed truck. They blocked the entrance and exit to this place and started handing out flyers. Now we know, these years later, that that was really a launching point.
Fast forwarding to 2022, according to reports, Lasota and his associates bought a World War II tugboat in Alaska and sailed it down to San Francisco Bay with plans to live on it. But eventually, the boat sank and the group abandoned it.
His supporters and friends and family in California, in the Bay Area, had alleged that he died in a boating accident, and even his counsel told the court that.
And the attorney told the judge that his client, Jack Lasota, was dead.
The people who were on the boat with Lasota then turned to a landlord they met in the marina, Curtis Lind. According to court documents, after renting from Lind in Vallejo for a while, the group attacked him with knives and a samurai sword in November, with Lind fighting back, shooting and killing one of them, Emma Borhanian. About a month and a half later, a set of murders happened in Pennsylvania that seem unconnected on the surface until police arrested someone on an obstruction charge, Jack Ziz Lasota.
According to the police record, he acted very bizarre. He pretended to be dead. The staff had to hold him up for the photo.
Lasota's bail was eventually lowered to $10,000 in 2023, which he paid and got out. Lasota hasn't been seen since, but Zizian activity may still be ongoing. This year, Curtis Lind was set to testify as the lone witness in his own attempted murder case. And with a fading memory, his attorney filed paperwork to move his testimony up to happen as soon as possible. But on January 17th, Lind was found dead.
And literally the next day, prosecutors alleged that Maximilian Snyder walked up to him in a cul-de-sac just outside of his property in Vallejo and stabbed him to death.
He was the sole witness to one of their attacks, and that witness has now been murdered.
Then just 3 days later was the deadly shootout in Vermont between U.S. Border Patrol agents and the team of Teresa Youngblood and Felix Bachholt, who allegedly preferred the names Milo and Ophelia. Youngblood had filed for a marriage license with Snyder, the man accused of killing Lind in Vallejo. It was at this point some of the possible connections became clear, especially with court documents suggesting Youngblood could be linked to other violent cases across the nation.
What's scary about it is that there are people who are at large. It almost sounds like it's been written by AI. It's so unbelievable that if the allegations are true, there was an extremist cult killing people for several years, and federal authorities completely missed the seriousness of this.
Now, Maximilian Snyder and Teresa Youngblood both have more court dates coming up. Snyder will have his first hearing next week, and Youngblood will be back in federal court in May to answer to charges connected to her role in the shooting death of Agent Maland. For now, live in the newsroom, Matt.
All right, so that kind of gives you an overview. Let's see, we got some new folks coming in. Krista Limited Edition, good morning to you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Pammy, pretended to be dead, right? Ween Baby, how are you? Yep, he, she, we'll just go with names. Ziz reported to be dead. Irish Amy, a samurai sword. Yep, they attacked Curtis Lind with a samurai sword. He fought back and he killed Emma Borhanian, who's in the upper right. So Emma is part of the collateral damage, right? Oh yeah, Gordon, Guy Fawkes is definitely known here. Yeah, OnlyFan, they bought that piece of crapola and they sailed it, and it actually sailed. They made it from Alaska down to San Francisco. Imagine that. Therapist, I keep thinking he's saying young blood. It's young blout. Yeah, she's right under Consuela. Okay, so she's Teresa Milo Consuela Youngblout. Youngblout. Kelly White, we just reapplied, so we're waiting to hear back. So fingers crossed. Christy G, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. "13th juror, are you going to cover the corn rake post-relief bench trial?" I think it's today. Oh, I did not know. Thank you for letting us know. We will check it out. We'll definitely add that to our list of things to cover this week. Because right now we're waiting for Monica Sementili to start, and that's like at 12:30, Eastern. So we're just giving you guys some information, cases that we're watching, until that starts. Justice Obsessed, good morning to you. Michelle Phillips and NC, good morning to you. Well, I'm going by birth gender for this group. I'm not sure which of them is sane. Yeah. All right, let's get back to some more info now that you guys kind of got that little taster. All right, so here is him. This is Ziz reporting that he had passed away. So let's follow this one. Let's look at this one.
The apparent leader of a cult.
All right, here's just some more background. Let's check this out.
The apparent leader of a cult-like group who was once declared dead in San Mateo County is now in jail. Court records show Jack Lasota's family had her legally declared dead in 2022, believing she had fallen into San Francisco Bay. Well, she's now facing gun and trespassing charges, and her group has ties to a number of homicides, including one killing in Vallejo just weeks ago. ABC 7 News reporter Lauren Martinez explains this complicated web of allegations.
After months on the run, police arrest an apparent leader of a cult-like group with Bay Area ties. The group, called the Zizians, has been linked to several deaths spanning 3 states. 1 month ago, Maximilian Snyder is accused of murdering his landlord, Curtis Lynn, in Vallejo. Police believe the motive was to keep Lynn from testifying that 2 of his former tenants, tied to the Zizians, attacked and nearly killed him 2 years earlier. Days after the Vallejo killing, another alleged member of the group is accused of killing a U.S. Border Patrol agent during a traffic stop in Vermont. Investigators say the gun used in the Vermont shooting has been linked to the killings of Richard and Rita Zajko in 2022. Sunday, police in Maryland arrested their daughter along with Jack Ziz Lasota on gun and trespassing charges. Online writings from the group span multiple anarchist theories, including radical veganism, where they look to end the human consumption of animals.
And so that old story of going out and joining a cult doesn't hold anymore. The cults are here. They're inside our homes. They're on our streaming devices, on Netflix. They're also on Reddit.
For the last 5 years, UC Berkeley Associate Professor Palomi Saha has taught the growing course, Cults in Popular Culture.
And what the cult name does is it draws the headlines.
Saha said what we associate with that word has changed with the internet.
The internet is so diffuse that it's really hard to pinpoint both connections between people and the kind of causality that, especially in a legal case, you might want.
Saha said for this case involving former Bay Area residents, referring to the group as a cult may be oversimplifying a complicated situation.
It is these tenuous connections that are holding together a story of many people acting seemingly under the control or influence of an individual. But I don't think we yet know that.
In the South Bay, Lauren Martinez, ABC 7 News.
All right, so that gives you a little bit more backstory. Let's get to one more clip of Jack Lasota being arrested, and then we'll move on to some more information. So how's See, Julie, you are in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Curviel, good morning to you. Psychosaurus Rex, thank you for joining us. Britt, good morning to you. And Todd Mullis has something at 10. All right. Well, we're looking for things to do in the morning this entire week. So actually, Wednesday at 9:30, we're going to have Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis on, and she's going to talk to us about Zachary Hughes. So I'm looking forward to hearing that. So tomorrow, I think, is Natalie Cochran. We have Natalie Cochran tomorrow. But we'll do Todd Mullis. We'll definitely do him. Hey, Rachel B. Good morning to you. How are you? Hippie Chick. Hello to everyone that said hi. I'm working and listening too. Fantastic. Thank you. Curviel says, in a civil bench trial, Mullis plans to argue that there is new evidence and facts that proves his innocence and would require a vacated conviction. 40 witnesses are listed to testify. All right. We will definitely pick up on that. Hey, Groovy Cheryl, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's continue on. I've got another news clip here of Ziz being arrested. I think you guys are kind of getting an idea of what the story is.
Tonight, the alleged leader of a... Tonight, the alleged leader of a cult-like group linked to a string of killings from coast to coast, in custody, held without bail. Prosecutors say Jack Lasota, also known as Ziz, leads the Zizians, a fringe group of young, tech-savvy vegans who share an obsession with the dangers of artificial intelligence. 34-year-old Lasota was arrested in Maryland on Sunday, alongside Michelle Zajko, 32, and Daniel Blank, 26, and charged with trespassing, possessing a handgun in a vehicle, and other crimes. Authorities revealing few details of the arrest, but the group has been linked to at least 6 killings. In 2019 in California, authorities arrested Lasota and 3 others for putting on robes and Guy Fawkes masks and blocking the entrance to a Sonoma area retreat related to AI.
One of the organizers told me Lasota spoke with an intensity about her beliefs that were just very, very unnerving. And it seems that it was from these events that Lasota started attracting followers.
Lasota and her associates eventually moved to the Bay Area, onto 80-year-old Kurt Lind's property in Vallejo. As relations with Lind soured, things got strange. In 2022, Lasota's lawyer was told that Lasota had died, and an obituary for her appeared in her hometown paper. Just months later, Lind was attacked with a samurai sword, saved by his neighbor.
You can see where he had his hand on the door when he's banging on the door. And he says, I'm dying.
The attackers included 2 people who were with Lasota at the 2019 protest. One of them was shot and killed by Lind in self-defense.
Curtis Lind was severely injured. He was blinded in one eye. The sword, according to a witness, was actually sticking out of Lind at one point, like he was impaled with it during this attack.
Shortly after, authorities said they found Lasota alive and well at the scene of the attack, though she was not charged. On New Year's Eve 2022, Rita and Richard Zajko, the parents of Michelle, who was arrested on Sunday, were shot and killed in their Philadelphia home. No one has been charged for their deaths, but Lasota was arrested for obstruction and disorderly conduct in connection to the investigation, and a warrant was issued after she failed to show up for a court appearance. In January of this year, a follower of Lasota, a transgender woman named Ophelia Bauchholt, died in a shootout with Border Patrol agent David Maland, who was also killed. Days later, that landlord, Kurt Lind, was also killed, just months before the stabbing case was set to go to trial. Maximilian Snyder has been charged with the murder. An attorney for Snyder could not be reached. Snyder once sought a marriage license with Teresa Youngblood, a passenger in the car during that Border Patrol shootout. Authorities say the car was packed with guns and tactical gear. Youngblood is currently in federal prison and has pleaded not guilty to 2 federal weapons counts. Her lawyer declined NBC News' request for comment. Lasota's attorney not commenting on the latest arrest or the Zizians' links to those deaths across the country. In a statement released last month on Lasota's charges in Pennsylvania, however, he did stress that his client is presumed innocent until the government meets its burden of proving guilt.
Those who know them and are willing to talk to me about them are not willing to show their face, are not willing to have their name appear in any story because they don't know what these people might do next.
And David Noriega joining us now from Los Angeles. David, obviously some grisly crimes here. Have authorities made any additional progress on charges for this string of deaths?
They have, Sam, and they're also drawing a direct connection between the death of the family, the double murder of the Zajkos in Philadelphia, with the Border Patrol shootout in Vermont. Specifically, Michelle Zajko, the daughter of that murdered couple, has been charged with purchasing the firearm that was used in the shootout that led to the death of the Border Patrol agent in Vermont. So these incidents do appear to be connected. However, whether that translates to prosecutors being able to, or even trying to pin some of these most serious offenses, especially those having to do with the murders on Lasota, or Ziz, the alleged leader of this group, it could raise some pretty interesting legal questions moving forward. Sam?
In the meantime, the trail at least spanning hundreds of miles there. David Noriega, thank you.
All right, so there's some backstory. There's a little bit of backstory about this group, right? So we'll continue on with the first victim, Curtis Lynn. So he's in the upper left. He was 82 and he's from Vallejo, California. So it happened in November of 2022. He was attacked by Zizian members, including Emma. And he actually, Emma during a dispute over unpaid rent. And then Lynn defended himself, fatally shooting Emma, so that's the collateral damage, right? And then in January of 2025, Lind, he was found murdered with suspicions pointing towards members aiming to prevent his testimony in ongoing legal proceedings. Maximilian Schneider is accused of his murder, and that is, so there you see Maximilian Bentley Schneider in the middle, the bottom row in the middle there. Gordon, how many trials and when does it start? That's a good question. Probably the Border Patrol is going to be the first one because they actually captured. That's going to probably be the first one. All right, so this is some video on Curtis Lynn. Let's check this out. So this was the first person that was deleted by this group.
Well, it's a case that has made national headlines. Well, it's a case that...
All right, so this is some background about the Curtis Lynn incident.
Has made national headlines. A man accused of a Vallejo murder with ties to a cult-like group. Maximilian Schneider is accused of the murder of Curtis Lind. Lind had survived a previous murder attempt, stabbed multiple times and impaled with a sword, an attack that left him partially blind. The man had been leasing property to members of the group calling themselves the Zizians, followers of a 34-year-old blogger named Jack Lasota, who started going by Ziz. The group, which espouses veganism and has a deep distrust of artificial intelligence, is connected to 6 killings across the country. Snyder is alleged to have dressed in black and waited for Lynn, stabbing him multiple times, leaving, then returning and cutting his throat. Today was supposed to be Snyder's arraignment. At the last hearing, he said he would find his own lawyer, but today, when asked if he wanted an appointed lawyer, he said yes. His attorney asked for time to review the case and asked to reschedule the arraignment for March 26th.
Okay, so they just said it was going to be March 26th. Is that March 26th of this year or March 2026? So we'll have to keep an eye on that. All right, now here's him actually appearing in court. So this is, let's check this one out. Yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting cases. It's not just one case, it's cases. Let's see.
An alleged killer linked to a cult-like group was back in a courtroom in Vallejo today. We're learning more about this group and its obsession with the danger of artificial intelligence. Here's NBC's Jody Hernandez.
What can you tell us about Max?
Please don't follow me.
No comment from a woman who came to see Maximilian Snyder appear in court this morning. 22-year-old Snyder is facing murder charges for the stabbing death of 82-year-old Curtis Lind. Prosecutors say Snyder killed the Vallejo senior to keep him from testifying against two of Lind's former tenants, who were accused of attacking their landlord with a samurai sword in 2022, leaving him blind in one eye.
It's tragic, and it shakes the foundation of the system when one of our witnesses is killed before he testifies.
Prosecutors now think the Lind case may have been just the start of a web of violence, potentially linked to members of a Bay Area-born cult-like group known as the Zizians. NBC News describes them as smart, techie vegans who all share an obsession with the dangers of artificial intelligence.
Many of them appear to be very intelligent, highly educated at top universities with degrees in computer science and related fields.
33-year-old Jack Lasota, a transgender woman who goes by the name Ziz, is believed to be the leader of the group. She used to live on Lind's Vallejo property. Lasota was arrested on Sunday in Maryland with two of her alleged followers, Michelle Zajko and Daniel Blank. The trio face charges that include trespassing and obstruction. Blank is a UC Berkeley graduate. His father told us today they consider their son a victim of a cult and don't believe he's connected to any serious crime. But Zajko is. She was previously named a person of interest in the 2022 shooting deaths of her own parents in Pennsylvania, murders that remain unsolved. Investigators also say she purchased the gun used in the killing of a Border Patrol agent in Vermont. The suspect who allegedly used that gun to kill the agent, 21-year-old Teresa Youngblood, attended a private King County, Washington high school with the Vallejo suspect, Max Snyder. In fact, the two recently applied for a marriage license.
Those who know them and are willing to talk to me about them are not willing to show their face, are not willing to have their name appear in any story because they don't know what these people might do next.
UC Berkeley Associate Professor Palomi Saha, an expert in cults, says she isn't ready to label the Zizians a cult yet, but says the group, now potentially linked to 6 killings from coast to coast, has certainly captured the fascination of many.
Many of us are obsessed with cults, and so to see what seems to be a real-life unfolding of a story that we imagine that in 10 years we may be watching on Netflix is absolutely fascinating.
In Vallejo, Jody Hernandez, NBC Bay Area News.
All right, so that gives you a little bit of background on the Vallejo incidences, if you will. And then we're going to get to Richard and Rita Zajko. Okay, so they were their daughter on the bottom row, second from the right, that's Michelle, right? Okay. Only fan, yeah. She's a cult expert, she is. And yes, this could get confusing, but it really just boils down to, at this point, because Curtis Lind, he was a witness, so he's deleted, he's gone, so that's going to get thrown out, I guess. So it's Rita and Richard, and then it's the agent, Maland. So those are going to be the two trials. Certainly the border agent. That one for sure we will cover if they show it. Hopefully they'll show it. Rita and Richard, we hope that they show that one too. But we will continue to follow this. And is it growing? I don't know if it's growing or not. Somebody asked, are they growing? I don't know. Therapist, why do they look naked? You mean Michelle Jamie? Yeah, I don't know why she doesn't have a shirt on or a top or whatever. Drunky the Bear, smart techie vegans, honestly sounds like a compliment. Well, like I said at the beginning, on the surface, okay, right? On the surface, he's saying, he, meaning Jack Lasota, is saying, let's see, where did I see that? They have a disdain for artificial intelligence, which I don't agree with, but here, they want to emphasize the power of the human mind to see clear truth, eliminate bias and bad thinking, and improve individuals and society, right? If you leave it just there, I'd be like, all right, that's cool. I can get with that. But then you throw in anarchy, not paying rent, you know, militant veganism. You know, meat eaters should face Nuremberg trials for their dietary choices. I think then you're starting to get a little too militant, right? Ken Rosenberg, nice folks, minus the craziness and violence and killing people thing. Hey, Mel, how are you from British Columbia? Good to see you. And Real Happy 33, nope, you cannot unalive people. That's where we draw the line in the sand. That's where we say, okay. Yes, Michelle, such a wild case. Grizzly also did an overview. Definitely need to take notes to keep it all straight. Agreed. Well, that's why we're trying to break it down here for you guys, and we're showing you news clips and trying to, because right now it's looking like it's going to be Agent Maland's his trial because they caught, they arrested Ziz, and then Richard and Rita. Curtis, he unfortunately was killed, so we may never see a trial with him. Tash, extreme vegan techies is hilarious to me. I agree. All right, let's go on. Now we're going to go to, let's see, we did Curtis Lynn. We had a couple videos of his. Now we're going to go to Richard and Rita Zajko. So they're 72 and 69. They were from Chester Heights, Pennsylvania, and this happened December 31st, which was New Year's Eve of 2022. They were discovered shot to death in their home. Now, their daughter has been named a person of interest. Now, their daughter is Michelle Jamie Zajko. She's on the bottom row, second from the right. So that's Michelle Jamie Zajko. All right. Okay, so these are the victims, Rita and Richard. Let's get to, let's watch a couple of their, some news clips on them. Because I have a feeling this will go to trial as well. At least that's what I'm thinking. So let's see. Well, hopefully between this and Grizzly's breakdown, you guys will kind of get an idea of what's going on.
Quiet neighborhood in Delaware County. Quiet neighborhood in Delaware County has been turned upside down tonight. Investigators in Chester Heights have ruled 2 suspicious deaths as homicides. An elderly man and woman were found dead in their home on Monday afternoon during a welfare check. Action News reporter Jacqueline Lee live outside the Pennsylvania State Police Unit in media with an update on this case. Jacqueline, what are you learning about this?
Well, great neighbors tell us they were shocked to learn that there was a double homicide that took place on their street. Many say they didn't know the couple super well, but they say no one had any issues. A gruesome discovery made by Pennsylvania State Police the day after New Year's is now labeled as a double homicide. Officials identified 72-year-old Richard Zajko and 69-year-old Rita Zajko as the married couple found dead inside their home in Chester Heights.
It's shocking. You know, it's something that you wouldn't imagine even happening here. And the fact that it did really just especially having children, there's a lot of children in this neighborhood, makes it even scarier.
On Monday, police were called to a home on the unit block of Highland Drive for a welfare check around 5:15 in the afternoon. That's when officials discovered the couple. Authorities have not released details like how the couple was killed, worrying neighbors who want to know who did this and why.
We moved here not too long ago, and it was an area where we felt really safe, for our daughter, and a good great school district. So the crime is low. So to hear that this happened is definitely a surprise.
6ABC spoke with other neighbors who were too scared to speak on camera, but said the neighborhood has always been safe. They all said the husband, Rick, kept their yard pristine.
He was always outside cutting his grass or cleaning the leaves, or they always had impeccable Christmas lights every single year, and they're just would wave and give a smile.
And Pennsylvania State Police are asking anyone with information about this crime to contact them. We're live in media today.
All right, so that's one news clip, and yeah, that's a beautiful house. Now, don't forget, like I kind of think this group kind of comes from pretty well off. I'm making a big assumption here, but they all went to college. They're all highly educated. I'm thinking their backgrounds, I think they probably came from pretty decent backgrounds. I'm only speculating. I'm only speculating on that. But if you look at that house, yeah, that was a nice house. Chester Heights, I'm not sure well, let's look up Chester Heights. Chester Heights, Pennsylvania. So Chester Heights is outside of Philadelphia. It's to the west, basically straight out west. Chester Heights, Pennsylvania, let's say real estate. Let's see what the... So you're at 750,000, 465,000, 380, 330, 700, well, those are townhomes. 400,000. Here's one for 883,000, 325,000, 734,000. So I mean, these are not. This is not a poor neighborhood, and that. That house that. Let's see. What is. Of the Zajko. So Michelle Jamie Zajko, that house that her parents lived in looked pretty nice, Groovy Cheryl, I agree. They are kind of deaky, well off. I wonder how they got connected besides their similar resistance to some things. Mel Stiller, highly educated and supposedly very intelligent. No, they were definitely very intelligent. By all accounts, they were very intelligent. By all accounts, they were college educated. So Aaron's saying there would be a trial for Curtis. Maximilian was the one that killed him, and he's survived. Oh, he's alive. Yeah, there should have been. Bottom right dude was the mathematical genius. So Felix Ophelia Buchholz was the mathematical genius. Aaron is reminding me. So, yeah, again, it seems like they came from somewhat, well-to-do backgrounds, and that is true, Afton Ford. Intelligence does not equal stable. I agree with that 100%. Kelly White, I wonder if there are more hiding out anywhere? Possibly. Yeah, possibly. Ken Rosenberg, fascinating. Smart folks, more than capable of their own independent thinking, get hooked into this. Psychosaurus Rex, those home prices are inflated like everything else. They probably bought it when it was $160K, which could have been like 4 years ago. That's true. That is true. Hola, they were unbalanced somehow, messing with a balanced diet, messing with hormones, just my guesswork. Possible. OnlyFans. So far, no relation to Jason and Z. They were more peace, love, and many wives. Yeah, they probably shared some. They probably shared some, anarchist values. Not paying taxes, not paying rent, living off the grid. Benjamin, I think they were vegan as well. So there were probably some crossing lines. I would say there were some crossing lines. These guys don't seem to be into the wives, though. They seem to be more into transgender and urine. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that as well. Hellcat. Is that considered vegan? Maybe not. Hey, Michelle, can you imagine the prosecuting attorneys having to sort all this out? Right? All right, let's go on to another clip here.
The daughter of a murdered Delaware County.
Okay, so this is another news clip about Richard and Rita Zajko. Zajko. Richard and Rita Zajko.
The daughter of a murdered Delaware County couple is now under arrest tonight. Michelle Zajko was arrested Sunday in western Maryland. She's charged with trespassing and obstructing and hindering and resisting arrest and handgun charges. In a different case, no one has been charged in the murder of Richard and Rita Zajko, who were killed back on December 31st, 2022 in Chester Heights. And according to the Associated Press, she was arrested with Jack Lasota, who is now the apparent leader of a cult-like group known as the Zizians. Well, that group has been tied to the killing of a U.S. Border Patrol agent, David Maland, near the Canadian border in January, and could be connected to more crimes across the country.
All right, so that wraps up Richard and Rita. So now we know that Michelle was arrested along with Ziz for this border patrol. So we're going to get to that. All right. Before I'm going to play that and move on, I do have to take a quick comfort break. So I'll be back. All right, so, was Super Bowl keeping you guys company? Super Bowl was keeping you guys company. You gonna come sit here with me? All right, come on. All right, so now we get into, let me find All right, so here is the latest incident. This was in January. So this was in January of this year, and border agent David Maland. So it was near the border of Canada, up in Vermont. So it was just a traffic stop, right? Just a traffic stop. So that's all it was, and it turned into something more, sadly. All right, so this was a traffic stop in January.
New details tonight in the shootout. New details tonight in the shootout that killed a Vermont Border Patrol agent. Thank you for joining us at 6. I'm Darren Perrin.
And I'm Kat Villanzoni. Agent David Maland was killed during a traffic stop Monday afternoon on Interstate 91 in Coventry.
Channel 3 News first broke the news, and our Ike Ben David was on the scene since that story broke. He joins us now in the studio. Ike, what is the latest?
Darren and Kat, the FBI has said 2 suspects were involved in that shootout, but within the last hour, we've confirmed through sources that a third person also may have been involved. We don't know what their involvement is, where they are, or if they're in custody. Here's what we do know. Investigators had been watching the people involved, and they've been described as being in higher level federal crimes. Investigators also knew they had guns. That's the German national who was shot and killed, and a woman who we're told is an American was wounded during the traffic stop Monday afternoon and is in federal custody. Agent David Maland was shot in the neck and killed. We're still trying to confirm if another Border Patrol agent was involved in the shootout and how long the traffic stop lasted before shots were fired. Maland, a U.S. Air Force veteran known as Chris, was assigned to the Swanton sector where he was a canine handler before he was in our region. Maland worked at Border Patrol in Texas along the southern border, and he worked security duty at the Pentagon during the September 11th attacks. In a statement to the AP, Maland's family says, quote, he was a devoted agent who served with honor and bravery. He had a tremendous respect and pride for the work he did. He truly embodied service over self. And today at the Minnesota State House floor, Representative Krista Knudsen, his cousin, called for a moment of silence and said Maland wanted to make a difference.
Chris was an incredible man and will be missed dearly. I am grateful for his service, and I know he was very proud of it. Our family is heartbroken. He died in the line of duty, serving to protect our country. We will cherish his memories and mourn his sacrifice. Until we meet again, Godspeed, you good and faithful servant.
As for the suspects, again, we were told they were on the radar of authorities before Monday's incident and were reportedly looking to buy real estate in the Northeast Kingdom. It's still unclear what they were doing and why they were in Vermont. Authorities have not released any other information. We will continue to update you when we learn more. Darren?
Ike Ben David, thank you.
All right, so that was one report. Okay, so that was Agent David Chris Maland. So that was one news report. Let's watch another news report as it develops. So this happened in January of this last month.
Charges tonight in the death of a Border Patrol. Charges tonight in the death of a Border Patrol agent. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kiana Burks. We've learned more about Monday's shootout on Interstate 91 that killed 44-year-old David Chris Maland. Channel 3's Darren Perrin first broke the news on Monday, and he has our update tonight.
Court records reveal Felix Bockholt and Teresa Youngblood are the 2 involved. Bockholt, a German citizen who was in the U.S. on a current visa. That's according to the FBI. The pair stopped in Buckholt's Prius on Monday for an immigration inspection. Police found a Washington state ID at the scene belonging to Youngblood. We now know that Agent Maland was not alone. He was with other agents during that traffic stop. Within 15 minutes of the stop, shots were fired. Court paperwork reveals that Youngblood fired a handgun towards border agents when she got outside the vehicle. It's not clear if she shot Agent Maland, who died from a gunshot wound to the neck. At least one agent returned fire. It's still unclear who. Buckholt was killed. Youngblood was injured. She faces at least 2 federal charges in connection with the shooting. We asked why she's not facing murder charges. During a search of the suspect's car, investigators found multiple guns and ammunition, cell phones, laptops, and tactical gear, including night vision goggles and body armor. Some cell phones were wrapped in tinfoil. We do know that the 2 suspects were under surveillance by federal authorities for nearly a week before the shooting, and sources say there's a 3rd person who was involved with the duo at some point. The whereabouts of that person, unclear. This is a photo of one of the suspects obtained by Channel 3 of when they checked into a hotel in Newport days before the shooting. Police were tipped off about them when they were seen with guns and tactical gear in other parts of the Northeast Kingdom, according to investigators. Police previously tried to question them. They said they were in the area to look at real estate. Nothing in that interaction warranted an arrest. Sources tell Channel 3 News they were involved in high-level crime. We know the FBI is leading the investigation, including a special agent who investigates computer crimes, fraud, and criminals trying to infiltrate networks. Sources tell us Youngblood is expected to be arraigned in federal court on Monday. In the newsroom, Darren Perrin, Channel 3 News.
Charges tonight in the death of a Border Patrol.
So yeah, and the more I think about it, the more I'm reading what you guys are saying. Yeah, since that's federal, it doesn't seem like we'll be able to see it. I don't think they're going to air that. So that was Ophelia Buckholt. She was killed. She's in the bottom right, and Teresa Milo Youngblood, with the pink red hair. So she was involved. So those 2 were involved in that. All right, we have one more. I got one more video to watch for the border agent.
A somber day at Fort Snelling National.
So this is where he was laid to rest. Now this was in Minnesota. So I guess he's from Minnesota. So this was in Minnesota. They laid him to rest.
A somber day at Fort Snelling National Cemetery. Hundreds gathered to pay tribute to Minnesota native, Air Force veteran, and Border Patrol agent David Maland. Thank you for joining us. I'm Derek James. Tonight, loved ones and the law enforcement and military communities are remembering Agent Maland. Maland was killed in the line of duty last month. He was shot and killed during a traffic stop in Vermont last month. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz ordered flags at half-staff this week to honor the fallen agent. This is outside of Minneapolis City Hall. WCCO's Adam Duxter joined hundreds at Fort Snelling Cemetery this afternoon to honor Maland's life and legacy.
A sunny but somber send-off Saturday for a man who spent his life serving others. David Maland, known by Chris by those closest to him, laid to rest at Fort Snelling National Cemetery. Cemetery officials Saturday calling it one of the largest displays of support in years. Maland killed just over 1 month ago when a passenger in a car he'd stopped 20 miles south of the Canadian border in Vermont opened fire. He was the first U.S. Border Patrol agent killed in the line of duty in over a decade. Born in Blue Earth and a graduate of Fairmont High School, Maland spent 6 years in the Air Force before joining the State Department, where he worked security detail at the White House and Pentagon, where he was working on September 11, 2001. Maland's time with Border Patrol began in 2017. his skills as a canine handler, taking him across the country, most recently to Vermont. An avid camper, hiker, and rock climber, Maland buried with full military honors. The Minnesota native receiving the Air Force Achievement Medal, National Defense Service Medal, NATO Medal, and Global War on Terrorism Service Medal. In attendance Saturday, family and friends, but also Border Patrol agents from across the country and Canada, as well as DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Family asking for any donations to go to the Purple Heart Fund and Retired Paws Foundation. Adam Duxter, WCCO News.
During the shootout with Maland, 2 suspects were also hit. One of them died. The other, a 21-year-old woman from Washington State, is charged with assault on a federal law enforcement officer. A somber day at Fort Snelling National.
All right, so that's all the news clips I have, but let's just kind of recap what's going on here. So this is a group that was started by Jack Ziz Lasota, and he's really smart. He's a smart guy. He was born in Alaska. He's the founder and leader of this fringe group called the Zizians. I'm not sure where Ziz came from, what that refers to, if it's Greek, Roman, or he just decided to, is it a riff on cis? You know, I'm not quite sure. But he graduated from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, where his father also teaches. Interesting, right? So he graduated in 2013. He's a computer programmer, right? He interned at NASA. He interned at Oracle. And then he was a software engineer at Berkeley Lights, which is a biotech company. So it sounds like he was walking the path of working for the man, if you will, and then he went off the rails. He got involved with this rationalist movement, which is an intellectual trend popular in Silicon Valley. It emphasizes the power of the human mind to see clear truth, eliminate bias and bad thinking, and improve individuals and society. Now, some of his or Jack's beliefs are the dual brain hemisphere theory, which means the 2 hemispheres of the human brain could possess distinct value and even different genders, potentially leading to internal conflicts. Militant vegetarianism. Jack advocated for extreme veganism, suggesting that meat eaters should face Nuremberg trials for their dietary choices. And then critique of rationalist communities. Initially involved with rationalist groups concerned with artificial intelligence and human cognition, Lasota became increasingly critical of these communities, accusing them of corruption and discrimination. This ideological rift led to her expulsion from several radical rationalist events and eventually the formation of the Zizians. So as we found out, there's three incidences that happened, right? The first was in Vallejo, California. Poor Curtis Lynn there. So the Zizians had rented property from Curtis, who was 82 at the time. They were not paying rent. So this confrontation occurred where Lind, in the upper left there, he was attacked with a samurai sword. His eye got damaged. The sword was sticking out of him at some point. He managed to fight back, and he ended up shooting Emma, who's on the bottom left there. Now, Lind, he survived that initial attack, but then he was later killed because he was going to testify against them. He was later killed by Maximilian Bentley Schneider, who's in the middle, on the bottom row there in the middle. All right. Then next up is Rita and Richard Zajko. They are from Chester Heights, Pennsylvania, which is a suburb outside of Philadelphia to the west. Now they are the parents of Michelle Jamie Zajko, and Jamie is bottom row, second from the right. So that's Michelle Jamie Zajko. Now those are her parents, Rita and Richard. They were found shot on New Year's Eve, so December 31st of 2022. Then the final one is Agent David Maland. That was in Coventry, Vermont. He's a border patrol. So they said it was about 20 miles from the border of Canada. And so Teresa Youngblout and Felix Ophelia Buckholt. Okay, so Buckholt was killed in that. And then the other woman, Teresa Milo, with the red hair. So she was involved with that. So Youngblout has... she's pled not guilty to federal firearm charges. Then the leader, Jack Ziz Lasota, Zajko and Daniel Blank, which we don't have Daniel Blank up there, they were arrested in Maryland after a property owner reported their suspicious presence. The trio faced charges including trespassing and possession of firearms. During court proceedings, Lasota requested vegan meals, claiming she would starve without them. All three were denied bail due to being considered flight risks and potential danger to the community. Now, the current status as of February, the ones that are in custody are facing various charges with these murders of these people. So... All right, so that pretty much concludes what I have on the Zizians. What do you guys think? Groovy Cheryl, pink hair on my computer. Mel Stiller, it's incredible that this terrible group hasn't been in the news as much as it should. Let's see, therapist says good morning. I want to see Taylor. And they left their broken down tugboat to leak all the chemicals, etc., into the water when they deserted the boat, which locals were upset with, of course. Yeah. We saw a picture of that. We saw a video of that tugboat. Well, it was video, but it was a still photo, I guess. Yeah, it's amazing that they were able to go from Alaska down to San Francisco in that thing, right? Heather Marie 123, listening to Chloe's prison phone calls are very interesting. Yeah, I wonder if these guys are making phone calls, right? Trial Junkies United, good morning to you. Nan R, how are you? Good to see you, Nan R. So we will follow this as much as we can, as much as is available. I think the Border Patrol, he is, that's federal, so we may not be able to see that one. The ones in Pennsylvania, Rita and Richard. Hopefully we'll be able to see that. Widespread panic. Hey, welcome back. Glad you, hope you had a good vacation. I think you did. The Zizians would be a wild ride. I wonder if you can do a summary of the trials since we can't watch them. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let me see what, let's see what we can do with, hold on a sec, guys. Sorry, guys, I'm just doing a little quick research. Let's see, Crystal Limited Edition, so we won't be able to watch any of their trials. Maybe the federal one, it doesn't seem like. Maybe Rita and Richard, we might be able to. I just thought this was just fascinating to look at. Widespread panic. I think Squeegee commented that the trials wouldn't be televised. Yeah, just shows to go. Yeah, the Border Patrol is federal, so we probably won't be able to see that. Sorry, guys. We're just kind of trying to figure out what to do here. All right. I guess we're going to go over to, let's go over to Todd Mullis.
Just keep talking. Go to Todd Mullis. We'll show that. I don't know what else to do. We have to fix the graphics to now include Mullis. Because, you know, I hate to end it. There's over 100 people there.
Yeah. Okay.
So just keep talking. And
all right. Let's go over to Mullis.
Yep. I will work on graphics.
All right. So we are going to go pick up on Todd Mullis. Might as well, right? Why not? All right, so this I believe is going to be okay. So this is Todd Mullis, right? He was this trial happened in 2019, but now he's appealing it, right? So he was charged with first-degree deletion in connection with the November 10th, 2018 passing of his wife Amy Lynn Mullis on their hog farm in Iowa. Now we did a rewatch of this. I think it was like last December or something. So I guess again we have not had a chance to do any research on this, so we're just kind of coming at this kind of fresh with you guys. So I try to find a little bit of backstory. Let's do some research together. This could be, let's see. Is this the civil? He's claiming he has some new evidence. Let's see what's out there. Let's see what we can find. All right, so he wants a new trial. I'm assuming that's what this is for, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me see here. Trying to find some information on what exactly this is, other than it's the appeal. Yeah, this is just, I guess this is just his, he wants a new trial. This might be the appeal for a new trial, I guess. I guess we'll just have to watch. No, Irish Amy, there are no details on this trial. Well, the new details. The old details were the initial trial happened September 17th through the 19th of 2019. Todd, at that time, he was 42. He was charged with first-degree deletion in connection with the November 10th, 2018 passing of his wife, Amy Lynn Mullis. She was 39, and they had a hog farm. The autopsy revealed that she had multiple stab wounds in her back inflicted by a corn rake. Now, we watched this. We did a rewatch of this. So on the day of the incident, Todd had called 911 claiming that the 13-year-old son, Tristan, discovered Amy impaled on the rake. So Todd is saying, she had a procedure, a female procedure, I think a couple days before. She was kind of woozy. She was out in the farm helping. He said, well, why don't you go get the pet carrier? And she left the barn where they were in. She went to the shed. She didn't return, so Todd sent Tristan over, and Tristan found his mother, and she had the rake sticking out of her back, to which Todd comes into the shed. He couldn't move her out of the shed, so he pulls the rake out of her, and then they get her over, they put her in the truck, and they they're on their way to take her to the hospital, but he calls 911, and 911 saying, just pull over right now, pull over right now. To me, it seemed very suspicious in the sense that, well, let's see, I could pull up some images here while we wait. Let's see. Because when we covered this, it just seems suspicious that Todd didn't have time to do all of this. And it seemed like possibly the son. All right, so here's one of them. So here's Amy's back, right? So that's Amy's back. And the tines had, I think there were 4 tines. So Abe says, I think he claimed it was an accident, but she got stabbed with a rake twice, which made that unlikely. Yeah, he said it was an accident. He said that she fell back. Well, she was woozy, right? Nobody actually saw her fall. So she was woozy. She had a female procedure a couple days before. She was a little dizzy. She was also... We have some audio. Okay. She was woozy. She goes to get a pet carrier in the shed. And then certain time goes by. And then Todd sends Tristan, the 13-year-old, to go check on Mom, and Mom's got this rake sticking out of her back. Now, the state says because she was having an affair, Amy was having an affair. This was her second affair, right? The first affair, they settled it. They did it. They sorted it out. They got through their first affair, but then the second affair, that's why they say that Todd got angry with Amy and he did this to her. So yes, Mel Stiller. This is the trial where the wife was deleted with a pitchfork. It's a corn rake. Technically, it's, I guess, not a pitchfork, but to you and I, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. Therapist, does anyone remember the size of the pitchfork? There is the tines. I'm thinking those are about 4 inches, I think. 3 to 4 inches, maybe more. Yeah, maybe about 4 inches or so. All right, so one of the documents that will be key in this post-conviction relief request is the deposition of Mullis' former representative. In it, they admitted that they failed to consult with any expert during the trial or hire a private investigator to look into the facts for themselves. He even admits that he refused to listen to his client and call the incident an accident. So this was his lawyers. Among those documents was testimony from the Mullis couple's oldest son, who was working with his parents on the farm the day that the incident took place. This is not an appeal, although it can result in a new trial. The state will have 30 days to reply to the post-conviction relief request before a judge evaluates the evidence. Then they would decide whether a new trial should be held or if the case should be dismissed entirely. Okay. No, we've moved on from the Zizians. Yeah, we've moved on from the Zizians. Ponzi Fonzie, we have moved on from the Zizians. This is Todd Mullis. This happened in November of 2019. Well, actually, it happened in 2018. The trial was 2019. His lawyer was really, really bad. His lawyer was Aaron Hammock and Gerald Furhelm. They were not very good. They kept saying that this wasn't an accident. They kept saying that this was a murder. Just shows Dagoya. Yep, one of her breast implants was punctured. That is true. Nanar, that is different from a regular pitchfork. Yep, regular pitchfork is, like that. This one is kind of curved. So regular pitchfork is kind of like that, if you will, and then this one is curved. Groovy Cheryl, I meant to say all rakes of the fork did not have to hit her evenly. No, they did not. Hey, Brett, how you doing? If the client insisted on an accident defense and the attorneys overrode it with it was M, but not our client, that actually kind of sounds like potentially valid basis for a new trial to meet. Yeah, he kept insisting it was an accident, and they they didn't say it was an accident. That's the thing. That is the thing that he's saying. So all right. Just shows to go, yeah, yes, this is live. This is live. Curviel says, yeah, I think they initially believed it would be accident until they discovered there were 5 individual wounds. So the defense opening was, it's not an issue of what happened, but who did it. Todd and Tristan went to another farm to do some chores. They were chisel plowing, had to be abandoned due to the cold the night before. Amy and the 2 younger children were up and about having breakfast. Todd and Tristan were going to get ready for a delivery of small pigs. The barns were huge, about football field size. The plan was to start the process. Amy had a medical procedure a few days before. She had minor surgery due to dizziness. The pigs would nurse off of the pipes. So Todd was getting these heaters to be ready to install, and Amy was working on light fixtures above. There were lots of flies, a lot of flies, but they weren't alive. So she's cleaning the light fixtures. She used a pail. It seemed like Amy seemed to lose her balance. Now this is according to both Todd and Tristan. Todd said, "Take it easy, honey. Take it easy. Why don't you go back into the house?" Todd says, "If you want to do something, the mother cat." Okay, so there was a mother cat that wasn't alive. So the kittens were abandoned. They were afraid that the kittens would be run over. So why don't you go get the pet carriers for the kittens? So Tristan went to go get a drink of water and was out of the main hog area, but Todd was still in the hog barn. He sees the pet carrier wasn't where he thought it would be, right? So he was expecting her to bring the pet carrier out, but it was not there. So he sent Tristan, who is 13 years old, to the shed, and it's Tristan that finds Amy. So Amy's on her, I guess it's like she's on her knees and hands with this pitchfork or this corn rake sticking out of her. Tristan yells for Todd, and he comes to see the rake in Amy's back. Amy is on her hands and knees. Todd has to remove the rake in order to get her out of the door. So she's in this shed that's only 6 feet wide, and this rake is really long, right? So he pulls the rake out of her, and he helps her to the truck, and he calls 911. He starts to drive to the hospital. EMS meets them on a roadway, and then they take Amy to the hospital where she's pronounced unalive. Then a friend of the family takes Tristan back to the farm. There's 2 deputies that also go with him. So they say Amy did fall. There were 4 tines on the fork, and there were more than that in the wound. So there was like 5 wounds and only 4 tines. So she had to have been stabbed twice. Amy had multiple layers on, including a coat, so Todd couldn't see the wound. So as he pulls the corn rake out, he doesn't see how damaged she is. She was having an affair with this guy named Jerry Frazier. So they got together spring of 2018. First it was flirty, but then it became sexual. So Amy was planning on getting a divorce. So this was her second affair. So the first affair, Todd and Amy sorted it out. The second affair, that's what the state thinks. So the state says in November of 2018, Amy was not happy. She was having an affair and she was planning on leaving. They had a previous affair, but she had reconciled. Todd had confronted Amy, but she had lied about it. This weighed on him, and he didn't want Amy to take half of his farm. His farm was worth, I think, like $1 million or something. It was pretty, and he had a couple farms too. He bought a couple different kinds of property, so he didn't want to split it. He didn't want to split the money with her. That's what the state is saying. His father was a farmer, and also his brothers were farmers. So to him, farming is everything, right? So he sent Amy to the red shed to get something, and then he attacked her and killed her with a corn rake. He tried to make it look like a farm accident. Then he sent his 13-year-old to find his mother. Then he acted like he was upset. He told friends that he would make her disappear. And then there was do you guys remember in the trial, there was all these searches for how to make an unfaithful woman disappear, how to survive in the cold, how to survive gunshot wounds, all this stuff. But these kids also had access to, one of his daughters was taking an online course, like a hunting course. So the defense was saying, well, that was them searching. So the gist of this is to say that his counsel did not give him proper representation. And now I see all females. Last time he had all males. Now I see all females. C. Taylor, did defendant testify? Freedom not to testify, but just curious. Yes, he did. He did testify. I can read through some of his testimony before we get here. So he met Amy at a Delaware County Fair in 2003 at a beer den. They dated 14 months before getting married in 2004. She worked as a bookkeeper. She moved into the family farm upon marriage. Todd owned the farm. Amy did grow up on a farm. He started with dairy cattle, but then he started to do row crops with a few hogs. Amy seemed ecstatic about moving into a farm and the lifestyle. They loved to be outdoors, hunting, fishing, tubing, four-wheeling. Amy liked the same things. Amy then started working at a hospital. She was first an LPN and then an RN. She was pursuing nursing when they met. So the first affair, Amy wanted to quit the fair, go get counseling and work it out. Amy seemed to be all in and wanted to correct the situation. He thought Amy was working on fixing the marriage. The counselor encouraged Amy to be open in communications. And then there was also this whole talk about, he was so controlling of her, but he says it was Amy's idea to call or text him as to her whereabouts. The state was saying, oh, it was all, he was controlling me. But then Todd is saying, well, it was Amy's idea. If she was going out, hey, I'm texting you, or I'm calling you, or I need to stop at this place. So he's saying he wasn't controlling. The state is saying that he was controlling. Then there was also talk about her, she was spending time away because her father or her uncle, I think, had a brain bleed, so she was spending a lot of time with her mom. So she spent like a month in the hospital, taking care of her mom. So the state is saying, well, that possibly could have caused Todd to get jealous. They talked about watching adult films together. So the day of the incident, so Tristan and Todd go out first, then Amy joins them. Tristan and Todd go out around 9:30 to the hog barn. They're bringing these heaters for these young pigs that they had. Amy got down from the bucket and braced herself against the feeder. She said she felt dizzy. Tristan asked first, then they both asked, is this something we should be concerned about? You're going to get hurt. Why don't you go back into the house? This is when Todd told her to go get the pet carrier because there were these kittens that had lost their mother. So he's like, we didn't want them to get hurt. So go get the pet carrier and put the kittens in there. Go put it in the front of the shop and go into the house. So Tristan went to the end of the barn. Okay, seems like we got a judge coming in. All right, I'm going to go silent for now.
Good morning. We'll go ahead and go on the record. In Delaware, PCCB 009057. Todd Michael Mullis versus the state of Iowa. Mr. Mullis appears in person this morning together with his counsel. I believe the first thing that we need to address is the applicant's motion in limine. There are, I believe, 4 points. Is there any resistance on behalf of the state?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm just taking a look through it again just to make sure, but I don't believe we have any resistance on that, and we would join the motions as well. Obviously, any undisclosed testimony from their experts, hearsay, things of that nature, we would agree that the rules of evidence and civil procedure control on that.
Thank you, Mr. Bakke. The applicant's motion in limine then will be granted in its entirety. Counsel for the applicant, did you desire any further record on that motion for any reason?
No, Your Honor. Ms. Erica Nichols-Cook on behalf of Mr. Mullis today, for ease of the court reporter, we don't need an additional record.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nichols-Cook. Any other preliminary matters then that counsel wishes to address? Ms. Nichols-Cook?
Your Honor, we briefly talked off record about some exhibits. We're still talking to the state about that, and we will update the court on the next break. And I think we would request to do a short opening statement, but we don't have anything else preliminary.
Any preliminary matters that the state wishes to address?
No, Your Honor, I would agree with that recitation of our understanding.
Ms. Nichols-Cook or one of your co-counsel, if you're ready to proceed with your opening, you may do so.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Thompson's going to do the opening.
Ms. Thompson, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll stand just for this opening portion of the proceedings today.
Certainly.
Good morning, Your Honor. Todd Mullis has always believed that his wife, Amy Mullis's death was a tragic accident. He always believed this because he was on his family farm the day that she was injured. He was there right after his son Tristan found her. He was there as he and his son Tristan tried to give Miss Mullis emergency aid and rushed her to where EMTs could get her to the hospital. He was there when first responders treated her injuries like they were the result of an accident. And he was not aware of any information that would tell him that what happened to her was anything other than an accident. Even when police began an investigation and began to treat him like a suspect, he did not stop believing that what happened to Miss Mullis was an accident. He knew he had nothing to do with her death, and he didn't believe that there was any evidence that anyone else did either. His account of what happened and his beliefs, unlike the accounts of some of the people that you're going to hear in this post-conviction trial during this week, has always been the same. But at trial, he did not have any way to present evidence to the jury that this was an accident. And that issue is what the court's going to hear about over the course of this hearing. The court's going to hear evidence that he begged his attorneys, begged them all through pretrial preparation to investigate this case as an accident. The court's going to hear evidence that his lawyers disregarded what he was telling them. The court's going to hear evidence that his lawyers did not talk to experts or fact witnesses that would have helped them understand and present a case that this was an accident. And the court's going to hear evidence that his lawyers did not listen to his explicit direction to investigate these issues and to pursue this case as an accident. And because his attorneys did not listen to him, because his attorneys did not investigate or present these issues, the jury did not hear important evidence that they needed to hear to understand that the state's case was simply wrong. The jury heard the exact opposite of what Todd Mullis asked his lawyers to present. They heard his own lawyer in opening statements tell the jury that Todd didn't know what he was talking about, that Miss Mullis was murdered. They heard his own lawyer, in effect, tell the jury that Mr. Mullis was not credible. They heard his own lawyer make these concessions on day one, right when this trial began, and then really have no defense to present on Todd's behalf. His lawyers conceded guilt in this case without any plan to present another defense. The court is going to hear evidence that Todd didn't agree to this plan. He didn't know this was the plan. He'd actually asked his attorneys to do the opposite. And at this point in the proceedings, the court has heard in various pleadings at other hearings that we've had, the PCR team for Todd repeat this to you over and over again in all of the filings, that this was an accident, that this is what this case is about. And we've repeated that to the court because it's true. And it's among just the many reasons that Todd Mullis deserves a new trial and what this court is going to hear at this hearing. On behalf of Mr. Mullis and his team, we're grateful that after all this time that we're here, that Mr. Mullis is able to be in court this morning to remedy this wrong. Nobody listened to Todd at trial, but this week he'll have an opportunity to be heard through this case. And the court is going to hear other important evidence as well that the jury never heard, that is going to create at least the reasonable probability that the outcome of his trial would have been different if the jury had heard everything that the court is going to hear over the course of this trial. The court also knows that this is the rare PCR case here in Iowa with an actual innocence claim. And that is what the court is going to believe and know about Todd after this hearing. The court also knows that all of Mr. Mullis's most important claims survived the summary judgment rulings that the court made, and that the court is going to hear his claims and his evidence this week. And everything that this court is going to hear is going to establish that the underlying trial that Todd had was nothing short of fundamentally unfair. It was unfair because of the actions that his trial counsel failed to take, that any reasonable attorney would have done on Todd's behalf. It was unfair because the state withheld from Todd important favorable evidence that would have undermined confidence in the outcome of this trial. And it was unfair because the trial prosecutors did things that resulted in misconduct in how they presented the case and what they presented. And the court's going to hear evidence that makes clear that Todd Mullis was right. As we said, the court will hear that Todd's attorneys conceded right at the beginning of this trial that this was a murder. And with that sort of tentpole in the state's case, the state killing the jury and nobody disagreeing that Ms. Mullis was murdered, that resulted in a situation where there was really no meaningful adversarial testing of any of the evidence that the state presented. And the court's going to hear evidence about each of these issues this week. The court is going to hear that the state then was allowed to present witnesses giving contradicted hearsay and innuendo that painted Todd in a bad light. The court's going to hear that that evidence painted a false image of Todd, of his marriage to Ms. Mullis and his family, and that made random Google searches that were done by a family with a house full of teens and preteens seem like evidence that Todd was planning to harm his wife. The court's going to hear the truth about those searches this week. Without Dr. Cruz, the state's main witness, telling the jury that this was a murder, that evidence is what it is, which is kind of silly, meaningless, evidence that really doesn't explain to anyone what happened to Ms. Mullis. The court's also going to hear from fact witnesses that have important details that help us understand what experts that the court is going to hear from this week are going to say, which is that Ms. Mullis's death was an accident. The court will hear from first responders and from other people through depositions and through live testimony who witnessed medical efforts for Ms. Mullis. The court's going to hear from those experts that I mentioned that are going to explain from a variety of disciplines how all of the objective evidence in this case demonstrates that Ms. Mullis's death was an accident and that the testimony that Dr. Cruz told the jury in this case was just wrong. The court is going to hear, either live or through depositions, from Todd Mullis's trial counsel. And the court is going to learn about the mistakes that they made and that those mistakes were not about strategy. They were just mistakes, things that were just wrong and cannot be explained by any strategy. The court's going to hear from an expert, Sean Castle, who's going to explain that the family's Google search history and electronic data from their home is exactly what it appears to be. Google searches from a family, from teens, from preteens that are using Google to search for things, sometimes random things, as we would all expect teens to do. And the court is also going to hear from depositions, from documentary evidence that makes clear that anything that anyone testified to about at trial about Todd is going to be a product of them being told that their friend was murdered. And believing their friend to be murdered made statements that were hearsay, that were innuendo, that don't aid in understanding what happened to Ms. Mullis at all. I want to say one final thing about the evidence that the court is going to hear during this trial. Mr. Mullis is here today because the state made the Mullis's private family tragedy public. And I say this because Mr. Mullis is here, his children are here, members of his family are here, and certainly for Todd and his family, they would have preferred that the investigation into Ms. Mullis's case was private, and that their family's privacy was respected, and Ms. Mullis's privacy was respected. If that had happened and the authorities had made the right decisions in their investigation, then he would not have needed a public hearing like the one today to get the justice that he would deserve. And it is truly unfair to Mr. Mullis, to his children who are sitting here today in support of Todd and his innocence, to have this be the forum to discuss the issues in this case. And I say that because the court, over the course of this week, is going to hear scientific evidence that is going to be difficult for this court to think about and to hear and to see. And as Todd's attorneys, and on Todd's behalf, we're going to do the best we can in our presentation to respect Ms. Mullis's privacy, to respect the tragedy of her death, but it's going to be difficult to do that in light of the evidence that we need to present, because Ms. Mullis's private medical information is going to be the subject of this hearing, her privacy in terms of her body, her privacy in terms of the detail of her death, and her medical history, those are going to be made public during this hearing. Her private life. Everyone has things that are appropriately private about their life that shouldn't be the subject of a public hearing, but we're going to have to present and hear about some of those things this week, and present them in a public way that Ms. Mullis and the Mullis family don't deserve. This is not how Mr. Mullis would choose to have this resolved, but that said, because this is the evidence that the state relied on to charge him, because it's the evidence that was wrong, that was relied on to convict him, because his lawyer was ineffective in combating all of this evidence, all of the errors at trial that led to us to be here today, this public venue is the only way that Todd can achieve justice, and that's why he'll be presenting about these issues this week, because he does deserve a fair trial, a trial where the jury hears the truth about what happened, a truth that's grounded in science and that's grounded in what knowledgeable, experienced professionals have to say about what happened to Amy Mullis and what those knowledgeable professional experts concluded about the facts of this case. That's what this trial is going to be about, Your Honor. And at the end of this hearing, the court is going to agree that Todd's trial was undeniably unfair. If the state chooses to retry Todd after this hearing for what science tells us and will tell this court was simply not a homicide, then a jury deserves to hear the truth at a fair trial where everything is going to come out from knowledgeable, experienced people that will allow the jury to know the truth. And at the end of this hearing, Your Honor, the only just outcome will be to grant Todd Mullis a new trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Counsel for the state, did you have an opening?
Relief proceeding which Mr. Mullis has brought and commenced to attack his conviction again. The evidence will show, and the evidence has in fact already shown, that Mr. Mullis took the stand at the underlying trial and agreed that Amy Mullis was murdered. He agreed on cross-examination that somebody took a corn rake and stabbed Amy Mullis in the back 2 or 3 times. He agreed on cross-examination that he actually knew this wasn't an accident. And yet we are here today to ensure justice in a fair trial occurred. The evidence will show that sufficient evidence still exists to support the murder conviction of Todd Mullis' murder conviction. The evidence was enough for the Court of Appeals to affirm it, and the evidence will be enough for the court to deny this post-conviction relief application in its entirety. Many claims are brought pending before the court right now, but the important evidence was presented at trial. And a shrapnel shot approach, or a shot in the dark, in a way, is not a way to hit the mark here. The evidence will show certainly that expert testimony will not be enough to attack what the evidence actually showed at trial and what has already been upheld on appeal. And that's that Todd Mullis murdered his wife, Amy Mullis. And so at the end of this, the state will ask the court to deny his post-conviction relief application and let his conviction stand to ensure that a just trial had occurred already, and find that his conviction of first-degree murder should stand. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Are you ready to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The applicant will call Carrie Pierce-Parker. Your Honor, is the court's preference that exhibits be put on the screen for everybody and the witness to see?
We can do it that way if you have them on your computer.
We do.
Okay.
I feel like you also have to allow or hit a special button. So.
I do. Let's see if we can get that rolling. Ms. Pierce-Becker, if you want to pull that screen up in front of you just a little bit, because that's where the exhibits will display for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can you see the attorney? Yeah, okay. And you can adjust that so that it's not blocking you entirely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I'll swear you in. Okay. All right, you've been called as a witness. If you'd raise your hand, you've been called as a witness. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Nichols-Cook, whenever you're ready, and just for your benefit, when you identify an exhibit, It will be displayed on my screen and the witness's screen initially. Once it's been admitted, then we can put it up on the big screen, assuming I initiate contact with all the right buttons. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Ms. Piersbacher, could you state your name for the record today and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Carrie Piersbacher, K-A-R-I-P-I-E-R-S-C-H-B-A-C-H-E-R.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here today. Can you tell the court how you are employed?
I'm employed by Edgewood-Colesburg School District in Edgewood, Iowa as a music teacher. I'm currently the 512 band director is my current position.
And do you also volunteer in your community?
Yes, I do. I'm a volunteer fireman, an EMT in Greeley, and an EMT in Edgewood.
And Greeley and Edgewood would both be towns or their own municipalities?
Yes, they are two separate towns here in Delaware County. They're closely located together, and I work in Edgewood, so we kind of run with both services, and both services do work closely together, so a lot of our calls are shared. If one gets called, a lot of times the other one will as well. Not always, but often.
And both Greeley and Edgewood, are they entirely volunteer organizations? Okay. And does Greeley run at the EMT level or at a different level?
We run at an EMT level. That means that we're guaranteed to have at least one EMT on the rig when the ambulance leaves and arrives at a patient.
What can an EMT do?
An EMT does basic life-saving support. We can do CPR, we can splint, we can do basic life-saving care. We cannot do anything invasive, such as in IV, and we cannot administer any drugs through IV or through injection. We can give basic drugs such as oxygen, aspirin, Narcan for a suspected drug overdose, and we can give albuterol for a breathing difficulty or an asthma attack.
Okay.
And those are the 4 drugs that we carry in Greeley that we are allowed to give.
What's the next higher level of care?
After EMT, then you would get to the paramedic level, and they can do those extra things. They can start IVs, they can administer drugs, and that would be the next level up. Edgewood runs at a paramedic level, and then I believe Manchester is a paramedic level, and then Colesburg and Earlville, I believe, are provisional Ps, which means that they sometimes have a paramedic on board, sometimes don't, depending on the availability of their paramedic in town.
And would you consider all of these agencies to be emergency responders or first responders?
Yes.
And how long have you been an EMT?
Getting close to 25 years now. I think it was 2000, 2001, around in there is when I took my classes and completed them. I believe I started them in fall of 2000 and completed in 2001.
And you mentioned that you had to take a class.
Yes.
What are the components of that class?
The class, I don't remember the exact hour amount, but there's so many hours of class time instruction. It lasted 5 or 6 months when I took the class. It began in late September, early October, and ran through March. We met 2 to 3 nights a week for 3 to 4 hours a night. Sorry. Yeah. So we 2 to 3 nights a week, and then so that was the classroom portion. And then as we were taking the classes, you had to pass the different units within the class. Once you passed the class, then you had to also do ride time and clinical time. So many hours working at a hospital ER, making patient contacts and practicing your skills there. And then also so many hours ride time, which would be with an ambulance service, again, making patient contacts and practicing in ambulance situations. Then once that was all done, then you were finally qualified to take the state test where you had to pass skills tests, and then if those were passed, then you went on to take the written test, and then if that's what was passed, you got your license.
Perfect. And then you could start.
And then you can start, yep.
And do you also like recertify or have continuing education?
Yes, we have to do the certifications just changed recently. Now the current level is it's 20 hours of recertification every 2 years for an EMT, but there are certain categories that have to be met. You have to do certain hours of cardiac, airway, trauma, etc. It used to be it was just a blanket 24 hours of recertification, any topic. Now they have different topic categories that you have to hit in order to recertify.
Great. And for the paramedic services like Manchester, are they also volunteer or are they employed or full-time employees?
Most of the services in Delaware County are volunteer, except Manchester is a paid service. They are run out of the hospital, and that is their job, is to be on call in the ER and run with the ambulance.
And so as a volunteer, if you're not on a schedule or you're not being paid for certain hours, how are you notified when your assistance is needed?
We all carry pagers or radios. Greeley actually carries like radios similar to a walkie-talkie, that if it's set on page, you only get notified when your department is paged, or you can possibly open it up if you want to and listen to everything that's going on in the county, and then you would hear when other towns are getting paged as well. But then when that goes off, then we know that we have a call and we respond to the station.
And you also live here in Delaware County?
I do live in Delaware County.
And did you grow up here?
I did grow up in Delaware County as well.
And so are you familiar then with the geographic area and the roads and where different landmarks are?
Yes.
I want to ask you specifically about a call that, and about November 10th, 2018.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach for a quick moment?
All right, not sure why the screen just went, oh, now they're back, okay. That was weird.
I've just been informed that there are individuals observing the trial who are taking photographs with their phones. That is not permissible. Any phone in the courtroom is to be turned off and put away. If photography, videoing, or anything is observed by any non-approved individual, there are obviously members of the media who have been approved, but any other individual who is taking photos or recordings of any sort, if that is observed or it continues, you'll be asked to leave the courtroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, you may continue, Ms. Nichols-Cook. Ms. Pierschbacher, you're very fast.
Slow down.
And I don't blame you. Nobody wants to be the first witness.
Yeah.
So if you can slow down just a little bit.
I will try.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Ms. Pierschbacher, I believe we were getting ready to start talking about November 10th, 2018.
Yes.
Do you remember that day and what you were doing?
Yes. That morning, my husband and I had gone to Cedar Falls to pick up our 3 kids. They had a sleepover with their grandparents the night before. And then as we were coming back from Cedar Falls and traveling north on Highway 38, just about home, my husband did have his pager open, as I'd said, you could, just listening to traffic, and we heard a call from Manchester Ambulance to the Earlville area for what appeared to be a farming accident at that time.
And so when you say he had his pager open, are you saying that it was open to the entire Delaware County
yes,
traffic?
We could hear everything coming across. It's called County Fire. It's the channel that all the fire and EMS are paged on. We didn't necessarily hear what all law enforcement was saying or what anyone else in the county. It was the fire and the EMS paging channel is what he had open.
And you were with your husband, Dave?
Yes, Dave, my husband.
Same last name?
Same last name, yes. David Pierschbacher was his name.
Can you tell me a little bit about Dave and why he had a pager?
He was the fire chief in Greeley. He ran basically the fire side of our service, and at the time I was the EMS officer, which put me in charge of the EMS side of our service, but it was basically one combined service. So yes, we were both members of Greeley Fire and Ambulance. We both carry pagers. His happened to be open to the Delaware County channel at that point in time. Mine was closed to just page.
And do EMTs normally work together in twos or in pairs?
Our protocols is that you always go with at least two. You never leave the station without two. And since we are an EMT service, one of those two must be an EMT. We do have members of our service who are fire only. We have some people who are EMRs, which means emergency medical responders, which would be the next level below an EMT. There's a couple of skills that EMTs do that EMRs cannot. And we have a few of those, but our protocols are if the ambulance goes, there's a minimum of two people on board, and one of those two must be an EMT.
And was Dave an EMT?
He was as well, yes.
And it's my understanding he's unable to be here today.
No, he is not here today.
And why is that?
He passed away in 2022.
Okay. So while you were driving back from Cedar Falls, I think you started to say you were listening to traffic and you heard a call. Can you tell us about that call?
We heard it sounded like Manchester Ambulance getting paged for what at that time appeared to be a farming accident. It said that there was a male subject who was transporting a female subject to the hospital along 170th Street, that she had been hit by forks, and that Manchester was paged out to intercept with them. But also at some point it was said that the original location was somewhere near Earlville, because I remember Dave asked me, why is Manchester responding to Earlville? And I said, I don't know.
Was that unusual?
Not kind of. Usually Earlville would have taken that area, but we didn't know, were they out on another call or something else? There are circumstances where different ambulances cover different territories.
And is Earlville also a volunteer?
They're also volunteer.
Okay. And did you have any impression or recollection of what the demeanor was while you were listening to this radio traffic from dispatch?
I just remember everything just seemed very confusing. We were just listening to the traffic, and we heard Manchester Ambulance go en route, and we heard them continue to ask dispatch for a location, and that they said that they were coming in on 170th Street, and then at some point we heard them say that the subject had stopped so that they could start CPR on the female victim, that they were somewhere along the road on 170th Street. So Manchester Ambulance headed in that direction. And so we were still continuing north on Highway 38 from Delaware to Greeley. And at some point, Manchester Ambulance was continuing to ask for more directions, or how far out are they? And they really weren't getting any information. And then Manchester Ambulance asked dispatch to page first responders. And that's when Dave and I said, oh, that's us. We need to get to the station, because we even flipped on our blue light, our light that we use to respond to situations, and we started heading right for the station, thinking that it was us getting paged and we had to get there. And then dispatch actually paged Manchester first responders. So we're like, oh, but we were already at the station at that point, so we just waited for a minute to see what would happen.
And for those of us that didn't grow up in Delaware County, how close is Manchester and Greeley, or along 170th Street?
Along 170th Street. 170th Street, it's also known as the Oneida Blacktop. It is a long road, I don't know, probably 12 miles, I'd say, between Greeley and Manchester-ish. I know it's 17 to my house, but I live a little bit further than Greeley, so.
At some point, while you and Dave were at the Greeley station, did you prepare to respond or leave the station?
At some point when we continued to hear the voice traffic back and forth of where are they located, how far out, Dave did get on the radio and ask Manchester Ambulance if he would like Greeley to respond from that side of 170th to see if we could find them, and figuring between Manchester and us coming from the two directions, eventually we would run into them at some point. And Manchester Ambulance responded yes. So Dave and I got in the ambulance and took off, and we radioed to Manchester that we were en route. We radioed to Manchester Dispatch that we were en route.
Okay. And so is it a fair characterization that the people needing help were somewhere on 170th Street? The Manchester Ambulance left from the hospital in Manchester, and then you left from Greeley.
Went from Greeley.
And you guys, did you eventually meet?
At some point we were going to meet up. We actually found the victim first. They ended up being very close to Greeley, actually. They had not gotten as close to Manchester as we had thought they had maybe gotten. We actually found them just south of Greeley, 2.5 miles, at kind of the intersection of 38 and 170th.
Great. What did you see when you got to that intersection?
When we got to the intersection, the first thing we noticed is the flashing lights from the deputies' cars. At that point, the deputies had arrived. We had just passed that location a few minutes before, but didn't notice anything. Now we saw the flashing lights, and so we're like, that's where it is, and we radioed to Manchester where we were. We went to turn into the driveway, and one deputy ran to the road to meet us to make sure that we saw them and that we knew that's where we were going. So we pulled into the driveway. It was a driveway of a home that was under construction at the time. So there was nobody who lived there, and the driveway was very rocky and muddy. It was under construction. And so when we pulled in, we could see a deputy was performing chest compressions on the female victim, and there was a forklift nearby for the construction of the home. And so after being paged that we had heard somebody hit by forks, I was still thinking bale spears from a tractor, and then I started to think, oh, that forklift was somehow involved in this incident. And so Dave and I pulled the ambulance over as we pulled into the driveway to the left to get out of the way for the other approaching ambulances. I went directly to the victim to relieve the deputy who was giving compressions, and Dave got the equipment out of the ambulance, the Lucas device and the AED.
Okay.
And then he met me at the victim a few seconds later.
And if I missed this, did you know who was building that house or whose property you were on?
I did know whose property we were on. It's the property of Brian and Rachel Krogman.
Okay. And you mentioned that from the radio traffic and from the dispatch statements that you thought you were going to a tractor baling fork accident.
That's what I thought.
For those of us that aren't farmers, a baling fork, a larger item?
It's a large attachment that goes on the front of a tractor to move large round bales.
Okay. And did you have any concerns about a patient being transported by their family towards the hospital?
No.
And why is that?
Because it's common in our area. We're very rural. We all know what the transport times are and what the response times are. I know just for our own department, our goal is from the time of the page to be at the patient within 10 minutes. And I think the community knows that too. So, and I know a lot of people kind of think, well, I can be at the hospital in 10 minutes. And so, no, it is not unusual for a family member to just take a loved one on their own, thinking that they could probably get there faster than waiting.
And in your 25 years of being an EMT, have you responded to other farming type of accidents?
Yes. It's not uncommon in the area. It happens. It's a farming community.
Okay. circling back to what you saw when you were in the driveway, can you describe the patient and what you did next?
As I approached the patient was lying on her back. One of the deputies was doing chest compressions. I observed she was wearing, it appeared to be heavy chore-type clothes, like a thick Carhartt coat. Underneath was a thick hooded sweatshirt. I believe I said she was lying on her back on the gravel driveway. Her head was turned slightly to the right, and her face, the right side, was covered with blood and a brown substance that appeared to be vomit, and the vomit was coming from her nose and her mouth. It was on the right side of her face, and it was also caked in her hair.
Okay. And what was the first thing you did when you reached the patient?
I took over compressions for the deputy.
Why did you do that first?
Because 2 minutes is about the limit that anyone can do good chest compressions. It's just standard that you try to relieve a compressor within 2 minutes if possible, just because after that fatigue starts to set in and then the compressions aren't always as effective. I had no idea how long he had been doing compressions. I was guessing probably longer than 2 minutes at that point, so I was trying to relieve him and get a fresh person on her until we could get the other equipment in place.
And when you started chest compressions, were you doing them over the sweatshirt or over the coat?
The coat was open, but I continued to do compressions over the sweatshirt.
Okay. And did you observe any other obvious injuries or wounds?
No, not at that time.
And were you expecting to see something else?
Well, I was picturing getting hit by bale forks. I was expecting to see very large wounds somewhere and that I was not seeing. And so I was confused as to how the bale forks came into this picture, because I wasn't seeing the massive trauma that I was expecting to see that I would expect bale forks to cause.
And did you know who the deputies were at the scene?
One was Deputy Thompson and one was Deputy Hollub.
Okay. Did you guys have a conversation or exchange information about what had happened?
We just started talking. I do know at one point when I started compressions and I asked what happened, one of the deputies told me, I think we are dealing with a fall. And then I'm pretty sure at one point I asked, did this happen here? Because I was still under the impression that that forklift I saw sitting off to the side had somehow been involved in this incident. And then that's when Todd, who was in the background, he said, no, this didn't happen here. This happened at our farm a few miles east of here.
Did you know the identity of your patient at the time?
At that point, no, I did not.
Okay. Did anybody else from the Greeley EMT team respond?
Eventually, there was a third Greeley person who got to the scene of the patient, Steve Engelken. As I took over compressions, I did ask the deputy to page Greeley for more help, because at that point our pagers had not tripped yet. It was just Dave and I. I knew we had other people close by that we could probably get there faster even than Manchester ambulance could, if they would just be paged. And the deputy asked for Greeley to be paged, and the dispatch replied with, Greeley's already on scene, they don't need to be paged. And so we asked again to have them paged for more help, and then Greeley was paged. By the time most of the responders responded, Manchester had already gotten there. So Steve Engelken is another member of our service who did get to the patient. I believe he got there at roughly the same time that Manchester ambulance arrived, okay. But I know he was helping with resuscitation efforts at some point. The rest of the Greeley people arrived, but already saw Manchester ambulance and Greeley ambulance and everyone there, so they stayed on the road and conducted traffic control and did not approach the scene.
Okay. And then you mentioned that Dave got the Lucas device and the AED off the ambulance. Can you tell us a little bit about what a Lucas device is?
A Lucas device is basically an automatic CPR device. There's a board that resembles, I don't know, maybe a snowboard would be the closest comparison I can think of. Has a slight curve to it. It goes under the patient's back, like from armpit to armpit, and then there's another U-shaped device that comes down and clips over top of that, and then from that device there's a plunger that goes down onto the patient's chest, and then once it's turned on, the plunger does the compressions for you, so then the manual compressions are no longer an issue and we don't have to worry about rescue or fatigue. The Lucas just keeps going with good quality compressions.
Okay. And so And then how is an AED different?
The AED is an automatic external defibrillator. That is the part that actually attaches to the person's chest and shocks the heart to try to get it back into rhythm.
Okay. And what did you do? What did you guys do first?
Once Dave got to us with both of those devices, the first thing we did is attach the AED. At that point, we pulled the victim's sweatshirt up and we attached the two pads. The pads go upper right, lower, and then on the right side, and then on the rib, lower rib on the left side. So we attached the pads, we turned it on, it analyzed, and then an AED is looking for a certain cardiac rhythm before it will issue a shock. So as it analyzed, we stopped our compressions and let it analyze, which is protocol. And then the first time it analyzed, it said no shock advised, which meant it did not pick up that shockable rhythm. Continue CPR, so we continued CPR.
Okay. And when you pushed your patient's clothing up, did you make any observations about other injuries?
Yeah, we looked, as we lifted up her shirt, we were looking for some other things to see because I was still trying to figure out how this injury happened. There was what appeared to be possibly a slight bruise on the right rib cage. At that point, it was very faint. We thought maybe it was a bruise, but we weren't 100% sure. And then there was also a mark above her right breast that looked possibly like a very small puncture wound, but again, we weren't 100% sure what we were looking at. We saw something there, but were not able to determine what had caused that. So we made note of it in our report.
Did you observe anything, any injuries on her face area?
Again, possibly a slight bruise on the right side that was noted in the report. Again, at the time that we saw her, it appeared very faint. We thought it was possibly a bruise, but we were not 100% sure. So again, we noted it in the report.
Okay. After you set up the AED, did you then do the Lucas device?
Yes. Once we did the first analyzing with the AED and said no shock advised, continue CPR, I continued manual chest compressions, and then Dave and the deputy started setting up the Lucas device. Dave started and the deputy assisted with getting everything in place. I continued manual compressions until the Lucas was in place and could start.
Okay. And you were able to utilize the Lucas to do chest compressions?
Yes. And then once it was in place, we turned it on and the Lucas took over chest compressions.
What did you do after that?
Then I went back to the ambulance to get the airway bag to secure an airway and to start breathing for the patient. So I brought the airway bag back to the patient, opened it up. I took out a King LT. That was the intubation device preferred at the time, and so that's what I took out. At the time that I had gotten that out, then that's when Manchester arrived on scene.
Okay.
I apologize for the interruption, but could we have a quick sidebar?
Sure.
So it's so odd that they go dark when they have a sidebar. Right? Very interesting. All right, so we're listening to the first witness. Oh, and there's the gallery. I think those are his kids, the far left. I think that's Tristan, the oldest one. See him, the far left behind the woman's hair right there? That has to be the kids, right? I mean, this was like 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. Yeah, I think those are the kids there. That's his brother there. I'm pretty sure that guy in the dark shirt, that's his brother. Mike, I think, yeah, that's Mike. I think that's Mike Mullis, I believe, in the black shirt. If I remember correctly, I think that's his brother.
Again, folks, I want to be crystal clear that unless you are an approved member of the media, there is to be no photography, recording, social media posting, or any recording of any kind of this proceeding. I am aware that there is a specific individual in this courtroom who has posted photos on a social media site from this trial this morning. It is only because I cannot ascertain specifically if that photo or those photos were posted before or after my preliminary warning that individual is not already being removed from the courtroom by a deputy. If there are any further posts, the individual will be removed, as will any others. We will not have this proceeding derailed by members of the public who are not following the restrictions on recording, photography, and the rules of this court. My apologies to the witness and to counsel. I hope we have no further interruptions. Ms. Pierschbacher, again, if you can try to slow down. I think you just get faster and faster. Okay. All right. Ms. Nichols-Cook, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pierschbacher, maybe act like we're high schoolers, I guess, and we don't listen the first time and just go slow for us. But we were talking about an airway bag, and could you help us all understand a little bit about what you were using? I think we've all seen mouth to mouth, and so tell me about the airway bag.
Okay, so our airway bag specifically carries all of the equipment that we would need if a patient were to have a breathing problem. There is an oxygen tank in that airway bag. There is also it's called an AMVU bag. It's the bag that you put over their mouth and squeeze to help ventilate them. That we carry in there. There is also nasopharyngeal airways, which go into the patient's nose, and oral airways, which are hard airways that go into the patient's mouth that are used to hold the tongue out of the way. Those airways are used for a patient who is still semi-conscious and would have a gag reflex, who would not tolerate anything down their throat. In this particular case, we used a King LT, which is a long tube that is inserted into the patient's mouth, and it goes into their trachea, and there are 2 balloons that blow up to hold it into place, and then there's a small opening at the top that ambu bag I was talking about. If you take the mouthpiece off, the round tip goes right onto the top of the King airway, and then we can ventilate directly into the patient's lungs. So that is what I was getting the airway bag, and that's what we had decided was our best option for that patient at that time.
Okay. And was your patient responsive at all?
No.
And in order to insert the tube then into your patient, did you have to do anything with her mouth or her nose?
Yes. So when I inserted the tube, what I did is I positioned myself at her head so that she was directly in front of me. I was at the top of her head. Other people were still working on doing things with her. I was kneeling on the ground above her head, and then what I do to insert is I reach through and I grab her lower jaw and her tongue, and I lift it up to pull the tongue out of the way and to open her mouth. And then with my other hand, I take the tube and insert it into her airway, and then we have a syringe that then blows up those balloons to hold that tube into place.
Okay. Earlier you mentioned that the right side of your patient's face had blood or maybe a vomit substance.
Yes.
Was that still present when you were inserting the tube?
It was still present, and before the tube was inserted, we used a suction device to suction her mouth clean and clear so that we could get the tube in without getting any extra debris into her airway.
Okay. Would getting debris in her airway be harmful to your efforts to get her breathing?
Well, it could, because then it would be basically like aspirating whatever that was, and then it would just cause further problems for the patient down the road.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that as you were working to do this, the Manchester paramedics arrived.
Yes, the Manchester crew arrived because at first when they arrived, we filled them in on the situation and told them what we had done so far and what we knew. And then I actually backed off on the airway for a moment just because at that time it was their scene to control. And I just said, we're about to insert an airway. And then that's when they said, well, you are an EMT, you can do that skill, right? And I said, yes, I can. And then they said, please do help us. And so we stayed on scene and continued to help them as they were doing what they were doing.
And in addition to suctioning out the mouth and the nose, did you also have to move her face or handle, wipe things off of her?
I don't remember if we did any wiping. I do know we did have to suction, and then her head was turned slightly to the right, so we would have pulled her head back to center to make it easier to insert that tube.
Okay. After you inserted the airway tube, what do you remember doing next?
At that point, then we hooked up the airway bag, and I started to ventilate for her. The ventilations were going in harder than I expected them to. I was feeling some resistance, which is not normal. But at that time, that's when we were getting ready to move the patient. They had brought a sheet from one of the ambulances, and so the way that we lifted her that day is we did something called a log roll, where we roll the patient onto her side, put the sheet under her, pull it back out from the other side, and now she's laying on a sheet instead of on the bare ground, and then we're able to use that sheet to lift her and get her onto the cot and into the ambulance. So the sheet was the method that we used that day to get her up onto the cot and loaded. So at the time I got the airway in place was the time that we rolled her, got her onto the sheet, and moved her towards the ambulance. I was ventilating the whole way to the ambulance. When we got to the ambulance, I did tell the paramedic, please check this airway. There's more resistance than there should be. Make sure I got it right. And then I handed the airway bag off to one of the Manchester personnel, and they continued care to Manchester.
Did you know any other injuries during that log roll procedure?
During the log roll procedure, I did not see any other injuries myself. As the patient was rolled, I moved with her face to continue to give ventilations. I did hear one of the Manchester responders say, "We have a through and through," when they saw her back. I personally never saw her back at the scene. I don't know what it looked like, but I did hear one of the Manchester responders make that comment.
Did you note any other injuries to her mouth, a cut, or anything like that?
No.
And in your experience, is the act of performing CPR or using a Lucas device a traumatic event to the body?
It can be, yes.
Was your care ending then as the patient was loaded into Manchester's ambulance?
Yes, that is where our care of the patient ended. We handed off to Manchester. Shortly after Manchester ambulance arrived on scene, so did Manchester first responders because they were paged out after. So between those two crews, they got enough people in the back of the ambulance to continue care all the way to Manchester. So it was Manchester's full ambulance crew. And then I believe a couple of their first responders who came out in the first responder rig also went back with them to be extra hands to help with resuscitation. So we were not needed to go in the ambulance with them. They had enough people.
Okay. And at some point, do you learn the patient's name?
Yes. As we were loading her into the ambulance, one of the Manchester responders or ambulance members said, "We need a name and a birth date for the victim." And then that's when we asked, "What is her name and birth date?" And that's when we learned it was Amy Mullis. Up until that point, I didn't realize who we were working on.
Had you met Amy Mullis before November 10th, 2018?
Yeah, we were acquaintances. Amy's and Todd's daughter was in gymnastics with my daughter, so we would see each other at gymnastics events, and they also attended the same church as us.
Did you realize the individual providing information to you during your care was Todd Mullis?
I did not realize that either at the time. It was out of context. I was used to seeing him together with the family, and this was out of context. So no, I did not place that. That was Todd as well.
Can you describe Todd's demeanor while you were on the scene?
From what I observed, he seemed to be kind of anxious, nervous. He seemed to be pacing in the background. He wasn't interfering with resuscitation efforts at all, but he was close by to provide information as we would need it. As if we would start to talk about something or ask something, he would respond right away with information he had or knew. But yeah, he was close by enough to give information, was pacing.
Nothing that alarmed you?
No.
I'm sorry, let's start over. Did you also then know Todd and Amy's children?
I did. At that point in time, I knew the younger two children better. Wyatt and Taylor went to church with us. I was their Sunday school teacher for a while. I knew Tristan also at that point from seeing him in church with the family, but I did not know him as well as I knew the younger two.
Did you see Tristan on November 10th, 2018?
Yes, a little bit later. Up until that point, I had not noticed him. After Amy was loaded into the ambulance and Manchester took off for the hospital, we turned to start getting our stuff picked up, and that's when I realized Tristan was there as well. He was standing back a lot further than Todd. There was a trailer attached to the pickup that they had been using to try to get Amy to the hospital, and he was on the back side of the trailer.
Okay. After the Manchester ambulance left, what did you and the other Greeley EMTs do?
Because some of the Manchester first responders had left in the ambulance service, or in the Manchester ambulance, that left a couple of their first responder vehicles unmanned. So our other responder, Steve, who was on scene, he actually helped Manchester to get the rest of their vehicles back to their station. Dave and I took the ambulance and we followed to Manchester because our Lucas device was still being used in resuscitation efforts. And so we said we would just follow and wait for it to be done to get it back. So we proceeded to Manchester. We stopped at the fire station we stopped at Manchester Fire Station to pick our other responder, Steve, up, because that's where they keep their first responder vehicles after he helped them drop those off. And then the three of us proceeded to the hospital to wait for the Lucas.
Okay. When you got to the hospital, where did you go?
We just went into the common area in the ER, the hallways. We were just planning to hang out in a corner and try to stay out of the way until things were done.
And did you observe Todd Mullis or any of the other family there as well?
Todd, I believe, was there and had a friend with him, and they were in kind of the family waiting room. They had a special waiting room, not the general public waiting room that everyone goes into. There's a separate one back in the ER for family to wait in, and so he was in there with a friend.
Okay. Did medical staff approach you and Dave or Steve?
One of the RNs came up to us as soon as we got there and
calls for hearsay.
What did you and Dave do after you interacted with medical staff?
We waited. Dave we would take turns waiting in the family room with Todd. Dave spent most of the time in there. I went in, I believe, once for a couple of minutes.
Right here. And were you asked to go in? Were you instructed or informed that you needed to go into the waiting room?
Objection, calls for hearsay, or relies on hearsay testimony.
Your Honor, it's been offered to show what she did and why she did it.
Overruled. The witness can answer.
We were told to make sure Todd was not left alone and to make sure one of us was with him at all times.
Hearsay again asks that the objection precede the response, Your Honor.
Overruled. The answer will remain in the record.
In your 20 plus years of experience as an EMT, has that ever happened to you before?
No.
Did you make any observations of Todd's demeanor while you were in the waiting room or at the hospital?
It was similar to on scene. He appeared anxious to me, was pacing.
At some point, were you able to not stay in the family waiting room any longer?
Another RN came in.
Are you familiar with former Sheriff LeClaire?
I am.
Did you see him at the hospital on November 10th?
I did.
Did you speak with him or see him speak to anybody?
I did not.
Calls for a hearsay response again, Your Honor.
I didn't ask what was said, Your Honor.
I did not speak to him myself. I did observe he and Dave speaking to each other.
And since Dave was a fire chief in the county, was that unusual or alarming?
No.
Okay. At some point, were you able to retrieve your equipment and depart Manchester Hospital?
Yes. At some point when the Lucas device was finished being used, we got it back and then we left and returned to Greeley's fire station.
Okay. Did you respond to any other EMS calls that day?
We did have another EMS call later that night.
Okay. Did that take you back to the Regional Medical Center in Manchester?
Yes, we transported that patient there as well.
Okay. Did you ever learn that there was concerns or instructions to complete your report in a certain way?
When we returned back for that second EMS call that night, we were actually with Edgewood crew at that time. Edgewood was the transporting service. They needed extra help, so Dave and I both ended up being in the back with the patient on the way in. When we got to the hospital, I stayed in the rig and started cleaning everything up. Dave and the rest of the Edgewood crew members actually delivered the patient into the ER. When Dave returned to the ambulance after dropping the patient off, he told me that...
Your Honor, hearsay within hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me try to rephrase a little bit there. Did you complete a report about the service call regarding Amy Mullis?
I did.
And did your husband, Dave Piersbacher, contribute to that report?
He did.
Did your colleague, Steve Ingleton, also contribute?
He did.
Okay. And did you have an understanding that you need to take some extra care or caution when writing your report?
Yeah, most reports are completed thoroughly, though I usually I always make a point that every report is completed thoroughly.
And at some point, did you learn that Amy's death was being investigated as a murder?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall when you learned that?
That evening at the ER.
Okay. I've got a copy of your report here marked as Exhibit 216. If we can show that to you to make sure we have the right report. We'll try to get it on the screen there for you. Ms. Pure-Clark, have you had an opportunity to look at Exhibit 216?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be the report that you wrote and submitted regarding?
It appears to be.
And can you tell the date that you submitted this report?
I'm not sure it's on this front page, but if I remember correctly, it was November 13th.
And so that would have been just a couple of days after you responded to the call? And I think you just said you submitted it. Can you tell us a little bit about what that means? Like, how do you submit it? Where does it go?
The system that we use for EMS reporting is called Image Trend. We all go in and it's what every EMS service uses. We complete the report and then it stays open, and when we are satisfied that it is done, we hit lock and submit, and it is locked and submitted, and then it uploads to the state database, and at that point then it is considered submitted. Okay.
And after you submitted your report here in Exhibit 216, did law enforcement ever talk to you about your observations from November 10th or your report?
No.
Did anybody from the Delaware County Attorney's Office talk to you about it?
No.
And I apologize, I said law enforcement earlier, specifically Delaware County Sheriff. Did anyone talk to you? The Iowa DCI?
No.
Okay. And have you ever spoken to anybody from the Iowa Attorney General's office about the substance of your report?
No.
Okay. And were you aware, or are you aware now, that Todd Mullis was charged with Amy's murder and tried and convicted of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And then we'll flip to Exhibit 215 and have you identify that for us.
Yeah, this is an affidavit.
So 215 is an affidavit that you signed regarding November 10th.
Yes.
And my copy is a little faint, so maybe yours is a little better, but is it dated in 2023?
I believe so. I don't see the signature page on my screen, but I believe that's when it was.
We'll scroll for you.
Yes, 2023.
And prior to this affidavit in 2023, did you speak with any attorney representing Mr. Mullis?
No.
Any private investigators or anybody talk to you?
No.
Was there anything about Todd's behavior or demeanor on November 10th that was alarming to you or caused you concern?
No.
Your Honor, if I could have one moment, and then I think we already have an agreement to admit 215 and 216, but I would formally move to admit those exhibits. One or two more. I apologize. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Piersbacher, while you were on the scene that day providing care and waiting at the hospital, did you ever observe any or hear anything that caused you to think that Ms. Mullis's injuries were not an accident?
No.
Okay. And I know you said earlier that it's not uncommon for there to be farming accidents, and so can you expand a little bit on that, like what types of accidents you have responded to over the years?
Your Honor, I am going to object on the grounds of beyond the scope of the lay witness's testimony. She's not a certified expert, and it's her testimony as to other incidents are relevant for her insight and for purposes of this proceeding.
Sustained. Let me re-ask that. Have you responded personally as an EMT to other farming accidents?
Yes.
And have those included things like falls?
Yes.
And onto whether it's a farm implement or a fork or some other tool?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is irrelevant. It's both beyond the scope, not an expert, and simultaneously leading.
Your Honor, I'm asking for her personal experience. I'm not asking for an expert opinion.
Yes, we have been called to emergencies that involved farm implement, and we have been called to emergencies where people have fallen. We've been called to emergencies where people have been trapped. Yeah, there's several different types of farming emergencies that happen.
Okay. One last question is, do you have any recollection of the weather on November 10th? It's winter in Iowa, but other than that, do you have anything?
It was very cold. I remember it was very cold, very bitter. I believe there was like a skiff of snow on the ground at the time.
Okay. Nothing further from me, Your Honor.
Counsel, any objection to exhibits 216 and 215?
Your Honor, no objection to the inclusion of 216, but we would object to the inclusion of Exhibit 215. As it is hearsay, includes hearsay within hearsay as well, and is inadmissible. I believe it also predates the filing of this case and therefore was not made as a part of the record for any sort of consistency.
216 is admitted. Counsel, did you want to respond to the objections 215?
Yes, Your Honor. I think there might be some confusion. I guess it was my impression the state didn't have any objections to 215, but additionally, it's a part of the original post-conviction relief application filing in this matter. Ms. Piersbacher has identified it, and I can ask her some additional questions as far as where the information comes from in it. But I do believe it's an admissible document that this court should consider.
To the extent it was identified as an attachment, I guess, to the petition, it's there. The court will consider it in that fashion. Generally, I'm not going to admit affidavits, though, of witnesses who are here to testify. So 215 is not going to be admitted as a separate exhibit. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Kirschbacher.
Good morning.
At the time of Ms. Mullis's death, you had been an EMT or volunteer firefighter for about 20 years. Is that fair to say?
Just shy of that, yes.
And since then, obviously, you are still a volunteer.
Correct.
On the day in question, you were dispatched around 11 minutes after noon, right?
Yes.
And you arrived somewhere around 12:14, 3 minutes later.
Yes.
According to your report, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 216, you reached Ms. Mullis, or Amy Mullis, for an assessment at 12:15, right?
I believe if that's what it says in the report, then yes.
And the Lucas device that you explained earlier was placed a minute later.
Yes, if that's what it says.
And at that time, you left Ms. Mullis's body, ceased compressions, and went back to the ambulance, right?
I did, because compressions were being taken over by the Lucas device.
So you didn't visualize her during that period of time?
I did not.
And you didn't administer the AED shock at 12:17 either, did you?
Whoever was running the AED did at that point. That's the time that it was shocked.
And I believe if we turn to directing your attention to what is page 4 of Exhibit 216, I believe it references that David Kirschbacher was the one who placed that AED shock, right?
That is possible. Yeah, I don't have that page in front of me, but if that's what it says, then that's what happened.
And 1 minute later, Manchester Ambulance took over the care of and administered the life-saving efforts for Ms. Mullis, right?
Yes, once they arrived, yes.
So the entirety of your interaction spanned about 3 minutes.
Probably, yes.
And for the portion of those 3 minutes, you weren't actually with Ms. Mullis the whole time, were you?
Not the entire time, no.
And according to your report, as has already been admitted, you didn't see the injuries in question, right?
I did not.
And you didn't observe the full extent of any puncture wounds, right?
I did not.
You don't document any direct references to Todd Mullis in your report, do you?
No.
You never once reference Tristan Mullis in your report, right?
Correct.
And you were familiar with them, as you mentioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because your focus was actually on Amy Mullis and preventing her or administering life-saving care.
Correct.
So what we do know from your report is that you'd agree that she had bruising documented to her face.
Yes.
And you didn't actually note anything about her hands in question, correct?
No.
In fact, based upon your examination, you had no reason to check her hands, fair?
We did not.
So you can't say whether or not she had any injuries to her hands, right?
That is correct.
Nor could you say that she has any injuries to her legs or feet, right?
No. Those, that was removed by Manchester Ambulance. They cut the rest of her clothing off of her when they took over care, so that's why that is not in my report, because that was under their care.
So directing to your specific interactions with Amy Mullis on this day, you administered manual compressions.
I did.
And you placed the King airway device, right?
I did.
Tube. How long or how many tubes have you placed, would you say?
Over the years.
Can we get a little, I'm sorry, objection, a little foundation as to like a time period? Are you talking the entire 20 years or?
Sure. In a general sense, without holding you to any specific number, over your 20 years' time at that point, how many airway devices had you placed? How many tubes?
At that point, well, those were
relatively new at the time. I mean, we haven't had those in the entire 20 years that I had been an EMT, but I placed a dozen.
So you were fairly experienced or aware of how to place them?
Yes.
And to be fair, those don't come into contact with a patient's lips or anything like that specifically, right?
No, mostly it's my hand that comes in contact with her face or her lips as I'm moving her face out of the way to put the tube in.
And in this instance, Manchester Ambulance is the one who was doing the suctioning, not you, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So you weren't applying any force with an outside suction, right?
No.
And do you recall or have any reason to believe you caused an injury to her lips yourself?
No.
And generally, when you place a King Airway tube specifically, do you cause injuries to the patients you place them or administer them to?
I have not heard of that.
And in your instance, that hasn't happened, right?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So you don't have any reason to believe that she would have caused any damage to Amy Mullis's face or mouth or otherwise, right?
No.
And you didn't ride with her to the hospital either, did you?
I did not.
So your care or interactions with Amy Mullis ended at 12:18 or so?
Yes. Whatever time she was loaded in the ambulance, that's when my interaction with her stopped.
And so your total interaction with Amy Mullis would have been 3 minutes, right?
Probably, yes.
In your report, you don't call it a farming accident, though, do you?
What did I reference it as? What did I put in my narrative?
I believe when you were dispatched, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that, like you said earlier, you believed that a woman had been hit by forks, right?
Yes, that's what it was dispatched as.
You don't mention a forklift, though, do you?
No.
And you don't mention any bale spears, right?
Nope.
So overall, you had no reason to believe or any reason to look into the cause of Miss Mullis's injuries, did you?
Just to ask what had happened, and again was told we weren't sure. We thought we were maybe dealing with a fall, was the answer that we got on scene.
Is it safe to say that the family members who are noted in your report, that would be Todd Mullis?
Yes. I believe I just referenced family members in general, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it would have been reported as an unknown incident to you, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't referenced as an accident by Mr. Mullis. Fair?
No.
I'm going to object at that point as asked and answered and beyond this witness's testimony.
Overruled. The answer will remain in the record.
That was it, yes?
Sorry, could you please re-ask that question?
So Mr. Mullis had never referred to it as an accident or otherwise to you, right?
No. It was very confusing. We were trying to figure out what had happened. As you said, the 3 minutes that I was with her, we were trying to see if we could resuscitate her. So that was our primary cause. In my mind, I was running over what could have happened, but our primary focus was to get her back, get a heartbeat and breathing.
So your job wasn't to look into what caused the incident in question?
We asked the questions to help us figure out what we're dealing with. But in this case, it was very confusing. Nobody really knew. So we focused just on what we could see and took care of that.
So we've referenced your report extensively, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 216. Who do you submit that report to?
I believe it goes to the Iowa Department of Health.
So it doesn't go to any specific agency for inclusion, right?
No, it gets uploaded to the state.
And I believe you've previously referenced the National Emergency Medical Services Information System? Mm-hmm. Fair?
Yes.
Is that also called NMSIS?
Yes.
And for NMSIS, do you know who that goes to?
I do not.
So is it safe to say that you've never in your 25 years checked into where that goes, right?
No. I do know that when our service gets inspected every 3 years by the state, the Iowa Department of Public Health comes out and they do have access to all of those reports, and they have all of our information on when reports were filed and in what a timely manner, and that is checked into them. So I do know that at that point, the Iowa Department of Public Health Emergency Services Agency, who keeps track of the EMS services, they have those reports.
And so those reports don't actually go to anyone other than the state agency designated to receive them, right?
As far as I know.
And in that case, the NMSIS program is actually administered at the federal level. Fair?
I believe so.
So that data is not being aggregated by, say, the hospital in Delaware County.
I don't know.
You have never provided the report specifically to a hospital in Delaware County, right?
Not that final report, no.
Did you provide any other version of a report to a healthcare provider in this case?
Yes.
And so that would be documented in the medical records or referenced otherwise?
It should be in Manchester's report that they received ours. What we usually do is when we get on scene, we don't pull out our computers and do the final report there. We have handwritten notes and we pull off the top sheet and it goes with the patient. So in this case, when we handed off the patient to Manchester, our top sheet of notes went with her, with Manchester, to become part of their report.
And that's because it was Manchester who was in charge of her transport to the hospital?
Because they transported her, yes.
And in charge of handing over care to the hospital emergency room?
Correct.
So that wasn't you in this
We did not hand her over to the emergency room. No, we did not. We handed her over to Manchester Ambulance Service.
But on scene, you talked to Todd Mullis, correct?
Yes. Well, in passing, he was in the background giving answers. I did not specifically talk to him one-on-one.
You also confirmed some of the details with the deputies, yes?
Yes.
And so in question, you were also known to the Mullis family, weren't you?
I believe so. Somewhat more so Amy and the younger two kids at that point in time.
Because you went to the same church and your families interacted,
yeah.
right?
Yes.
So at that point, Todd Mullis and you were already familiar?
In passing, as an acquaintance.
Ultimately, it's safe to say you can't actually explain the full extent of Amy Mullis's injuries that she sustained that day, right?
No, I cannot.
And you can't describe the extent of the location of where her injuries were seen?
No.
And your report would only document the injuries that would already be noted in her medical records or by other care staff, right?
Objection. Beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge. There's been no foundation laid that she's ever seen medical records from a hospital related to Ms. Mullis.
Kelly, can you read me the question? I'm sorry.
Your report would only document the injuries that would already be noted in the medical records or by other care staff, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm happy to rephrase, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
You mentioned earlier that the extent of the injuries would have gone to Manchester Ambulance, right?
Correct.
And that Manchester Ambulance would have provided that information also to the hospital, correct?
Yes, they should have. Yes, I assume they did.
And that's because they ultimately transferred care to the emergency room, right?
Correct.
So the bruising on Amy Mullis's face or the puncture wounds to her body or any other documented injuries would primarily be noted by her medical records or by that staff. Is that fair?
Possibly.
Because you would have provided or noted the same injuries that were noted by Manchester Ambulance, right?
No. Objection, Your Honor. I think the question is asking this witness to say what Manchester paramedics did or what's in the Manchester reports, which she has not seen or nor did she write. So this is an improper question and asks for speculation.
Sustained.
After you responded for those three and provided those 3 minutes or so of care, did you have any other interaction with Amy Mullis?
No.
You did not provide the report to any law enforcement, correct?
No.
And you normally would not provide those reports to law enforcement,
Not
right?
unless asked.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Pierce-Bacher, law enforcement knew you were on the scene.
Correct.
You've been a member of the Delaware County community your entire life.
Correct.
Law enforcement spoke with you while you were providing care.
Yes.
Is it a normal protocol and or is it required by the Department of Public Health that you complete and submit a report?
Yes.
Do you have any obligation to send that report out to the law enforcement you interacted with?
No.
And you mentioned that you would have taken the top sheet of your notes and sent them with the patient. When you describe that, are you describing like a carbon copy where you also kept a copy of those notes? And we talked a little bit earlier about you submitted this report, but it included observations and actions of the other two EMTs from Greeley.
Yes.
Okay. And is that normal protocol for an EMS EMT report?
Yes.
And you were asked about your entire interaction with Ms. Mullis only being about 3 minutes. Is that unusual?
No.
You were asked a little bit about the dispatch and the farming records, and I believe you testified, so I just want to clarify that you heard over your pager, over the radio, and dispatch was calling it a tractor, baling, fork type of accident.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Dave responded from Greeley in part because Manchester was not responding fast enough or could not find the patient. Is that your understanding?
Yes, there was confusion on where exactly the patient was located and how long it would take Manchester to reach them.
Ms. Pierce-Parker, you heard us talk a little bit about your affidavit. Is there anything in your affidavit that you feel it is not accurate or reflective of your experience on November 10th?
No.
Objection relevance, Your Honor. This affidavit's already been excluded.
Item code 822, that's affidavits.
The objection's overruled. The answer will remain in the record.
Did you ever talk to anybody from the state medical examiner's office about Amy Mullis's death?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
None needed, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take a morning recess for about 15 minutes. I'll see you back then.
All right, so we are going to do a little recap here of what we've just seen. So this is Todd Mullis. This is Iowa versus Todd Mullis, and this was the corn rake murder post-conviction relief, right? So he was convicted back in 2019 for stabbing and ending the life of his wife, Amy Mullis, who you see right there. So the opening starts, so the defense is going to go first and then the state, right? So it's kind of the exact opposite of what the state, usually we see in a trial, state has to prove the person did it. In this case, because the defense is bringing this to the court, it's up to, oh, what, you want to go back out? You just came in. Why do you want to go back out? Not very pleasant out there, kiddo. Oh, meow. It's a very rainy, messy day here today, so I don't know why Polly wants to be out, but she wants to be out. All right, so the defense has, I guess, the burden, if you will, to prove their relief in this case. So the defense opened up, and they said Todd always felt that this was an accident. Todd didn't have anything to do with Amy's passing. He didn't believe anyone else did either. He begged his attorneys to investigate that this was an accident, but his attorneys didn't listen to him. They basically ignored him, right? The attorneys didn't talk to any experts. The jury actually, in the opening, they said Todd didn't know what he was talking about. Can you imagine? I mean, what? And we watched that too, and I don't quite remember Oh, you know what? Let me do this. We can stay here. I don't remember. We just watched that too. Well, not just a couple months ago, but I don't remember them saying that Todd didn't know what he was talking about. I do remember them saying that it was not an accident. I do remember that. So Todd, defense is saying Todd didn't agree with this plan, and he asked his attorneys to do the exact opposite. Todd deserves a new trial. The outcome of the trial would have been different should the jury had heard the new evidence. The state withheld evidence. Wow, that's a claim. The state, there's misconduct in how they presented the case and the evidence that they held. Again, those are some bold statements, right? The Google searches by the entire household, not just Todd. Dr. Cruz, in her testimony, they say that was false. I believe that may have been her first. If memory serves me right, I think that may have been Dr. Cruz's first trial or something. Anyway, the court will hear from experts and how all the objective evidence will show it was an accident, that Dr. Cruz was wrong. You'll hear from the defense. So we're actually going to hear from Todd's initial defense team that their strategy was wrong, that the Google search history is exactly what it appears to be, a family searching for random things. And I'm pretty sure those are his kids sitting behind him. I'm pretty sure those are his kids. If the state chose to retry Todd, then a jury deserves to hear the truth. And ultimately, they want to grant Todd a new trial. So that's the whole thing of what's going on here. They want to grant Todd a new trial. Now, the state's opening was very brief. This is a post-conviction relief hearing. Todd agreed on cross. He knew this wasn't an accident. Expert testimony will not be enough. What was shown at trial and upheld on appeal. And they want to deny the post-conviction relief. So now we're hearing from Carrie Bacher, Carrie Pierce Bacher. She is a music teacher, but she was a volunteer EMT. She's an EMT volunteer. She was driving with her husband Dave. They were coming back, I believe she said Cedar Rapids, and she heard a call come in on the pager. She said it was a farming accident, and Dave was a fire chief. Now, he's since has passed away in 2022, so he will not be testifying. But he heard it on the pager, and they decided to, because they were pretty close, so they got there. They heard that a male subject was transporting a female and that she had been hit by forks. So they stopped. They found this location because I guess they were right there. Because the ambulance was asking for more time. Don't forget, this is very rural. This is the middle of America, very rural. You could drive 20 minutes and not see a house. So it's pretty rural out there. So the deputies were there, and they got to the scene, meaning Carrie and her husband. She did see a forklift, and she thought initially that was what caused these injuries, because it's a farming community. So she thought a baling, it was a baling fork on top, in front of the tractor, and it basically just goes around and bales hay, right? So she said it's also common for family members and friends to transport their victims, transport people to the hospital, because if it's 20 minutes away, you're going to get there just as fast as if it takes 20 minutes for the ambulance to come to you and then another 20 minutes. So you might as well just take them in. So she says it's not uncommon. She did say when she got there, Amy was on her back and she had a thick coat and a hooded sweatshirt. Her head was turned to the right side. She said there was some blood and vomit coming from her mouth. And then she took over the compressions. She said the coat was open, but the sweatshirt was still on. She said there was no really visible wounds, but she was expecting to see large wounds because she was thinking it's this baling fork. She didn't realize it was a small corn rake. She said there was a slight bruise on her rib cage. There was her right breast. There was a small puncture wound. She had a bruise on her right side of her face. She said that she heard "we have a through and through," but she didn't see the wounds to Amy's back. She had met Amy before, but she didn't know it was her because she was just so in the mode of getting this woman help and attention. She said that their daughters were in gymnastics together. Then she said she did end up recognizing it was Todd, but again, she saw him out of context. I guess she said she saw him at church. He said his demeanor, he was pacing, he was anxious, but he was giving information. He was close by to give information, but he wasn't acting suspicious. Then they went to the hospital. Todd was there. Carrie was told not to leave Todd alone. Make sure one of them was with him. Sheriff LeClaire was at the hospital too, but he didn't speak to him. Dave did speak to the sheriff. And she was point blank asked, "Did you think that Amy's injuries were an accident?" And she said, "No, they were not consistent with being an accident." Then we heard the hearsay within hearsay. So then Cross, she had been an EMT for 20 years. Before that happened, she still continues to do that. So she was dispatched at 12:11. She arrived at 12:14. She reached Amy at 12:15, and then she was only there for a total of 3 minutes. Let's see. She did not note that this was an accident, or Todd didn't note at this point in time that this was an accident, and she did not supply reports to law enforcement. So that's where we stand right now, while we wait for witness number 2. Witness number 2. So Mel Stiller says, "In my opinion, Amy's injuries didn't quite fit the accident explanation." Oh, Sarcasm, how you doing? Good to see you with us today. Thank you. This is a trial we covered. Aaron and I watched this when it first happened in 2019. Then, because we enjoyed it, we thought it was interesting enough when we were doing rewatches, we did a rewatch of it pretty recently. So that's why I'm interested in this. This is a relief hearing. So we do have. We have it in our playlist. So we do have it in our playlist. Gosh, it was only 4 days. It only lasted 4 days. It's short. Yes, Erin still feels a certain way about it. She feels that he is innocent. Allie B from Tennessee, you feel for Todd's son. Tristan, yeah, he's got 2. I think his whole family's there. I think I saw there's 3 kids, and they seem of that age, you know. All right. Let's see what else you guys talking about. Let's see. Only fan. I try and pay attention, but then when Squeegee comes in, blows my mind at what I missed in his recaps. You have to write this stuff down, you know. If I didn't write it down, I would forget. I'd forget half of what was said. Yeah, Irish Amy, 4 days. Monica, take note. Yeah, I just double checked our playlist. We have this in a playlist, and it was only 4 days. Yeah. Monica, take note. What are they on, day 16? So we pushed Monica off because this trial popped up, and we pushed Monica off until 4. We may have to push her out till 5, but we'll at least do the morning of Monica. We can at least get to the morning. Krista Limited Edition. I wasn't convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. I had a lot of questions about this trial too, you guys. I'll be honest. I honestly did not think he did it, but Sarcasm, thank you. I'll definitely check out the playlist, but I'm going to stay here with y'all right now. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hellcat, taking notes and watching and engaging in chat. Whew. Yep. Thank you, Hellcat. It's a lot, but I enjoy doing it. That's why I'm doing it. Drunky the Bear makes me feel like I'm getting early dementia since I'm watching the same trial and remembering nothing. That's funny. There was an earthquake in British Columbia. Wow, 4.8. Wow. Excuse me, Lily Wayne, so glad you're covering this. I watched the original trial but didn't know about this. Yeah, we didn't know either. Lily Wayne, oh, seriously? Live view just kicked in? Seriously, guys? All right, we're going to put this back on because their live view just kicked in. I hope that doesn't mean they're, well, they still have the scroll going. They're still there, but they kicked in their live view. So let's see. Yeah, because this kind of came out of left field for us. We were covering the Zizians, and then we were going to go over to Monica Cementili, but then this one popped up, so we didn't really have time to make a new thumbnail. So Aaron put this together real quick. So thank you to Aaron for putting together this this quick thumbnail. All right, Curviel. I couldn't totally believe farm accident except for the 6 wounds, only 3 bloody tines, and the part of him muttering under his breath. Yeah, Curviel, I have a real big problem with that 911 call. I have a real big problem because the prosecution showed, they said, this is what he said. And if you had just listened to that in a vacuum, I don't think you would have gotten that die effing bitch or whatever he said. I listened to that a couple times. I did not get what the prosecution was saying that it was. So I have a big problem with the way prosecution presented that 911 call. I think that was power of suggestion. I think that was a big thing. I'm still, I mean, I don't want to cast any shade, but I mean, Tristan had more motive. He had means, he had motive. He went to get a drink a couple of times. He was gone. Nobody was watching where he was. He was angry at his mom. He hung out with his dad a lot. He was 13 years old. I think he was really mad at his mom, you know. And Tristan, if you're watching, again, I'm not saying you did it, but I don't know. It just seems like you may have had more anger at your mom, you know. So did she just fall onto a rake? I don't know. Oh, Brat, you taking off for now? All right. You got to go. All right, cool. Going to the doctors. All right, good luck with that, Brat. Thank you for being with us. Hopefully come back soon. Yeah, Curvio, the camera that suddenly wasn't working in the one area. Yeah, sure, that was sus. I agree with you on that one. That was definitely suspicious. Oh, dude, what are you doing? Okay. All right. Polly comes flying in. What's going on? Sneezing cats? Yeah, Curvio. Kitty was like, the rain wasn't as fun as I thought. No. Capri Law, I hope he gets a new trial. That would be fun to rewatch together. I could go for a new retrial. Yeah. She was basically hanging on therapist, you know. She was on, okay, so this screen door isn't much of a screen door. So she jumps up there, and then I opened the door, and she fell down. So she was like literally hanging on with one arm. Are you okay? I have a feeling she wants some food, so probably going to feed her in a minute. Yeah, I could go for a retrial with him. I think there seems to be enough weirdness going on with the evidence and the prosecution and the sheriff and the medical examiner. I could see, I could see a new trial for him. Aw. Drunky the Bear, although I could watch paint dry with you guys and be entertained. Therapist, you know, Drunky the Polly. That's funny. Poor kitty. I think she's okay. I mean, she's a cat. She's like liquid. I don't even know where she is, but she's liquid. The positions that she gets in, like she'll be on her back and she'll flip around. She'll jump through things upside down. She's a freak. But she's our little freak. Just heard something in the other room. You okay? That was weird. Something just happened. Groovy Cheryl, I'm not even going to read that. That's too many words there. Bills, union, activities, lawsuit. Yikes. That sounds like a real pain in the butt. Yep, Drunky the Bear, I agree, that's a lot. Sarcasm, you have a Tabby, thinks he's part canine. That's funny. Yeah, so those Zizians, they're an interesting group as well. They are an interesting group. We'll keep following them. And Todd, I guess Todd Mullis, it seems like he's going to go a couple days. They're saying, he could. OnlyFan, were you saying that he's pulling up, or somebody there, or Trial Junkies United? Somebody said there was like 40 witnesses he's pulling up. Yep, just shows to go. Yeah, impaling yourself twice on a corn rake. Well, was it definitive that it was a corn rake? That's the question. Did she fall back? Then those could have been nails, could have been the corn rake. I'm not 100% sure it was an accident, though. I'm also not sure it was an accident. I just have too many questions, I guess, right? I just have too many questions. Right, and I guess if you have reasonable doubt, isn't that it? It's better to let 10 people go, how's that go? 10 guilty people go free than to have one non-guilty person go to jail, right? Isn't that the saying? So I had too much reasonable doubt in this one. I do want to see what new evidence they're going to produce. Curviel says, yeah, I don't understand why a corn rake would be laying on the ground, tines up anywhere you are walking or working. Yeah, no way. I don't agree with that either. And then also, if it's hanging on a wall, you would put it tines in. You wouldn't put it tines out because for this very reason, it could fall on you and impale you. Because we used to have rakes and, oh, they're back. Boop, they're back. I grew up basically on a farm as well, and we had all kinds of things that would cause your passing in a heartbeat, sharp things, and you take care of them. You make sure they're pointing in. You make sure they're far away from where they could hurt you. You take care of them just like any other weapon, I suppose. So for it to just be laying on the ground, I think that's pretty suspicious as well. So. Yes, Groovy Cheryl, the position of the corn rake, very good point. Good point, I should say. Curviel, yeah, tines towards the wall, and yeah, they are pretty safe conscious. Agreed. All right, seems like they're coming back in. See you guys on the other side.
Mr. Brown, you look poised maybe to get a witness. Okay.
We are going to call Dr. Cruz, Your Honor. One thing we neglected to do earlier this morning, which we should have done, is to give the court the file of all of our exhibits, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Cruz. You've been called as a witness. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? Yes. Okay. Go ahead and have a seat, please. Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Dr. Cruz.
Good morning.
We have not met, but my name is Tara Thompson. I'm one of the attorneys for Todd Mullis in this case.
Okay.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Kelly Cruz. It's Kellylykrusse.
Your Honor, I may be the only person that's having this problem. I'm criminal control here.
Sure. And I can't see. I'm sorry. There's no light on it. But
If you'd hit the, yeah, perfect. Okay. And Ms. Thompson, your microphone's not on either. There we go. That might help.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that out of the way, Dr. Cruz, you gave testimony in Todd Mullis' trial, criminal trial back in 2019, correct?
correct.
And at that trial, you testified about the autopsy that you performed on Miss Amy Mullis back in 2018, right?
Correct.
And you prepared a report based on the autopsy that you conducted?
Correct.
In your trial testimony at Todd's criminal trial, you gave your opinions about the cause and the manner of Miss Mullis' death?
Correct.
And at that proceeding, you testified that the manner of her death was a homicide?
Correct.
And you testified that it was your opinion that someone struck her with a corn rake and that killed her?
I testified that she had injuries that would be consistent with those caused by the corn rake.
Was someone striking her with the corn rake and that causing her death?
Correct.
Those are opinions that you maintain today, Dr. Cruz, is that right?
Correct.
And you're not here at these proceedings to offer different opinions than the opinions that you've already given in your prior report and your prior testimony?
Correct.
You reached your opinions about the cause and the manner of Miss Mullis' death at the autopsy that you performed on November 12th of 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
And you based your conclusions about the cause and the manner of her death on what you learned at that autopsy, right?
Yes.
Is there any disagreement in your mind or any confusion in your mind that Miss Mullis was found with something called a corn rake that had been impaled in her back and her side?
That's information that has been consistent, so I don't have any reason to not believe that.
And it's also your understanding that after that occurred that she was rushed to the hospital, right?
Yes.
And that it was her husband Todd and her son Tristan who took her to the hospital?
That's what I've been told, yes.
And it's your understanding that they got partway down the road to the hospital when they were met by emergency medical services, people who performed resuscitative efforts on Miss Mullis?
Yes.
And then it's those EMTs that then took Miss Mullis to the hospital?
Yes.
And she died at the hospital at 1:08 a.m.?
I'd have to check the time.
And sorry, I misspoke. She died at the hospital at 1:08 p.m., correct?
I would still like to check the time, but she died at the hospital.
Well, she died at the hospital.
Correct.
After she passed at the hospital, the medical examiner that was covering Delaware County at that time, Dr. Craig Thompson, he called your office?
Yes.
And he told you that he was sending Miss Mullis' body to your office for an autopsy?
Judge, I'm going to object. These questions are all leading.
They are. I guess I appreciate Ms. Thompson moving things along, if that's her intention in using leading questions. But since there's been an objection, if you could rephrase and avoid using the leading questions?
Your Honor, this was the subject of the pretrial motion that the applicant filed, and I do want to be heard on this issue. We filed a pretrial motion about this exact issue. We can take it up at sidebar or with the witness, but we filed a motion about this issue.
Okay.
It's just background information anyway.
Did you want to take it up in a sidebar or just take it up on the record? Obviously, I assume you're referring to the issue of this witness being taken out of order.
I'm not, Your Honor. I apologize because I truly thought this issue was resolved.
Okay. I guess I'll leave it up to you if you'd prefer to take it up in a sidebar or just on the record now.
I don't think it impacts the content of the witness's testimony, so I'm fine for the witness to remain.
Okay.
The motion that we filed addressed a couple of issues. One, that this witness is an agent of the state, and as such, under the rules, I'm allowed to cross-examine her because she's not a hostile person with respect to the witness, but she's hostile for purposes of the rules. This is also relevant to the burden that Mr. Mullis has to prove at this hearing about what her testimony, what the trial would have been like with additional information, and she would have been the state's witness at trial, and she would have been cross-examined by trial counsel. So a cross-examination is appropriate regardless of who is proffering the witness. We certainly are proffering this witness. But the issue of her being an agent of the state alone makes it appropriate for me to lead her.
Any response, Mr.
Judge, this is a witness they're calling regardless of what her position was at the previous trial. These are leading questions. Developing an issue and asking leading questions in some respect is fine, but we're going to be getting into other details relating to Dr. Cruz's opinion. They're calling her as a witness. I think they should be made to follow the rules of evidence, so that's why we're objecting.
Yeah, this is a different situation. I don't think there's been an issue of establishing Dr. Cruz as a hostile witness in any sense. As far as her being an agent of the state, counsel, if you want to lay some foundation to establish again, that agency relationship, something that would support or demonstrate a rationale for treating her as a hostile witness, you may do so. But for now, let's proceed as if she's your witness.
We should approach the side. Your Honor, I'd like to lay some foundation for this issue, but it was my understanding that this was addressed in our motion and that this had been ruled upon. So I don't want to. This is an important issue for us, and that's why we briefed this issue and cited law and cited the statute, which says that a witness that's identified with an adverse party may be treated as hostile. And again, it's not about obviously Dr. Cruz's conduct on the stand, but her identity as the person that she is. I'll ask some questions on this topic, but this is an issue that for Mr. Mullis is important, and that's why we filed the motion that we filed. And we also discussed this at the pretrial conference, Your Honor, which is why, again, I apologize. When we addressed the issue of how the witnesses were going to proceed, it was my understanding this issue had been resolved.
Certainly. And I understand that there was discussion about calling witnesses out of order. And I think that there was clarity in that regard. I don't recall a specific discussion about this particular issue. And I certainly could be wrong. Counsel, maybe you want to chime in here.
If I may, Your Honor.
Certainly, Rule 5.611 sub C for leading questions would not permit them normally on direct examination. And we have hotly contested, I believe, as the court knows, whether or not Dr. Cruz is in fact an agent of the state, because the state for this purposes under Iowa's PCR Act is the Attorney General's office and the criminal justice section. Most of the witnesses, if not all of them, would have been in their concept then a hostile witness and would fall under too broad a scope. Certainly Dr. Cruz has been openly answering the questions and trying to be responsive to them, and certainly there should be no reason to believe she's hostile yet. Now, should a finding of hostility be found later on, then maybe this could change, but the court has no reason to grant that right now, as she is not associated or called by us at this point in time, and the court's pretrial ruling was not in reference to this as it related to the pretrial motions. So the state would resist that finding.
Your Honor, our motion on this topic is at D0290.
Did you say 290?
Is that correct? Yeah,
From
D0290.
From 20. That's the motion to admit deposition testimony, yes?
It addresses other topics as well, which includes being able to lead this witness.
And Your Honor, again, I don't believe that the court ruled on that, and that wasn't pertinent to this at this point in time either.
Since it is just about noon, I think probably the prudent thing to do is take our lunch recess. We will excuse the witness for now. We'll pick up any additional argument on this issue that we need to over the noon hour, and then pick back up with the witness's testimony once it's been resolved and everybody knows where things stand. Dr. Cruz, you may step down. Let's plan on resuming at 1:15. Counsel, if you can, well, why don't we take care of this right now? If that works for you?
Yes, right.
Ms. Thompson, any additional argument that you would like to make?
Well, two things, Your Honor. One is Rule 5.611 is very clear that the issue about leading questions is not just about, I mean, we all understand the classic witness who isn't cooperating in the exam, but that's not what Rule 5.611 speaks to. It speaks to and literally says the court should allow leading questions when a party calls a witness identified with an adverse party. And that is also, as we cited in our motion, what Iowa Code 624.1 says, which allows parties to call agents of public corporations and to treat them as, you know, they are a representative of the adverse party. And we can lay some foundation for this, but it's really it's really undisputed that this witness is an employee of the state of Iowa. There is evidence in the record that she was being advised by Scott Brown as to her conduct in the pre-trial litigation of this post-conviction matter, taking advice and direction from the Attorney General's office about how to respond to the issues in this case. There's no question that she's identified with an adverse party, and so it's not about whether she responds to the questions in an appropriate way. It's simply that she is a person who is associated with an adverse party by the plain text of the rule and by the statute, and that is why we are allowed to cross her, Your Honor.
So just one more thing on this, and then I'll be done, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I'm well aware of the rule that is cited by counsel, but just because she is a state of Iowa employee or that she may have been called as a witness by the state does not substantiate the claim that she is somehow identified with us. The medical examiner goes to great lengths to remain neutral in their opinions. She is not employed by the Attorney General's office. They are completely separate. I would go back a little bit of a history lesson in that the ME's office used to be part of the Department of Public Safety, and they were moved out of the Department of Public Safety into to Health and Human Services, formerly the Department of Public Health, for that reason, so that they can maintain their neutrality. She gave an opinion that we utilized at trial. They don't like it, and that's fine. But that does not mean that this rule has been, that the terms of this rule would allow them to ask the leading questions in the manner that counsel is claiming she can ask leading questions.
May I make one more point of record, Your Honor? Go ahead. I mean, the offer of proof that we'll make, which we can elicit from this witness on the stand, is that shortly before Mr. Mullis filed his post-conviction pleading in this case, my colleague, Ms. Neshawat, wrote a letter to the medical examiner's office directed to this witness, giving this witness information about new material in this case and asking to speak with this witness. And the records that we have reflect that this witness consulted with the Attorney General's office, consulted actually with counsel to my left, and from that conversation determined that it would be inappropriate to speak with Mr. Mullis's counsel, and so she did not. And that reflects that she is taking legal advice or, direction in this case from literally the attorney sitting to my left. She did not communicate with us. She is not a neutral party in this litigation. And she remains an employee of the state of Iowa whose office is in the same building as the Department of Public Safety, who is an employee of the state of Iowa, whose work in this case was in the context as an employee of the state of Iowa. So that's exactly what this rule talks about. And the last thing I'll say about this, Your Honor, is were she not a person who could take legal advice and direction from Mr. Brown, and I do not say this to impugn Mr. Brown at all, it's inappropriate for an attorney in litigation under the rules of professional responsibility to advise a neutral witness not to speak with a party. That is one of the core rules of our profession, is that I cannot tell a witness, don't talk to the other side. The only way that it would be even appropriate for an attorney to do that is if that person can give that person legal advice because they are associated. And I certainly don't accuse Mr. Brown of having done anything improper, but the reason it was not improper for him to tell this witness not to speak to us is because they had a legal relationship. And so she's clearly identified with that party. If she wasn't, then there would be another issue that we'd be raising here in terms of professional responsibility, and we're not.
At this time, the state is not planning on calling her as a witness. Is that correct?
Your Honor, Dr. Cruz is listed as the state's expert witness and would be handled at the same time. To my knowledge, that would go to the court's pretrial ruling as it relates to the breadth of the testimony. I guess on the point of of this objection is, one, citing the rules of professional conduct in this aspect would seek to wrongly impugn an attorney's testimony here, or an attorney's questioning here. There hasn't been, I believe, proof provided in this case, and perhaps I'd love to see it, that would suggest that there was some sort of impropriety. But beyond that, the deposition testimony that they sought to admit into the record already and sought stipulation to, for instance, regarding Dr. Cruz, they were, Mr. Mullis' counsel was completely comfortable asking open-ended questions there, and this sort of accusation would predate that. Again, we have extensively included in motions and resistances what the state means as a party here in this case, and this is just wasting the efforts. They certainly could ask about that in an open-fashioned way. Before this case proceeded, were you contacted by Mr. Mullis' counsel with new evidence? That can all speak to what Dr. Cruz did, but it certainly isn't shaping the purpose or why leading questions should be permitted here. And that is just too broad and too improper, Your Honor.
Obviously, this isn't as black and white as it normally is because this is a PCR, and there's already been the underlying criminal trial where some of these people have already testified as witnesses for the state. It's also not as black and white as it normally is because some of these people are employees of the state, albeit in different offices. And some of them have no other place to turn for questions than the AG's office. Looking not just at Dr. Cruz, but at the list of names that are included in the motion that was filed on February 3rd, obviously, I assume there are some different arguments for some of these other people, but specifically with regard to Dr. Cruz, the responsibilities of the state medical examiner are dictated and directed by statute and rule. They're not controlled by or directed by the Office of the Attorney General. In the absence of some foundation or finding that the state in this matter was directing Dr. Cruz's investigation or autopsy, I don't think she falls under this rule. So I'm not going to allow leading at this point. And I think generally speaking, it's probably going to be the same with regard to the rest of these individuals. I am assuming that similarly, there probably has been communication between these individuals and counsel at various points. But they are from different agencies. And you're free, obviously, to make whatever arguments you need to individually, whatever record you wish. either now or when we get there, but that's where things stand for now.
I understand the court's ruling. I think, and again, we truly believed, and I say this only because I apologize for this coming up now, because it was truly the belief of every attorney for Mr. Mullis that this had been resolved at the pretrial conference, and that the reason we were agreeing to call her today was because we were going to be able to call her in our case and lead her. I understand the court's ruling. Respectfully, we disagree, but that's why we called her now. And I do think we need to confer briefly about what this means for us, because the appropriate examination for her, in our view, is this one, and if this isn't the examination the court is going to allow us to have, I think we need to decide whether we're going to have the state call her. So we need to make a determination about that, Your Honor.
Okay, certainly. And we can, as I said, we'll take our lunch break at this time and plan on resuming at 1:15, and I'll be in chambers, so if there's anything that we need to talk about with regard to the schedule, you know where to find me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
There's only one more issue that might be helpful to address while there's no witness on the stand. So just this morning, we were given a demonstrative exhibits for a witness that was initially identified earlier this morning that Mr. Mullis' counsel intended to call. These are demonstratives that were, to my knowledge, never provided to the state. 11 months ago, I believe the state did discovery requests, as the court knows, specifically requesting copies of any demonstrative aids intended to be used by Mr. Mullis' counsel or any of their witnesses. We received those exhibits, or demonstratives rather, at 9:42 a.m. today. It was never produced in discovery, and I know Mr. Mullis replied, because I inquired while trial was ongoing, whether these demonstratives were provided in discovery, and the response was that they got them this morning from the witness. However, given the late disclosure of these demonstratives, I believe that it is improper, especially considering this was a subject of months of discovery in this case and has resulted in numerous other motions related to the destruction or disappearance or what have you of other demonstrative aids. So I think it is an unfairness to the state to have additional new demonstratives, including highly technical mathematical calculations in them, and we can show them to the court if that would aid in your ruling. But I believe any demonstratives that had not been produced in discovery prior to the start of trial would be improper and unfair. Thank you.
Do these demonstratives go with?
I believe it's with Dr. Hammers is the only one that we've been provided thus far.
Can I respond, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. What counsel's talking about are two photographs. The photographs are photos of Ms. Mullis from autopsy, and they have some measurements on them that are pre-marked. Those measurements come directly from Dr. Cruz's notes that are on Exhibit 380, page 3. They are her measurements. This isn't something that is calculations. It's numbers. There's numbers written on a document that we intend to use with the witness. It's they're literally transposed from Dr. Cruz's notes. While a party is entitled to, make whatever interrogatory and document request they want in discovery, a party can't change the court's deadlines for providing materials by, asking for discovery that would require a party to anticipate, months and months, in this case, months and months and months before trial, every piece of paper they're going to show a witness at trial. There's not any new information here. It's literally a photo with numbers from Dr. Cruz pre-written on it. That's what it is. It's not a surprise. The idea of this being related to document destruction is, at that point doesn't make any sense. That's what this is. It's a photo with numbers from Dr. Cruz written on it. And we can lay the foundation for those numbers with Dr. Cruz.
And briefly, Your Honor, just to wrap this up, certainly I wasn't implying any document destruction was related to this. However, in reference to the counsel invoked the court's pretrial deadlines on giving exhibits, just this last Saturday afternoon, a day and a half before trial, we received a new exhibit that was never exchanged and never produced in discovery. And when I requested counsel specifically provide the day and time that it had been produced in discovery, no answer was given. So we would ask that the court put an end to the continuing production of new material and exclude evidence and materials that were not provided prior to the court's pre-trial deadline, which was 21 days before trial.
If somebody could please provide me with a copy of the demonstratives so I could take a look at it quickly over lunch, I will do so and let you know what we'll do with that. I'll see you back here at 1:15. Court's in recess until then.
All right, so they're at lunch until 1:15 Central, which is 2:15 Eastern, so basically about an hour. So they're at lunch for an hour. So let me just put that up. Court is at lunch. All right, now let's see. All right, court is at lunch and we'll be back soon. All right, so I will, let's see, we'll do a little recap here. So Dr. Kelly Cruz was on the stand for all of like 10 seconds. So she was in the first trial. She's the medical examiner. Oh, I'm sorry. She's the forensic pathologist. I got to change. Well, kind of same difference, right? Medical examiner, forensic pathologist. She performed 606 autopsies. This was back in 2019. Well, we'll call her the medical examiner. So her opinions were of homicide. She says they are consistent with Amy being struck with the corn rake. She's being considered a hostile witness, even though the state called her. She's not associated with us, meaning the defense is saying that. I'm sorry. Yeah. So then the medical examiner goes to great lengths to remain neutral. She gave an opinion at trial that we used and they don't like it. This is the state saying this. The rule, and then he's saying the rule doesn't apply to the defense asking leading questions. So it's all about these leading questions, right? And then the defense comes back and says, well, the ME didn't communicate with us. They just consulted with the prosecution. And then the state says they don't plan on calling Dr. Cruz. So then the judge says it's not as black and white as it normally is. Some have testified for the state already. Some are employees of the state. Then she's reading through the list of witnesses and she's not going to allow leading questions at this point, and that will apply to the rest of the witnesses. So basically it was about leading questions. That's what the state was objecting to. So Ponzi Fonzie, I guess 48 hours doing an expose on the trial. I didn't see that. Back in an hour. Yep. Basically 1 hour. It's 1:15 Central Time, so that's 2:15 Eastern, and you guys can take it from there. All right, so I am going to go take a break as well. We will leave you, let's see, do we have some music? We'll leave you with some music. We'll leave you with some cool music, and we'll see you guys in about 45 minutes or so. Okay, bye. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? So, how's everybody's lunch? We had a pretty good lunch over here. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Court will be kicking in about 10 minutes or so. What are you guys talking about? Widespread panic. Yes, the first witness didn't seem to have anything to make me think that a new trial was necessary. Just shows to go, yeah. Hello, hello. Widespread panic. Oh, wait. Hello to you, widespread panic. Fonzie Fonzie, what's the motive for the senseless murder? Money, love, triangle, other. Amy was involved in an affair. This was Amy's second affair. So the first affair, they had kind of worked it out, sorted it out, went to counseling. The second affair was with a gentleman who was providing support to the farm. He was like he wasn't a worker, like he wasn't, excuse me, working on the farm, but he was providing, I don't know if he was providing equipment. I forget now. What was that guy's name? Was his name Brian? I don't think his name was Brian, maybe. Was it Brian? Anyway, he and Amy developed this affair, and it was just flirty at the beginning, of course, but then it got more intimate, and Todd found out, and the state is saying that he got angry. Right? So he got angry, and that's why, and several of Amy's friends testified that he was going to, he was going to do her harm. Several people did testify to that. So just shows to go, yay, Brendan Meyer, how are you? Good to see you back from lunch. Just shows to go, yeah, he wasn't, will you, dude, just sort it out, man. Come on. Come on. When she doesn't get settled, she really lets me know. All right. Go over there and get yourself settled in. he wasn't a farmhand per se. He was, what was he? Jerry Frazier was his name. Jerry Frazier. He actually testified too. So, okay, so Jerry serviced multiple hog farms. Hold on a sec. Multiple hog farms, and he and Amy had many business conversations. So that's what Jerry was a, I'm trying to remember what exactly he was. I'm almost positive he testified too. I'm almost positive he testified. Yeah, he was a supplier, Aaron says. Yeah, he was like he was a supplier of some sort. Perhaps hogs. I want to think he was, let's see. What did Jerry Frazier actually do? Can't believe I don't have it written down. I know he did something. I know he did something. Jerry Frazier. I just have Jerry serviced multiple hog farms, and he and Amy had business conversations. Yeah, once the kids graduated, Jerry was going to, and Jerry was ready. Amy was going to get a divorce. So she was talking about that. All right, I guess he didn't testify. I thought that he testified. I guess he did not. So he wasn't, I don't know, a farmhand. He wasn't, I want to think farmhand was like somebody who actually went out and worked in the fields. He was not that. He was like a supplier. He was more like on the business side of things, you know, where he would, maybe he supplied farming equipment or something. Maybe he supplied the hogs. I'm not quite sure. He was a consultant. Yeah. Oh yeah, he was a consultant, all right. Hey, Julie BME, how are you? Yeah, it's a good one. It's in our playlist. Go check it out. Aaron and I watched it in 2019, and then we did a rewatch of it. So it's in our playlist. So that's why we're interested in this one. Julie, yeah, Super Bowl is being fussy britches right now. Oh, Krista limited edition. Yeah, thank you. Oh, I replied to your email, Krista. Did not receive your cups of coffee on Friday. So thank you for alerting us, because it did not come through. Let's see. Aaron says, in 2018, Amy Mullis engaged in an extramarital affair with Jerry Frazier, who oversaw the hog operations on the Mullis family farm. Todd Mullis, Amy's husband, became suspicious after reviewing phone records that showed frequent communications between Amy and Frazier. When confronted, Frazier denied the affair. However, during Todd Mullis' trial, Frazier testified about the relationship, revealing that Amy had expressed fear of her husband, stating she was scared to death of what he might do if he discovered the affair. So that says he testified, and then Therapist says he testified too. I thought so too, right? He had dark hair, but I'm not finding his name. Why am I not finding his name? I don't understand why maybe it's something else. Maybe he... I can't believe I don't have, I know that I know I wrote him down. I just want to find, Tristan. Okay, so Tristan, he testified. Jeff Fuller testified. Eileen Fuller testified. Tristan testified. Special Agent John Turbot. Deputy Luke Thompson, Deputy Terry Strainer, Kelly Cruz. Ah, there he is, Jerry Frazier. It would help if I spelled it right. All right, so So he does marketing, day-to-day stuff. He took care of 42 farms. He oversaw farm operations. May to June is when they started their physical relationship. I have once a week, Todd called and confronted him. Wanted to know why Amy was texting you so often. He confirmed Amy texted but said it was over the kids playing sports and farm business. Then Todd called Frazier's wife twice, and then he apologized the second time he called. He told Amy that Todd confronted him. He told Amy that we needed to slow down, and he communicated that via email, but they continued to see each other. He told him she felt like a slave or hostage around there. So Amy told Jerry that she felt like a hostage or a slave on the farm with Todd. Amy was planning on leaving. Said if Todd ever found out, she would disappear. He didn't want Todd to find out. They met on a gravel road. That's right. They got together on a gravel road. Not the most romantic, but that's what they do out there. Then the day of, he hung a tanning bed with his son. His son was home from college. It was just him and his son that morning of. Then there's a text from Amy. So at 10:12, Amy texts, you know what I'm doing? I'm cleaning effing light fixtures in the barn. So that's kind of the last time I think anybody ever heard from Amy. So yes, therapist, you know, I thought that he did. Thank you for, and Aaron, thank you for both saying that. Oh, cool. Baker told his chat to come watch the first trial here. Nice. Thank you, Baker. Appreciate that. It's a good one. It was only like 4 days, it seems like. We have just 4 days. It says day 4. So we might have been able to compress it a little bit, but it was a quick trial. It was not, you know, it was no Monica Sementile, that's for sure. Just shows to go, you overseer farm operations. Nods head, yes. The furry overlord, Julie. She is the furry overlord. Now she's got two positions, one on either side of me. She's got her little towels. Only fan. This is the trial with the missing pieces. Mel Stiller, yes, we are back. Spoiled rotten britches. Irish Amy. Nothing is like Monica. Oof. Day 16, I think. We'll pick up on it after they break here for the day. We'll bounce over there. So I don't want to completely give up on Monica. Mel Stiller, clandestine flood affairs. Clandestine love affairs. Not sure where that came from. Seldom work out. That's true. I almost said, yeah, flood affairs. Clandestine love affairs seldom work out. They do not. They are not recommended. I would not recommend them. And this could be a couple days. Who knows? Yes, the many faces of Julie. The many faces of Monica. She has many of them, doesn't she? Irish Amy, no, we can't give up on Monica after getting this far. We have to see Austin and Baker. Oh, we definitely will. Crystal Limited Edition, we need to see Austin and Baker testify. Hey, trust me, I'm not giving up on Monica. We will definitely watch them. But according to Hey Mona, she thinks this week is going to be the Las Vegas folks. Lily Wayne, still trying to catch up. Some very fast talkers. Yeah, we're not going to give up on Monica. Don't worry. We'll go over there. We'll watch at least the morning, depending on how long they go here. We will definitely go pick up at least on the morning of. We'll do Monica in the morning. Monica's morning. Yeah, Hey Mona said that they were possibly going to do the Las Vegas folks today or this week. And then Austin was going to come in next week, maybe. Who knows? Therapist, you know, I swear if Austin and Baker do not testify, y'all going to see me rage. That just shows to go, yeah, you cheated, went there at lunch. Yeah, no worries. No worries. And it is pronounced Patreon. Patreon. That's what I've heard. Patreon. Widespread panic. Yeah, I want to see that show. I'm almost sure the prosecution will eventually call Austin. They're supposed to. That's what they promised us. They promised us they would call Austin. Well, he has to because he's got to get a lesser sentence. That's the whole, well, that's what the defense is going to say. The whole reason that you're testifying is to get a lesser, a reduced sentence. He, of course, is going to say, no, I'm doing it. Oh, they're back. He, of course, is going to say, they were back for a second. All right, they are back. Oh, come on. Okay. Now they're back. He's going to say that he's not doing that. He's doing it. Who knows what he's going to say? I'm not sure what. All right. They're coming back in.
Please be seated. If we're ready to go back on the record, we'll maybe pick back up with the last thing that we discussed, which was the issue of the demonstrative exhibits. I did receive those from Ms. Nichols-Cook. And counsel, if you could just clarify for me, there are 3 photos, it looks like, and they have measurements on them. The measurements came from where?
Exhibit 380, page 3. These are measurements. Okay. All right. It's exhibit 380, page 4. These are measurements that were noted at autopsy by Dr. Cruz.
Good, if I can. We've had a chance over lunch to verify that. We don't have any objection to those 3 exhibits.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
At some point.
Are we picking back up then with Dr. Cruz's testimony or switching gears?
We're picking back up, Your Honor. Given what was originally indicated to us as for limited availability, we wanted to accommodate her today by having her called out of order, and we want to move this case forward. So, our views about the court's ruling, we respect it, and we'll proceed. I do have one thing to note, which I'll be brief, but I just think this will help head off objections potentially, to just explain one issue for the court before we continue, which is just that the court's ruling was that Dr. Cruz would be limited to the opinions that had been disclosed, meaning, in our view, opinions that she held as of her 2023 deposition. I don't want to open the door to invite, whether she has other opinions that she's developed later, I don't want to invite those. So some of the questions I'm going to ask her are going to be framed in that way, as of your 2023 deposition, so that I'm not opening the door. And I don't want that to be a beginning of a question that prompts objections or some concern about why I'm cabining it. That's the purpose, Your Honor.
Understood, and I would consider that simply to be directing the witness maybe to a specific area rather than hopefully a leading that would be objectionable, and certainly now that counsel has an understanding that that may be coming, we should all be on the same page. So if Dr. Cruz is available, great, thank you. Welcome back, Dr. Cruz. Go ahead and have a seat, and I would just remind you that you remain under oath.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cruz, before we broke for lunch, I think you had told us that you made a determination at the time of the autopsy that the manner of Ms. Mullis's death was homicide, and that's where I want to pick us back up. What are the possible manner of death findings that a forensic pathologist can make?
There are 5 options in terms of manner of death. The most common option is natural, so that's death due purely to natural disease. There's suicide, death at the hands of oneself. There's accident, death due to a hostile environment or unforeseen circumstances. There's homicide, death at the hands of another. And undetermined, which is used when you have all the information available and cannot choose one of the other manners, or you have compelling information for 2 competing manners.
And for a forensic pathologist to make a manner of death finding that a death is a homicide, what is the level of proof that a forensic pathologist needs to have?
There's no exact determination. It uses our medical judgment. I set a very high standard for myself, and often in court it's termed as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Well, isn't there a standard that to make a finding that a death is a homicide, that a forensic pathologist needs to have clear and convincing evidence that that death was a homicide?
I would put that with a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Clear and convincing evidence is vague. It's really up to the pathologist.
To make that finding, well, let me ask you this. Do you disagree that the appropriate standard is clear and convincing evidence?
I find it to be vague, but if that's what other people are comfortable with, I don't have huge issues with it.
Is that the standard in your profession, clear and convincing evidence?
By whom?
By what the generally accepted practices are in forensic pathology.
I need more information on who's making that general principle.
Is there any general acceptance in the field of forensic pathology about what the level of proof a forensic pathologist needs to have to find that a death was a homicide?
The National Association of Medical Examiners gives guidelines for manners of death. Manner of death can be complicated, and different circumstances require different determinations. So clear and convincing evidence, I would really need more information as to what that means to you or another person in a certain scenario.
And I understand, but my question is, Dr. Cruz, not what you understand, but what the generally accepted practices in forensic pathology.
I guess I'm not an expert in terms of who you think everyone is in terms of generally accepted practices.
So that's not a question you're able to answer?
I see what you're getting at, but I've seen that term in the same way I've seen reasonable degree of medical certainty. Sure, I do agree, but I haven't polled every medical examiner to see if that's generally accepted by everybody.
So am I right then that you don't know what the generally accepted standard is in your field for making a determination of homicide?
I would argue that no one knows what everybody thinks within my field.
And you understand that I'm not asking you what everyone thinks. I'm asking you what's generally accepted.
Well, I would have to see where that came from for you to tell me that. I've seen that many, many times, generally accepted practices, or in terms of how much evidence you need, how much medical certainty you need. So, sure, I'll agree with you.
All right, thanks, Dr. Cruz. Was there any evidence at the time of autopsy that Ms. Mullis died by suicide?
No.
Was there any evidence that her death was a natural death?
No.
Am I right that that left you 3 options for manners of death then?
Yes.
And that left you with it being undetermined, an accident, or homicide?
I suppose.
Well, did you have some other possible finding that was available to you besides those 3 once you'd ruled out natural and suicide?
I think it suggests that I considered accident, which was not the manner of death.
Mike, and I appreciate that, but once you had decided it wasn't a suicide and it wasn't natural, we have 3 other possible options left, understanding you picked one of the 3.
Correct, but I'd like to be sure that that doesn't indicate that was my natural order of thought.
Well, Understood, and I think that's what we're talking about here today. At the time of autopsy, what was your understanding of the number of tines that the corn rake that was at issue in this case had?
It had 4.
And at the time of autopsy, how many penetrating injuries did you determine that Ms. Mullis had in her back?
6.
Did you focus your autopsy analysis ultimately on the cause of those 6 penetrating injuries in her back?
Could you restate that? I'm sorry.
Sure. I mean, was it your determination at autopsy that those that the area where those 6 penetrating injuries were in her back, that those injuries were the cause of her death?
Yes, those injuries were the cause of her death.
So that's the area of her body you were focused on ultimately in making your determination about what the cause and manner of her death were?
Sure.
I want to, and I think you said this to us a second ago, that at the time of your 2023 deposition in this case, and let me ask you first if you recall being deposed in 2023.
Yes.
At the time of your 2023 deposition in this case, what was your understanding of why Ms. Mullis's death could not have been an accident?
Could you define what I mean, my understanding, or how I came to that determination?
Well, let me ask you this. At the time of your deposition in 2023, why did you determine that Ms. Mullis's death could not have been an accident?
My determination of why it wasn't an accident goes back to 2018 and has remained the same throughout, so I can explain that determination if you'd like.
Please do.
So an accident, as it was initially suggested, would say that Ms. Mullis fell on the corn rake. There hasn't been, as far as I know, any argument to the contrary in terms of the corn rake causing her injuries. I conceded at the deposition, and I believe it to be reasonable, that a person could potentially fall on a sharp object, such as the corn rake, once. To think, as a medical doctor, that someone could fall on something backwards, be impaled entirely through their torso, pull that object out through the back of them, then fall on it again, pull it out, and potentially fall on it a third time, which I think seems reasonable, is way outside any degree of medical certainty. There are a number of different injuries that could potentially support a fall, such as blunt force injuries to the posterior surfaces of Ms. Mullis's body, say to the back of her head, her shoulders, her hips, her buttocks, even to her elbows, things that I would see in someone who has fallen, as I have seen many deaths due to falls. None of them were there. So it's lack of supporting evidence for an accident, and also the thought that she could fall on the rake, pull it out, fall on it again, is entirely impossible from a medical standpoint. I also did reason in her additional injuries. She had a number of additional injuries to the anterior surfaces of her body. So to suggest that she fell backward, then somehow sustained injuries to the front surfaces of her bodies, then maybe falling forward, is entirely impossible.
Well, the most compelling finding for you that led you to conclude that this was not an accident was that, and I say this with respect to Ms. Mullis, but I don't really know another way to say it, that there were more holes in her back than there were tines in the rake. Isn't it true that that was the most compelling finding for you that led you to conclude that it was not an accident?
Yes.
And from the testimony you just provided, at the time that you determined that this was a homicide back at the autopsy in 2018, could you envision any way that Ms. Mullis could have fallen on this rake more than once and caused her injuries?
No.
How long did your autopsy of Ms. Mullis take?
I don't recall entirely. I know I had stated in my prior depositions and testimonies about 3 hours.
is a pretty standard time for you in terms of how long an autopsy would take?
I perform more than one autopsy at a time, so it really depends on the type of cases I have that day. It simply depends.
When you say that you're doing more than one autopsy at once, you have more than one body in the autopsy suite that you're looking at the same time? Is that what you mean by that?
Yes.
In your prior testimony in this case, did you say that your autopsy of Ms. Mullis took between 2 and 3 hours?
I'd have to go back and look, but I think that's a reasonable statement.
Well, if I represented to you that that was your prior testimony, do you have any reason to think that's wrong?
No.
And you said that you do more than one autopsy. Let me start that question again. Back in 2018, you said that you would do more than one autopsy at a time.
Yes.
Does that mean that during the 2 to 3 hours that you would have been looking at Ms. Mullis's body, that you weren't spending that entire time looking at her body?
No, I wouldn't be standing there the entire time.
And that's because you'd be looking, is that because you'd be looking at more than one body over that time period?
It would be a mixture of me looking at other bodies, and I have an autopsy technician who assists me with the autopsy process. There are components to the autopsy that they do alone, and I don't need to be there.
In that process where you are looking at more than one body at once, is your attention divided between different cases and different bodies?
Yes.
Do you know how many different bodies you were looking at during the 2 to 3 hours that you did the autopsy for Ms. Mullis?
I do not recall, no.
Was it more than 4?
No.
Was it more than 3?
It should not have been more than 3 at that period of time. We did no more than 3 in one day.
I do want to talk to you about the information that you had at autopsy. At the time that you conducted the autopsy of Ms. Mullis back in 2018, the time at which, as you've testified, you determined that her cause of death was, or that the manner of her death was a homicide. Did you have a short conversation with Dr. Craig Thompson before you conducted that autopsy?
I did.
And Dr. Craig Thompson was a medical doctor, is that correct?
Yes.
Was he a forensic pathologist?
No.
Was he someone who had your same level of qualifications to evaluate injuries?
You'd have to ask Dr. Thompson. I'm actually not quite too sure what type of a doctor he is.
But you understood, at the time you talked to Dr. Thompson, you knew that he was, did you know that he was not a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And at the time that you talked to Dr. Thompson, did you consider that you, as a forensic pathologist, had more expertise in determining the cause and manner of death than a person who was not a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
At the time you talked to Dr. Thompson, did he tell you whether he had any concerns about the circumstances of Ms. Mullis's death?
He told me, as I recall, that he had concerns about her injuries being non-accidental in nature.
And were those concerns that you as a forensic pathologist took with a grain of salt, since he was not a forensic pathologist?
I accepted them. I wasn't dismissive, I think, which is what that suggests. I heard them and said, I will see what I see at autopsy.
it true then that when you went into the autopsy for Ms. Mullis, that you had already received information that there was someone who had concerns about her death?
As we established, Dr. Thompson told me he had concerns.
So is it true then that you started with the thought in your mind that there was something concerning about Ms. Mullis's death?
I had heard that someone else had concerns, yes, but I had not seen her yet.
Well, it was your testimony that you weren't dismissive of that, is that right?
Correct.
So you were considering that?
Right. I didn't hear it and then forget it. I remembered it and did the autopsy.
Did you hear any information before you went to conduct the autopsy that Ms. Mullis's death was an accident?
Yes.
And where did you hear that from?
That came from Dr. Thompson, who said that, I believe, as I recall, that he was told that she fell on it, but he had concerns about her injuries. We also receive intake phone calls, and to the best of my recollection, that was part of our intake phone call, that she may have fallen on the rake.
That was was it Dr. Thompson who was reporting that to you?
Most likely.
And what you heard is it true that what you heard from Dr. Thompson was that he was concerned that it was reported that she fell, but he was seeing injuries that he found concerning in that context?
He thought her injuries seemed inconsistent with a fall.
After talking with Dr. Thompson, well, let me ask you this. Did you take any other information about Ms. Mullis's death into your autopsy other than your conversation with Dr. Thompson?
Their law enforcement attended the autopsy. I can't remember exactly what information I was provided, but I'm open to really any information before I perform my autopsy. I consider myself unbiased regardless of what I hear.
As to what you just said about considering yourself to be unbiased, do you consider at the time you start an autopsy that information that you hear could give you implicit bias?
Could you be more specific?
Well, have you ever heard the term implicit bias before?
I have, and actually only in legal settings, and each time I say, can you be more specific, and tell me what you mean by it.
Do you have an understanding of what that term means to you?
I think I do, but I actually worry maybe it is incorrect, so you could tell me, that would be great.
Well, I'm not allowed to answer questions from you, I'm sorry. I'm asking you questions. So I'm asking you what your understanding of the term implicit bias is.
I suppose I don't have a strong understanding of it.
Okay. Do you, well, let me come back to that. I want to ask you this. You said that you were open to hearing, and I don't want to misstate your testimony, is it your testimony that you were open to hearing information about a case before you began an autopsy? And I just want to make sure I understood your testimony about that, so I apologize if I've misstated it.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Sure. I want to make sure I didn't misstate your prior testimony. Was it your testimony that you were open to hearing additional information related to an autopsy that you conducted?
Yes.
And why were you open to hearing additional information related to an autopsy that you conducted?
Investigative information can be helpful. I do not perform an autopsy in a vacuum, and I think I possess the capabilities to take each bit of information individually and use it if it's appropriate.
When you began Ms. Mullis's autopsy, the information you had about her death came from your short phone call with Dr. Craig Thompson. Is that right?
Most of the information I had was from Dr. Thompson. He's the investigating medical examiner.
And you said most of the information. At the time that you started the autopsy, what information did you have about Ms. Mullis's death that did not come from Dr. Craig Thompson?
I Travis Hemosath was there. I don't remember if he provided any extra information. Essentially, the information is Ms. Mullis was purported to have fallen on the corn rake, and then Dr. Thompson said that he was concerned that her injuries did not match a fall on a corn rake.
Did you talk with Deputy Hemosath before you began Ms. Mullis's autopsy?
Yes.
How long did you talk to him for before you began the autopsy?
I do not recall.
Did you have information from any other source before you began the autopsy other than your conversation with Dr. Thompson and your conversation with Deputy Hemosath?
Not that I can recall at this time.
Now, you mentioned earlier that Deputy Hemosath was in the autopsy of Ms. Mullis with you.
Yes.
Was anyone else in the autopsy with you besides your assistant and Deputy Hemosath and you?
I don't recall. Sometimes I can have law enforcement on multiple cases. I can't say confidently whether or not other people were in the room. There are multiple autopsy technicians as well when I'm doing multiple cases, but no one else relating to the case.
Well, and you said that you have more than one autopsy going on at a time. Is it possible that while you were conducting Ms. Mullis's autopsy, that there were actually other law enforcement officers not even related to this investigation that were also there for the autopsy while you were doing this one?
They would be there for a different autopsy and not involved in Ms. Mullis's autopsy.
Well, they're standing in that situation. Are they standing in the same room with you?
They're standing in the same autopsy suite, potentially. We have different areas for people to stand, different stations for the autopsy. They're separated in that manner. They could also be looking through a window. I simply don't remember. But I do remember that the only person I spoke to from a law enforcement standpoint during the autopsy was Travis Hemosath.
You have a clear, is it true that you have a clear memory as you sit here today of only speaking to Deputy Hemosath during this deposition and no one else? During this autopsy and no one else?
During the autopsy itself?
Yes.
Other people would be within my office, potentially. We have an investigator on the case, the autopsy technician. I don't recall speaking to anyone else about Ms. Mullis during the autopsy, no.
And the autopsy suite that you're describing, is it an open room with more than one table in it for where the bodies sit for the autopsy?
It's fairly open, yes, and there are multiple tables.
How far apart are the tables?
I don't know.
Are they further apart than 3 feet?
Yes.
Are they further apart than 10 feet?
I'm not entirely sure. You'd have to ask somebody with a tape measure to go and measure them.
Was Deputy Hemosath standing near Ms. Mullis's, where Ms. Mullis's body was during the autopsy?
As far as I recall, yes.
Is it correct that he wasn't looking through glass?
Correct.
To make sure that I understand the order of what occurred, am I correct that you had information from Dr. Thompson, you spoke briefly with Deputy Hemosath before this autopsy, you talked with Deputy Hemosath during this autopsy, and then at the conclusion of this autopsy you made your findings?
Yes.
There is no requirement that let me ask you the question this way. Is there any requirement that at the conclusion of an autopsy, you as a forensic pathologist have to make your cause and manner of death determination right then?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
It's true that there's absolutely no requirement that occur. Is that right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And it's your testimony that you are open to more information related to a case. Is that right?
Always.
In this particular case, did you seek any other information between the end of the autopsy and when you made your finding at the conclusion of the autopsy that the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death was homicide?
So in between when the autopsy was complete and when I said it was homicide?
That's right.
I did not. Is there an example of what I could have done? I finished the autopsy and I said it was homicide.
And you asked about examples. That is what I want to ask you about. I mean, given that you are open to, well, I want to get to the issue that you just raised, but I want to go back to one thing for just a moment. Do law enforcement officers come to every autopsy that you perform as a forensic pathologist?
No.
Did you draw any significance from the fact that Deputy Hemesath was at this one?
No.
How long of a drive is it from where Deputy Hemesath worked as a law enforcement officer to where you did this autopsy?
I don't know.
Was it your understanding that Deputy Hemesath was a law enforcement officer in the community that we're in today?
Yes.
How long of a drive is it from here to where you did this autopsy?
I believe it's about 3 hours.
Is it your testimony that you drew no conclusions from the fact that Deputy Hemesath drove 3 hours to be at this autopsy with you?
No, we have many people visit. Some just come for educational purposes. I encourage it. I think it's important for people who deal with death understand what an autopsy is like.
When you talked with Dr. Hemesath or Deputy Hemesath at this deposition, at this autopsy, Dr. Cruz, did he tell you that he was there for educational purposes?
Not that I recall.
I mean, did he tell you he was there to investigate Ms. Mullis's death?
He did.
It was not your understanding at the time of this autopsy he was there to educate himself about your process?
Well, he may have expressed it, and I didn't remember. I'm just saying people drive a long ways to see an autopsy pretty regularly.
Had you ever had Deputy Hemesath at an autopsy with you before this one?
Not that I recall.
During this autopsy, did Deputy Hemesath tell you his understanding of how Ms. Mullis had been found in terms of the position that she was found with the corn rake in her that led to her getting medical treatment in this case?
Yes.
What did he tell you during the autopsy about that issue, the position of the rake in her body?
I was told that she was essentially face down and the rake was sticking out of her back. I believe at that time, and I've been told subsequently, that 2 tines were said to have been inside her body and 2 tines were outside of her body when she was found.
During the autopsy, did Deputy Hemesath tell you that Ms. Mullis had been found with the corn rake in her back, with the handle of the corn rake facing toward her head?
That does sound familiar. I'd have to go back and look. That's how I envision it when I think back.
And to make sure we're talking about the same thing, we understand that she wasn't found in a sitting up position, but I'm not going to get down on the ground for this purpose. But understanding that sitting here today, I'm not in the position that Deputy Hemesath said she'd been found in. Where would the handle of the corn rake have been relative to my body from your understanding of what Deputy Hemesath was describing?
The way you had just described it, I would envision the rake handle poking up toward the head.
Am I correct that, given what Deputy Hemesath was describing to you, he was describing the corn rake handle extending from her back up over her head?
Yes.
And we agree that she wasn't in an upright position, but just to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yes.
We're talking about the corn rake coming up this way, correct?
Yes.
All right. As you sit here, well, let me ask you this. At the time of your deposition in 2023, was that your understanding of how she had been found?
Yes.
Was that your understanding at the time of your autopsy?
Yes.
As of the time of your deposition in 2023, had anyone ever told you that that was not how she was found?
Not that I recall.
did you base your opinions in this case on an understanding that at the time that Ms. Mullis was found, the handle of the corn rake was extending up over her head?
No.
And when you say no, can you explain to me what you mean by that?
How someone said they found the rake, the position of the handle, the position of her body. The rake was moved, removed from her body. If I saw the corn rake like that, then maybe I could take it into consideration, but a simple description such as that had no bearing on my determination and was unnecessary to make the determination of homicide.
Why was it unnecessary for your ability to determine whether this was a homicide to try to determine what position the rake was in at the time Ms. Mullis was found?
Miss Mullis was impaled with the corn rake, and how the corn rake ended up in her doesn't really change the fact that it's homicide.
And I want to make sure that I've asked my question in a clear way. And I'm going to ask with the court's permission, because I don't remember exactly how I worded it, is it possible for the court reporter to read the question back, Your Honor?
It is.
Thank you.
Why was it unnecessary for your ability to determine whether this was a homicide, to determine what? To try to determine what position the rake was in at the time Ms. Mullis was found?
Was that your understanding of my question when you gave the answer you just gave?
Yes.
Am I correct that it was not important to you to understand the position that the corn rake was in at the time Ms. Mullis was found?
I would need more information to consider it, such as what injuries were associated with that corn rake in the position in which it were found, if you follow.
Well, at the time of your autopsy, what you were doing was looking at her injuries and trying to understand what those injuries were. Is that correct?
Well, I could tell what her injuries were.
Was the purpose of your autopsy to assess what her injuries were?
Yes.
And so when you say that you would need more information, would it have assisted your analysis of whether or not Ms. Mullis, the manner of Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, to understand the position that the rake was in relative to her body when she was found with the rake in her?
No.
Talking about your conversation with Deputy Hemesath at the time of the autopsy, and during your conversation with Deputy Hemesath during the autopsy, did you discuss with him the possibility of Ms. Mullis's injuries being the result of a fall?
We did discuss how they were not the result of a fall.
Well, during the autopsy itself, before you had finished the autopsy, did you tell Deputy Hemesath that it was your opinion that the injuries that you observed during the autopsy were not the result of a fall?
I told him definitively at the end, and he had asked, and we discussed that they were allegedly from a fall, and he asked me, could they be from a fall? And I said no.
Was it your opinion that these injuries weren't from a fall, even before you finished looking at Ms. Mullis's body?
It was determined at the end of the autopsy. Much of the examination is that external examination that begins the entire process. So I had pretty pretty clear idea before the internal examination began, and did not issue a final opinion until the end. But I was certain at the beginning that it was a homicide, and everything else within my autopsy supported that. I remained open throughout and found no evidence to the contrary.
Did you determine that Ms. Mullis's injuries were a homicide before you did your internal examination of her body?
Homicide was the manner of choice at that time. However, as I said, I remained open and found no evidence to the contrary.
While you were conducting the autopsy with Deputy Hemosath present, did he ask you if he could bring the corn rake into the autopsy to assist in an analysis of this case?
He asked if he could bring the corn rake closer to Ms. Mullis and her clothing items. I said I preferred to keep them separate. The corn rake itself was within the autopsy suite, which is rather large, for the purpose of photographing it. The corn rake did not come in contact with Ms. Mullis during the autopsy.
During the autopsy, did you photograph the corn rake?
Yes.
During the autopsy, did you compare the corn rake directly with the injuries on Ms. Mullis's body?
I examined each separately. As I had said, I did not put them close together, but I examined them separately and within a very small time period.
How far apart were the tines on the corn rake?
I would have to check my notes. I don't quite remember.
Which notes would you like to check to answer that question?
I guess I would have to go back at the photographs because I did not put that in my actual written notes or in my autopsy report.
Was it important to your analysis to know how far apart the tines of the corn rake were?
It was information to consider. Like I said, there had been no information to suggest that anything other than the corn rake caused her injuries. There are some inherent difficulties in comparing a fixed object with the human body, which is malleable and can contort into different positions. So taking straight measurements from an object and comparing them directly with the body is fraught with issues. But measurements such as that are important just to have every bit of evidence possible.
Is there a reason, if it was important for you to have those measurements, that you didn't document them in your notes or your report?
They were documented with photographs, and I can't recall why I didn't simply write it down.
You talked about, during your autopsy, conducting both an internal examination and an external examination of Ms. Mullis's body. And I want to ask you, just as to the external examination, you examined, during the autopsy, did you examine her face and her head?
Yes.
Did you examine the front of her chest?
Yes.
Did you examine her hands?
Yes.
Did you examine her knees?
Yes.
And I think you told us a minute ago that you did examine, you had the clothing that she'd been wearing accessible to you at the autopsy as well?
Yes.
What was your understanding of what clothing she'd been wearing that would have covered the top half of her body at the time that she experienced these injuries?
I know on the outer layer she was wearing a thick jacket, and I believe she had 2 additional layers of clothing on top.
At the time that you conducted the autopsy, did you look at Ms. Mullis's clothing for any holes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
The holes were actually quite obvious when we photographed them. It's within our standard procedure to photograph clothing as it is received, so I make note of everything I see.
How many holes did you see on Ms. Mullis's coat at autopsy?
I saw multiple holes. I did not count them.
Were the holes in her clothing important information to help you determine what the cause and manner of her death were?
No.
Did you photograph her clothing during the autopsy with the holes that you'd observed in the clothing marked?
Yes.
Did you take, well, I'm actually going to show you, at this moment, Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness exhibit 524. Is that being displayed?
Yes, she has it now, yes.
You've been shown, Dr. Cruz, what's been marked as Exhibit 524. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an autopsy photograph. This is of Miss Mullis's jacket. It has a ruler with our state medical examiner number on it and a number of arrows that point to defects in the clothing.
Does Exhibit 24 accurately reflect the holes that you saw in the jacket at autopsy?
It accurately reflects what I saw at autopsy, yes.
Well, did you or your assistant put 4 large arrows on the 4 holes that you saw in the jacket to document those holes in this photograph?
Yes, my assistant did.
Was this photograph the only documentation of the holes that you saw? Let me ask this question again. Was this photograph, Exhibit 524, the only documentation that you made of the holes in Miss Mullis's jacket at autopsy?
There are other photographs. I can't recall if they have arrows or not.
Is it your testimony that there are, well, let me ask you this. Are there any other photographs with arrows marking the holes that you observed at autopsy?
I just said I don't recall.
We were talking about your conversation with Deputy Hemasath for a minute, and I believe it was your testimony that it did not matter to you what position the rake was in at the time Miss Mullis was found in terms of the ultimate cause and manner of death determinations that you made about Miss Mullis's death. Is that right?
What someone says in terms of the position, yes. I mean, that's taking someone's description at face value. So no, I did not take it into consideration and did not need to.
Well, did the information about how the rake was found in her body help you to make it clear what caused the injuries?
The fact that a rake was found in her body was helpful, yes.
Did it help you to determine which injuries Miss Mullis experienced in what order?
No.
Did it help you to determine, well, is it your testimony today that the fact that the rake was in her body in a certain way was not important to your assessment of the cause and manner of her death?
The fact that someone says they found the rake in a certain position was not something I considered or needed to consider.
At the conclusion of your autopsy, did you feel confident that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide?
Yes.
If you had not been confident at that time that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, what would have been the appropriate finding in your case?
I would have pended the case for further review, investigative materials, etc.
And you did not pen the case at the conclusion of the autopsy?
Officially, I did on paper, but verbally, no, I did not. It was determined to be a homicide.
Was the reason that you penned the case on paper because law enforcement asked you to do that so that they can continue an investigation?
I don't have a recollection of if I was asked to. It's something I would have offered to do. It's pretty standard in our practice. We will withhold cause and manner of death so law enforcement can continue with their investigation so it doesn't jeopardize their investigation.
At the conclusion of this autopsy, was whatever was on paper, in your heart, this was not a pending investigation in terms of the cause and manner of her death. Is that right?
Yeah, in my brain, it was not pending.
All right. You did have one, well, let me ask you this. Did you have the toxicology request that was still outstanding at the conclusion of the autopsy?
Yes.
What type of toxicology request did you make at the end of this autopsy?
I ordered what we call a basic panel. It looks at drugs of abuse and alcohol.
Does this basic panel look for prescription medications beyond drugs of abuse?
No.
For Ms. Mullis's autopsy, could you have submitted a request for a toxicology panel that covered prescription medications other than drugs of abuse?
Yes, I could have.
Is that something you did?
No, I did not.
You told me a minute ago that you were open to, that you, in your general practice, are open to other information about your cases other than what you see and observe at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want any context about where exactly her body had been found?
No.
Did you want any context at the time you determined this was a homicide about where on the Mullis property she had been found?
No.
Did you want any context at the time you determined this was a homicide about what the materials were, what the floor was made of in the area where she was found?
Out of all the information you provided, that would be the most interesting, because I do think she did sustain blunt force injuries that could be related to hitting the ground. So I think that information would be useful, yes. But it would not change my manner. I'm sorry.
At the conclusion of your autopsy, how did you know that it wouldn't change your opinion what surface she'd been found on if you didn't know what surface she was found on?
She was impaled in the back with a corn rake, so what she was standing on didn't really make a difference. But it's important to be able to understand all different sorts of wound patterns. And in addition to the injuries on her back that caused her death, she had some blunt force injuries.
Was it... Well, as to the blunt force injuries, at the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you know what had caused any of the injuries that you say were blunt force injuries on her body?
No blunt force. None of them had a pattern that could tell me definitively where they came from.
Is it true then that you did not need to understand what those blunt force injuries were in order to determine that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide?
I did not need them, no.
I mean, is it true that those blunt force injuries then were not relevant to deciding whether or not Ms. Mullis was the victim of a homicide?
They were supportive, but not absolutely necessary for that determination, no.
Dr. Cruz, how could they be supportive if you didn't even know what caused them?
They're supportive, as I had said earlier. She sustained a number of puncture wounds to her back, suggested to be from a fall, which would make the manner of death an accident, which is seemingly the only other option than homicide. If someone falls backwards, they don't get injuries to the front of them, so that supported that she was impaled with the corn rake and did not fall backwards on it.
Is that the only reason in your mind that determining what caused the blunt force injuries wouldn't be relevant to your determination about whether or not this was a homicide?
I think relevant is misleading. It's important to document everything you see and not be dismissive of it. So I take my findings and I do my best to interpret them appropriately. Seeing an injury and then getting additional information as to what could have caused it is always helpful and important for every pathologist to take that into consideration. I did not need them to determine that her cause of death was due to the sharp force injuries of her back. Her death was not due to blunt force injuries.
Was it possible in your mind at the time that you completed Ms. Mullis's autopsy that there could be an explanation for every single one of the blunt force injuries that you observed on her body that would explain that those injuries were caused by her everyday life or an accidental source or something that did not have to do with her being struck by, in your mind, struck by a corn rake?
Are you saying there are explanations like that for them?
I'm asking you, did you consider that possibility at the time you determined this was a homicide?
Blunt force injuries are difficult to interpret, so it's always important to consider that they could have come earlier in the day and may not have been associated with the injuries that caused someone's death. The sheer number of Ms. Mullis's injuries and the nature of them is highly suggestive that at least most of them are associated with her death.
Is that because of, in your mind, the number of other things you observed?
I've performed many autopsies, and the number of her injuries was substantial. And I do not think they were incurred during the course of her everyday life.
Well, at the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you take any steps to learn what the cause of any of the other, what you say were blunt force injuries on her body were?
As I stated, blunt force injuries can be difficult. None of them had a clear pattern to them. So you could take steps to postulate as to how they happened, but there's no way to know for sure. And to say you know exactly for sure how they happened is incorrect.
And Dr. Cruz, isn't it true you were taking steps to postulate how they happened by postulating that in your mind, because of the number of them, they must have been associated with her death?
I'm not saying exactly how they occurred, which is what you asked me.
But it was your testimony that because of the number of them, it was unlikely that they were injuries that occurred in the course of her everyday life. Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes.
So you were postulating that based on the number of them, even though you didn't know what they were caused by, they were related to her death?
That they were most likely related to her death, at least most of them.
So isn't it true that you were postulating what those injuries were without really having any understanding of why they were there?
I do not know exactly what caused them. However, in my expertise, my medical opinion, those are not due to everyday life. And that's an important determination we need to make as forensic pathologists, because we often get cases, more often than not, when there's concern because someone has a number of injuries, then law enforcement may think that their death may be due to an injury. And we then determine if those injuries could be due to normal, everyday life. That's something that's standard to my practice, and I feel very comfortable doing that.
Did you have any way to distinguish at the time of Ms. Mullis's autopsy whether what you say were blunt force injuries on her body were injuries that she experienced in a fall versus from some other source?
Like I said, you can't say exactly what it is. It could be from a fall, absolutely. Striking objects while falling, striking the ground, absolutely.
And if the blunt force injuries that you say you observed on her body during the autopsy are consistent with a fall, then how could any of those injuries be supportive of the idea that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide?
The blunt force injuries are on the opposite side of her body to the other injuries. So either she fell forward or backward. You can pick one.
Is it true that at the time of Ms. Mullis's autopsy, that because you could not envision a circumstance in which Ms. Mullis sustained these injuries, other than someone impaling her with the corn rake, that is the reason you determined that this was a homicide?
There is no other way. Yes.
And that's your opinion based on the autopsy that you conducted and your conversations with Deputy Hemesack?
I'm not sure how my conversations with him helped me come to that conclusion. Without speaking to him, I would have come to that same conclusion at autopsy.
That would have been your conclusion based solely on what you observed at autopsy?
Yes.
And that's because you did not take any steps to learn any context about, for instance, what the surface of the floor was in the area where she was found?
I was able to make that determination without that information at that time, yes.
And you didn't seek that information out?
No, not at that time, no.
Did you need to know at the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide whether she had been found with her face resting on a surface for some period of time?
I was aware that her face was on the ground, and I am aware you have someone saying that her face was resting on the floor for such a period of time. She sustained a very large abraded contusion on her jaw. I don't think that's an appropriate explanation of that injury. Especially given that she has additional injuries to the left side of her head, such as bruising to her left ear, bruising behind her left ear. But if that's what another forensic pathologist wants to say, then it still doesn't change my opinion.
Well, Dr. Cruz, that wasn't my question, was it? I mean, my question was whether at the time you determined that her death was a homicide, whether you had information at that point about whether her face had been resting on a surface.
I don't recall. I know that I was told that she was prone, so face down, so her face could have been resting. It's a possibility.
At the time you made your determinations, did you take any steps to learn that?
Where her face was?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you know where she had been injured?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. At the time that you determined Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you know where it was that she had been injured?
Meaning, the location?
Not the location on her body, but the location in the world.
Yeah, I'm very body focused, if you haven't noticed. I was told she was injured on a farm in a shed.
Well, you were deposed in this case, isn't that right?
I was deposed twice.
You were deposed in this case in 2023?
Yes.
And isn't it... Do you recall being deposed in this case?
Yes.
Did you testify at your deposition in 2023 that you did not know where it was that she had experienced these injuries?
Correct.
So at the time you determined that her death was a homicide, you did not know where it was that she'd been injured?
No, I was told where she was found. And all that's just information from other people. I have absolutely no idea where she was injured.
At the conclusion of your autopsy in this case, did you certify the death certificate for Ms. Mullis?
I waited. That's that pending cause and manner. I eventually did certify it.
And I understand. I was not intending to imply that you did that immediately, but at some point after you completed the autopsy, did you certify the death certificate for Ms. Mullis?
Yes.
What does it mean to certify someone's death certificate?
A death certificate is a document that has a number of bits of information about a person. The part that I'm responsible for as the medical certifier include the cause of death, the manner of death, how injury occurred, and some other little bits of information. So to certify the death certificate means to place that information into an electronic record, and then I electronically sign it.
By certifying a death certificate, are you certifying that the information on the death certificate is accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 354. Your Honor, we're going to show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 354, and I'll just make a record record that there is some personal identifying information on this record retrieved redacted, but otherwise this is a true and accurate copy of Exhibit 354.
Okay, the record will reflect that.
Are you saying Exhibit 354?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 354?
This is Amy Lynn Mullis's death certificate.
Do you see that her birth date and her social security number are redacted?
I do see that, yes.
Other than those redactions, is Exhibit 354 a true and accurate copy of the death certificate that you certified as to Ms. Mullis's death?
That portion that I described that I certify, I can say yes. The decedent information portion is the responsibility of the funeral home, so I'm not necessarily comfortable saying that's true. I don't know where she lived.
Other than the decedent information section, did you complete the remainder of this death certificate?
Most of it, yes. Not that funeral home portion at the bottom, but really that central area.
Understood. Did you complete the portion of this death certificate that provides a medical cause of death?
Yes.
And what did you certify as the medical cause of death for Ms. Mullis?
Sharp force injuries of torso.
Is it your opinion in this case that the injuries that Ms. Mullis had on her torso were sharp force injuries?
Yes.
And does this death certificate provide a space to explain what the injuries that you identify as the cause of death are due to or as a consequence of?
Yes, that's what it said. In this case, there really wouldn't be anything appropriate to put underneath that.
And why is that?
So sharp force injuries of torso are essentially, there are two components of the cause of death on a death certificate. There's the immediate cause of death, whatever condition, injury that ultimately led someone to die right away. That can be due to something else, which is called the underlying cause of death. That immediate cause of death sometimes can be so specific it really doesn't belong on the death certificate, because ultimately a death certificate is for vital statistics purposes, tracking diseases, injury trends. So that underlying cause of death is really the most important, which is what I put. So the sharp force injuries of torso is that underlying cause of death. If you wanted to put something above it into immediate cause of death, like pneumothorax, something along those lines, you could. But in my opinion, in this case, the sharp force injuries of torso is perfectly sufficient for cause of death.
And did you identify in this certificate the immediate cause of death as you just described?
I did not. And in this case, with an injury that happens quickly like this, one could argue you're getting into mechanism of death territory, which we are instructed not to do by the CDC. So to me, her death was sharp force injuries of torso.
Did you include on this death certificate what the place of her injury was?
Yes.
And what did you say on Ms. Mullis's death certificate the place of her injury was?
Farm building.
Isn't it true that at the time, that by your testimony, at the time you determined the cause and manner of her death, you did not know in your mind where she'd been injured?
Yes.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want any context about what Ms. Mullis had been doing earlier that day?
Want is an interesting word. I do like having information about the circumstances surrounding the death, so sure, I would want more information such as that.
At the time you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you have any information about what Ms. Mullis had been doing earlier in the day that she was injured?
I believe I did. I believe she was working on the farm in some capacity.
Where did you get information about her working on the farm at the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide?
That would be from law enforcement.
Isn't it true that that's not information you learned until after you had determined that this was a homicide?
I suppose I can't recall clearly. We received a lot of information in a short period of time, so it's definitely possible I learned it after, but it's a pretty simple bit of information. I don't think it would take too much digging to get that.
Well, in this case, Dr. Cruz, did you receive a lot of information in a short period of time before you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide?
I guess it's your opinion is that a lot of information. I had information about the circumstances surrounding her death. I didn't have finalized law enforcement reports, and as we established, I can't recall if I had her medical records or not. So I didn't have what one would consider a ton of information, but I didn't need it.
The only information you had at the time you determined this was a homicide was information that you saw at autopsy and that you got from talking with Deputy Hemosath and with Dr. Thompson, correct?
As far as I recall, yes.
And that was not a lot of information.
I suppose that's your opinion.
Well, I'm asking if, in your opinion, was it a lot of information?
Judge's been asking an answer, and she's also being argumentative at this point.
Sustained.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want any information about the prescription medications that Ms. Mullis was taking?
No, but I had it. No, I'm sorry, after the autopsy, I did get that information.
And to be clear, I'm asking about at the time you determined this was a homicide. At that time, you did not know anything about prescription medications that she was taking?
Not that I recall, no.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want any information about what emergency responders had observed when they provided her with medical aid?
I do want information about what emergency responders saw, and very much so about what they do, or what they did as part of their resuscitative efforts.
You testified a moment ago about being concerned in your testimony today about injuries that were on the front of Ms. Mullis's body. You know now that Ms. Mullis had resuscitative efforts on her way to the hospital, is that right?
Yes.
Did those resuscitative efforts include her receiving CPR?
Yes.
And did those resuscitative efforts include the use of something called a Lucas device?
Yes.
Can CPR and the use of a Lucas device bruise someone's chest?
Yes.
Is it common for those actions to bruise someone's chest?
Bruise or abrade the chest, yes.
And so the any blunt force injuries that you observed on Ms. Mullis's chest that were in the area where CPR is performed, are those injuries that you would expect to be associated with CPR?
It can be difficult if someone has injuries to begin with and CPR is performed in that same area, but I think it's reasonable to say that at least some of the injuries could be from CPR.
Well, in this particular case, would you, as a forensic pathologist, assume that injuries in that area would be connected with CPR?
I think it's most likely, and I did so. She had a sternal fracture that I determined to be related to CPR.
And you mentioned this a moment ago. At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you have any of her medical records from Regional Medical Center?
I do not recall.
Do you remember what day of the week you did Ms. Mullis's autopsy?
Yes.
What day of the week was it?
Monday.
And what day of the week was Ms. Mullis brought into Regional Medical Center?
It was a Saturday.
Isn't it true that you did not get Ms. Mullis's medical records until after you conducted the autopsy in this case?
I think that's the most likely scenario.
At the time you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, had you talked with any biomechanical expert?
No.
At
the time that you determined Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, had you talked with any incident reconstruction expert?
No.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you have an understanding of the angle of the wound paths on Ms. Mullis's torso?
Yes, I determined, well, the direction of the wound paths within the body. I did not have a specific angle.
At the time you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want to figure out the specific angle of the wound paths?
No.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you have in your mind of exactly how the corn rake entered her body?
She was impaled with it by another person.
And I understand that your opinion is that she was impaled by another person, but at the time you determined this was a homicide, did you have any understanding of how she was impaled?
Could you be more specific?
Sure. Did you have an understanding of whether the corn rake was swung into her body?
I did not, no.
Did you have an understanding of whether the corn rake was pushed into her body?
No.
Did you have any understanding of whether the corn rake entered her body in some other way, by a person, in your opinion, causing it to enter her body?
It could have been swung, pushed, kicked. Someone else impaled her in the back with the corn rake multiple times.
Was it important to you at the time you determined this was a homicide to try to determine which of those routes this was?
That's not something I could do.
At the time you determined this was a homicide, did you want to understand why there had been blood found on Ms. Mullis's hand?
Did I? No.
At the time you determined this was a homicide, did you want to figure out why there was blood on the handle of the corn rake?
Want, again, is a hard word. I was aware that there was blood on the rake. I was told that she was found with a rake in her. To me, it supports the implement that caused her injuries. So I already knew all that at autopsy.
At the time that you determined Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want to understand if there was some connection between the blood on the rake and the blood on her hand?
The blood on her hand has so many potential sources. As you yourself indicated, she received CPR and pretty lengthy CPR. I just don't know the nature of that blood, so to try and connect those two would be inappropriate in my opinion.
Did you take any steps to learn the nature of that blood?
As I said, given all the events that followed Ms. Mullis being found, I don't think anyone could reasonably determine where that blood came from.
And you mentioned earlier that there's an issue in connection with a death where you have a cause and a manner and then also a mechanism. Is that right?
Yes.
What is a mechanism of death?
Mechanism, it's a really specific sort of derangement within the body that causes someone to die. It's discouraged in terms of putting it on the death certificate. Some examples that we see quite often are cardiac arrest, someone's heart stops beating, respiratory arrest, someone stops breathing. Sure, those are ways people die, but really not a cause of death. What made their heart stop? What made them stop breathing? So the mechanism is that final thing of how you actually die, but a cause of death is what led to ultimately to that death.
And I understand your testimony that you did not need to list the mechanism of death on the death certificate, but at the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you know what the mechanism of her death was?
Yes.
Did you identify the mechanism of her death in your autopsy report?
No.
Did you identify the mechanism of her death in any of the reports that you prepared about your autopsy?
I did not say it explicitly. The description of her wounds from a medical standpoint, it's quite clear, but I did not explicitly state it, no.
What did you testify at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial in 2019 was the cause of Ms. Mullis's death?
Sharp force injuries of torso.
And what did you testify at his criminal trial was the mechanism of Ms. Mullis's death?
As far as I recall, it's the chest cavity being compromised by the corn rake tines entering into it, which caused entry of air and some blood leakage into the cavity, albeit not that much. She also had direct injury to her organs.
In that testimony in Mr. Mullis's criminal trial, did you identify which side of her chest had air entering into it as you just described?
Looking back, I believe I had only said the right side, but obviously the corn rake tines also entered into the left side of the chest. That would introduce air into both sides of the chest, some blood, and then only on the right side did she have actual injury to organs, and then on the right side of the abdomen as well.
Have you looked back at your criminal trial testimony since the time of the trial?
Yes.
Is your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial about the mechanism of her death wrong?
It isn't comprehensive, I would say. I was focused on the direct injuries to organs on the right side of the body. I described how air enters into the chest cavities. So I said right, when in reality it should have been both chest cavities. I did explain quite thoroughly how there was injury to the left side of the chest as well. So it was implied but not stated explicitly.
Was it important to you in testifying at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial to be correct about the mechanism of Ms. Mullis's death?
I would like to have been, yes.
Do you agree with me that your description, even by your account today, of what the mechanism of her death was incomplete?
I'd have to look at my wording if I said this is the exact mechanism of death to see if it was truly incomplete or if I was just describing part of the way she died.
And I'd like to show this. The criminal trial testimony for Mr. Mullis's criminal trial, Volume 3, is Exhibit 1 moment, Your Honor. I'm sorry, what is it? 349. Thank you so much. 349. And I'm going to refer the witness to page 98.
Sorry.
98. Tell me when that's there. And let me ask you, would it refresh your memory to look at your trial testimony to recall exactly what you said?
I'd like that, yes. All right. Thank you.
I'm going to, if the witness could read page 98, I know that's not up quite yet, and I'm going to direct the witness to line 13 of page 98 through line 3 of page 99. I have a paper copy if that would assist us in moving forward, that I'm happy to show the witness.
I think we have it on the screen.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Would you like me to read it out loud? I'm sorry.
No, just to yourself. Okay. And I'm directing you to page 98, line 13, to page 99, line 3.
We can go to the next page for me here.
Nicole, can you scroll down?
Just that one paragraph.
Well, looking at the piece of testimony that I just directed you to, did that refresh your memory about what you testified to at Mr. Mullis' criminal trial about the mechanism of Ms. Mullis' death?
Yes.
All right. And I think the question I asked you before you reviewed that testimony was whether in your testimony at his criminal trial you testified about which side of her chest the issue with air coming into the chest cavity was on.
Could you go back to the previous page? I'm sorry, so I can look at it again. Thank you. Yep. I see reading it now, and I think I was swayed a bit by reading your expert's opinion. It says that I said it only went into the right chest cavity, that I simply say it goes into her chest cavity singular, but I don't say what side. But I do accurately describe what's called pneumothorax, which is air entering into your chest and causes issues with your vital organs there, something that your expert also agreed was appropriate and accurate.
Well, your testimony at Mr. Mullis' criminal trial was that the issues with pressure in the chest were on the right side of Ms. Mullis' chest, right?
I said that she had injuries to her right lung, which caused leakage of blood. I was not specific as to what side the air came into, but I do say chest cavity singular, so I suppose it's up to interpretation.
Isn't it true that at the time of your autopsy in this case, you actually didn't know which side of Ms. Mullis' chest had what you describe as a pneumothorax?
That's something that's difficult to identify at autopsy. Upon review of her medical records, it's clear that she had a large pneumothorax or air in her left chest cavity. It's also clear from my autopsy and the medical records that she had a right-sided chest tube placed. Notes indicate that air was released from that right-sided chest tube, meaning that she had air in both of her chest cavities, which simply makes sense.
Right, and does the fact that you didn't appreciate a left pneumothorax at autopsy, which I understand your testimony is you might not have appreciated that at autopsy. I mean, does that suggest to you that you hadn't looked at the medical records from the hospital that would have allowed you to identify that there was a left side tension pneumothorax?
I did not review the medical records at that time. I'm not sure what difference it actually makes from a medical doctor standpoint. Her having pneumothorax should have happened. So if you asked me without even seeing the body, gave me that scenario, I would tell you that's what happened, and that was confirmed with the medical records. She died because she was impaled with the corn rake and the effects of having that corn rake inside of her body, which includes air in the chest cavities.
Was the left side tension pneumothorax the actual cause of Ms. Mullis' death?
The x-ray that identified the left-sided pneumothorax was taken after that right-sided chest tube was placed. The medical records indicate that it was pretty significant. So if she had left-sided pneumothorax alone, absolutely. But to say that it was the only thing that contributed when she also had right-sided pneumothorax, she also had direct injury to her lungs and to her liver, I think would be insufficient.
Well, if Ms. Mullis hadn't had the left-sided pneumothorax and only had the injuries to the right side, those were injuries that she could have survived. Is that right?
She could have survived the left-sided pneumothorax as well. Prompt medical therapy can treat pneumothoraces. It can treat injury, direct injury to lungs. I don't see a difference.
Your testimony at Mr. Mullis' criminal trial suggested that there was bleeding in Ms. Mullis' chest as part of the mechanism of her death. Did you see that in what you just reviewed?
I did.
Was there actually very much blood in Ms. Mullis' chest at the time of your autopsy?
No.
Is it correct that bleeding into her chest cavity was not
really a part of the mechanism of her death?
If you were to have that alone, no, I don't think that would have caused her death.
And I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Is it your testimony that whether or not she had the pneumothorax on the left or the right side of her chest wasn't important in your assessment of whether or not this was a homicide?
No, those are consequences of being impaled with the corn rake. It's a homicide because she was impaled in the back. Those are things that happened from being impaled in the back by another person, which made it a homicide. What happens to the body doesn't make a difference. Someone gets shot in the head, and I talk about bleeding on the brain, really doesn't make sense. They were shot in the head.
Did you know at the time of her autopsy which injuries Ms. Mullis experienced first? The injuries on the left side of her back or the right?
No.
And did you know how much time, if any, passed between the time that she experienced any of these injuries on her back?
I do not know, no.
Would it have been important to your analysis to have known that?
How would I have known that?
Well, that's my question for you. Did you have a way to determine that?
I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know.
Were you open in your investigation to receiving information that would have helped you understand that?
Who would provide that information to me?
At the time that you determined Ms. Mullis' death was a homicide, could you think of a single person who could have assisted you in understanding that?
Other than the person who impaled her, no, and it really doesn't make a difference. Someone impaled her in the back with a corn rake.
I mean, does that question that I'm asking you today seem silly to you?
To ask if there was a time period between someone impaled her in the back once with the corn rake and then again with the corn rake again doesn't make sense or really matter. She was impaled in the back with a corn rake by another person. Whether they took a beat before they did it again doesn't make a difference to me.
If Ms. Mullis experienced the tension pneumothorax on the left side of her chest first, how quickly would that have caused her death?
Something like that would not be immediately fatal. She very well could have had many minutes before she lost consciousness and ultimately died. It's hard to know for sure, but minutes likely went by.
Would Ms. Mullis still have been breathing?
Yes.
Would Ms. Mullis still have been able to move?
Most likely, yes.
Would the pneumothorax have led to a situation where air entered Ms. Mullis's, where liquid developed in Ms. Mullis's lungs?
Oh, we're fluid. Then build up. But yes.
You're the doctor, so fluid is a better word.
No
I
problem.
That.
Yep.
Would that have led to a situation where Ms. Mullis was breathing out foamy fluid out of her mouth and potentially her nose?
Yes.
Any errors in the autopsy report that you created about Ms. Mullis's death?
Yes, I do have a typo.
What typo is in there?
It's an unfortunate one. It's in the opinion section. When I state wound direction, I say from front to back instead of back to front. It's the danger of repeating something over and over again. It's the only typo I could find.
And when you say that's an unfortunate typo, what do you mean?
Well, it's important to determine whether it's front to back or back to front. It's a fact and obvious, but should have been written appropriately.
Is it true that that's not a typo that you caught when you finalized this report?
No.
And did anyone else who reviewed your report catch that typo?
No.
Have you issued a corrected autopsy report at any point about Ms. Mullis' case?
No.
After you determined that Ms. Mullis' death was a homicide, did you continue talking with investigators who were investigating Ms. Mullis' death?
Yes.
And I think it was your testimony earlier that you did tell those investigators your opinion on the cause and manner of her death before your autopsy report was finalized. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you talk with investigators from DCI after a couple of days after your autopsy, after you conducted the autopsy on Ms. Mullis' body?
Yes.
Why did you talk with investigators? Well, let me ask you this. Did you talk with them on November 14th of 2018?
Yes.
Did those investigators ask to have a briefing with you about the autopsy?
They asked to discuss the autopsy, my findings, yes.
And you did you talk with them on that day?
Yes.
Did those investigators give you information about their investigation at that briefing on November 14th of 2018?
Yes.
Did they tell you at that briefing on November 14th of 2018 that they believed that Mr. Mullis had a motive to hurt his wife because of what they told you was affairs?
Yes.
And did you know why on November 14th of 2018 they were telling you that?
You would have to ask them, but it's not unusual information to receive.
Is it not unusual because you're part of the law enforcement investigation into people's death?
I'm not part of it. People often like to share what they've learned. I had already determined cause and manner of death, so you'd have to ask him why he wanted to share it.
Did you tell investigators on that call on November 14th of 2018 generally what the conclusions of your autopsy were?
I believe so, yes.
And what did you tell investigators on November 14th of 2018 about, in your view, how many times it was that Ms. Mullis had been impaled on this corn rake?
At least 2 times. Given the orientation of the wounds on her back, there's a high likelihood that it was 3 times.
Did you tell them in this briefing that it was possibly, or that there was a high likelihood that it was 3 times?
I believe so, and I maintain that.
Do you agree with me that your case log notes don't reflect that you told them that there was a high likelihood that it was 3 times?
That's my investigator's case log notes, and I'd have to look at it. But if it doesn't say it, it doesn't say it.
Well, don't you participate in maintaining those case log notes as well?
One person types them, so say there are multiple people who are a part of a meeting or a discussion, one person will type up the notes.
Do you check those notes?
I read them, but I do not edit them. I don't want to alter them. They're as another person remembered them.
Do you initial those notes?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Just to be clear, I do not initial notes. I do not write.
I want to show the witness at this point Exhibit 573, and I'll just say that we've made some slight modifications to the original photograph of this 573 just for purposes of privacy for this hearing. Is that Exhibit 573 in front of you?
Yes, that's what it says.
Is Exhibit 573 a true and accurate photograph of the condition of Ms. Mullis's back during the autopsy that you conducted on November 12th of 2018?
It appears so. You said you altered it in some way, but it seems appropriate.
And I'll just represent to you that it's cropped a little bit.
Okay. Yes.
From your original photograph.
It seems fine to me.
Okay. You mentioned, we'll come back to Exhibit 573, so you can remove that, Nicole. During the briefing that you had with the investigators on November 14th of 2018, did you talk with them about other defects that you noticed on Ms. Mullis's body aside from the 6 wounds that we've been talking about that were on her back?
I noted other injuries, yes.
And you've talked a little bit in your testimony about some of the other injuries that you observed in your assessment of them, but I want to ask you a couple of questions about that. I mean, in your briefing with investigators on November 4th of 2018, did you talk to them about this injury you've referenced to the left side of Ms. Mullis's chin?
You say this. I'm not looking at anything, to be clear. Okay.
Understood.
And injury to the left side of her chin. I most likely did, yes.
I mean, you've referenced in your testimony an injury to the left side of Ms. Mullis's chin. And when I say this injury, I'm talking about the injury you previously identified in your testimony.
Yes.
Did you talk to the investigators about that injury at this meeting?
I most likely did.
Well, did you tell them that that injury did not have any associated injury to the inside of Ms. Mullis's mouth at this conversation on November 14th of 2018?
I know you're referencing notes that I did not make. She also had an injury to her lip, so I don't know if inside of the lip injuries were relating to a lip injury. To say that there were injuries to the side of her chin and then talk about the inside of her lips seems to be a little bit of a jump.
Well, I don't want you to make any.
I don't recall exactly what I said, and I don't recall exactly how they were written in those notes by another person.
I don't want you to make any assumptions about what I'm referencing. So let me be a little more straightforward. When you observed Ms. Mullis's face at autopsy, did you note in your autopsy report any injuries to the inside of her mouth?
No.
I mean, she didn't have any scrapes on the inside of her cheeks, did she?
Not that I saw, no.
Did she have any abrasions or cuts on her tongue?
Not that I saw, no.
Did she have any damage to her teeth?
Not that I saw, no.
And you're referencing that she had a cut on the middle of her lip?
I believe it was a scrape, yes.
So she had a scrape on the middle of her lip?
The way you're asking me makes me want to look at my autopsy report. Is that okay?
Of course. It's Exhibit 225.
I have a copy here. Is that all right, or do you want me to wait?
I wasn't aware there was a copy. No. So is that document to the stand with you?
Yeah, I usually bring it to the stand. I don't have to look at it.
Okay, we'll show you Exhibit 225. Is Exhibit 225 a true and accurate copy of your autopsy report? And we can scroll through for you if that's helpful.
This is a photo request. It's not part of my normal autopsy report.
Can you scroll down? You identified that there's a photo request on the first page of Exhibit 225?
Yes.
Other than that photo request, is Exhibit 225 a true and accurate copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
And is there... I'm sorry.
Can I look at page 5?
I was going to ask you what page, so we'll take you to page 5.
Thank you. So yes, the very first sentence says there is a 1/8 by 1/8 inch red-brown abrasion in the center of the upper lip. So that's a scrape.
Was this scrape a small scrape?
It was 1/8 inch.
Is that small in your opinion?
whatever you think 1/8 inch is. Lips are quite small, so in relation to the lips, it might be large. In relation to your back, it might be small.
Did you consider this to be a small abrasion or a small scrape?
Sure.
Were the injuries that you noted on Ms. Mullis's face consistent with Ms. Mullis having fallen?
They could be caused by a fall, yes.
Were these injuries more consistent with a fall than with another explanation?
No, they didn't have any sort of pattern to them that would lead me in one direction or another. So they're called blunt force injuries. They're injuries that occur from the impact with an object that has a flat surface. So that could be the ground. That could be something else that simply has a flat surface to it. It's hard for me to know exactly how they occurred, but a fall is absolutely a possibility.
Did you tell investigators during your briefing with them on November 14th of 2018 that Ms. Mullis's facial injuries were perhaps more consistent with a fall?
I don't recall saying more consistent with a fall, but absolutely could be due to a fall.
Your Honor, we have two exhibits that we've put side by side just for comparison purposes, which are Exhibit 570 and Exhibit 621. And I'll just represent that we've made some redactions just for privacy purposes, but otherwise these have not been altered.
What was it?
570 and 621. Are you seeing two images in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize one of these photographs to be a photograph that you took during your autopsy?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of the area of Ms. Mullis's chin where some portion of her face has been redacted?
Yes.
And which side of the screen that you're looking at does that, the photograph that you took at autopsy appear on?
On my right side of the screen.
Okay.
With the ruler.
And do you see a photograph on the other side of the screen as well?
Yes.
Do you recognize where that photograph is from?
No.
Have you ever seen the photograph on the left side prior to today?
I do not recall having seen this before.
Both of these photographs that you're seeing on the screen in front of you depict the area of Ms. Mullis's chin.
As I said, I've never seen the other one before. It looks like a similar injury to the injury I saw on Ms. Mullis, but I can't even say that's her.
Prior to your deposition in 2023, had you ever seen any photographs of Ms. Mullis that were taken at Regional Medical Center, or Region Medical Center?
I had, yes.
And do you recognize the photograph that appears on the screen in front of you that is not the one you took to be a photograph from that set of photos?
I assumed it was, but as I stated, I don't recall having seen it before.
In your view, does the chin injury that appears on the photo that you took and the chin injury that appears on the photograph that you don't recognize, do those chin injuries appear different?
There are many similarities between them. The shape is similar. Differences include the injury at autopsy is that there's drying of the wound, so it's much darker in color.
Do you see any other differences about the appearance of the wound on the chin other than the drying?
The bruising around it appears to be more pronounced, I think, in my autopsy photo. don't know if there's anything else you're looking for.
Are there any other differences that you note?
It's darker in color. The bruising appears more pronounced, but it maintains its same general shape.
When injuries on a person's body are exposed to air, can that lead to drying?
Yes.
And what does drying impact the appearance of abrasions, for instance, on someone's body?
Yes.
How can drying impact the appearance of abrasions?
Well, this is a good example. It changes the color of the wound, may change the size slightly. It doesn't really change much else. Experience helps you interpret them appropriately.
Well, does the injury to the chin on the photograph that you took at autopsy look more pronounced than the injury to the chin in the other photo?
The dark color from the drying makes it stand out more.
Is the injury to Miss Mullis's chin that's depicted in the photographs, or the photograph that you recognize of the two that are in front of you, is that injury consistent with a fall?
It could have occurred with a fall, yes.
And is there any evidence that the chin injury that's depicted in the photograph that you're looking at was caused by anything other than a fall?
There's no pattern within it that I can tell that tells me what caused it. So it's from the impact of an object with her body, and that object has a flat surface. So it could be the ground, it could be an object as she's in the process of falling, the ground when she falls, or another object striking her while she's in another position.
In your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial, did you tell the jury that this injury to Ms. Mullis's chin was consistent with a fall?
I don't recall saying that, but I maintain that today is consistent with a fall. It's also consistent with any other type of blunt force injury.
Did anybody ask you at Ms. Mullis's trial whether this injury was consistent with a fall?
I would have to look at the transcript.
And we'll come back to that. And I want to go back to her ears, because that's something that you mentioned earlier. And if you need to see some photographs of her ear to refresh your memory, I can show you that. But in your conversation with the investigators on November 14th of 2018, did you tell those investigators that any bruising around Ms. Mullis's ear could also be consistent with her falling?
I don't recall, but independently now I say yes, it could be from a fall. She has earrings in, and she had bruising to the backs of her ears and on her earlobes, and that could be from her hitting the ground and the earring causing injury to her ear and the skin around her ear.
Could the bruising that you noted around Ms. Mullis's ear be consistent with bumping her head against some surface as she walked? For instance, hitting her head on a door jamb as she walked through a door?
Yes.
Could it be consistent with banging her head on some object hanging from the ceiling as she walked through a space?
If that injured her ear as well, then sure.
I mean, is there any way to distinguish the bruising on her ear from someone's everyday activities?
It has the standard definition of a blunt force injury. I can't tell the nature of the injury, so it could be from sort of activity of daily living.
Did you tell investigators on this call on November 14th of 2018 that Ms. Mullis had a pretty low baseline hemoglobin?
I did say that, yes.
All right, and can having a pretty low baseline hemoglobin be something that can lead to anemia?
Well, that's what anemia is.
You're identifying that Ms. Mullis had anemia?
Yes, from the medical record, she was anemic.
Can anemia lead to dizziness?
Yes.
Can it lead to weakness?
Yes.
Can it lead to people falling?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson, is this a good spot for
It is.
afternoon break?
It is, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take 15 minutes. We'll plan on resuming at about 30 or just before. Court's in recess till then.
All right, so let's get to our recap of the day. So far, they came back from lunch, and it's Dr. Carrie Cruz. So they talk about her opinion. So apparently she did a deposition from 2023. So remember, this took place in 2019. The incident happened in 2018, and then the trial was 2019. So Carrie Cruz, Dr. Cruz, gave a deposition 2023. And the defense is saying, I don't want to open any doors, I don't want to open up any doors, but this is what I'm going to ask her. So they talk about the 5 options for the cause of deletion. I'm not an expert as to who you're saying is generally accepted standard. Yeah, there's a little bit of snark right at the beginning. I would argue that no one thinks that in my field, that this whole general accepted standard beyond a medical certainty, they kind of got off to a prickly start there. But the evidence showed that it wasn't natural cause or self-deletion. So that leaves you with undetermined, accidental, or homicide. So then she talks about this corn rake had 4 tines. All right, let's get to, all right, so here's the tines, right? There are the tines. And then here is, all right, so this is Amy's back. And sorry if it's graphic for you guys, but we're trying to, just follow along here. So the corn rake had 4 tines. There were 6 penetrating injuries to Amy's back, right? And one of them went through. One of them went through and punctured her. I believe it was her left implant. I believe it was her left. Maybe it was her right. Anyway, okay. So determination at autopsy, the injuries were Amy's cause. The focus was on her back. In the 2023 deposition, Amy's passing couldn't be an accident because it goes back to 2018. It remained the same. Accident was Amy fell on the corn rake. No argument to the contrary that she knows. There's nothing that would contradict that. It's reasonable that someone would fall once, but to think someone could fall backwards, pull it out, then fall on it again, pull it out, and fall a 3rd time is way outside a medical degree of certainty. And there's lack of supporting evidence for an accident. The injuries to her front is entirely impossible. So there were no injuries to her front other than there was one going through, because everything was focused on her back. The most compelling evidence, there were more holes in her back than on the rake. So there were 4 tines, and here she's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then there was also the one on their side. There was an injury on the side of her ribs there. Let's see, what else? So Amy was face down with the rake sticking up, right? And okay, let's just keep going through this. 2 tines were inside her body and 2 tines were outside of her body. That's the first I've ever heard that. I don't remember Todd saying that. I remember him saying that they were in her body and the rake was in her body, he had to pull it, but I don't remember them saying that 2 were in and 2 were out. The handle of the rake was facing her head. So it was facing this way, right? So again, that's pretty interesting. So, and here's, okay, so in the original trial, There were 4 wounds, A, B, C, and D. They were back to front, which means they were going to her back, to her front. They were right to left, and they were downward. So that means she was standing up, in my opinion, she was standing up. Then there's these 2 others that were upward. So that means somebody walked around her head and got her that way, because then the rake would be sticking up towards her. So that makes sense, right? Not that she would have fallen. She would have fallen and they would have been going downward. Then she gets up, pulls them off, falls back, somehow twists it, and then they're going upward. That just doesn't make sense. Somebody did this. This is not an accident, in my opinion. I just don't see how it's an accident. To me, it's somebody hits her, the tines are going down, she falls, that person goes to the front of her head and does it again, and then that would mean the rake, that would mean the rake is, like if her head is here, and they do that. So the rake handle is facing her head instead of down by her butt, if you will. So they did bring the corn rake in. She said she brought it close to Amy, but it didn't actually make contact, and she said she took a photograph of the rake. Did you compare the rake and the wound? She said she examined them separately. She didn't know how far the tines were apart. The tines were about 4 inches, I believe. Or I'm sorry, 1.5 inches. Let me see if I can get let's see. All right, so here's the rake itself. Right? Okay, there's the rake. Right? And in testimony, the tines were about 1.5 inches apart. So they were about 1.5 inches apart from each other. So they're about 1.5 inches apart from each other. All right. She looked at Amy's clothes. The holes were quite obvious. How many holes did you see? She said she saw multiple holes, but she didn't count them. The position of the rake was something I didn't need to consider. She felt confident in Amy's passing was a homicide. She verbally determined it was a homicide, but on paper it was pending. And she did that so law enforcement could continue the investigation. I'm not sure why they do that. Why don't they just say it? I didn't understand that part. They did the toxicology, but just a straight up alcohol and drugs of abuse. The blunt force injuries could have been from earlier. I guess that makes sense. Because none of them had a clear pattern. Let me see. Do I have... Wait, hold on a sec. All right, so there's also that angle, right? So there's that angle, so it's like on the side as well. Unfortunately, I don't know which ones are A, B, C, and D, because those were the ones that were fatal, and those were the ones that entered the chest cavity. So I'm not sure which ones those are. Let's see what else. Her face was resting on the floor. She did have bruising on her face and her lips. The tines entered both sides and entered the chest cavity. She said only the right side had organ injuries. So that's the right side there, right? That's like right by her, I think it was her liver. I think it was her liver that, so in the original trial it said puncture wound B made it to the right lung and then the diaphragm and then the liver. So that was puncture wound number B. One went in between 2 ribs and injured the spine. And then F only on the left side. So F was on the left side that entered the chest cavity. So that's from the original trial. That's her original testimony. So she said there was a typo. She said there was a typo, front to back instead of back to front. But in her testimony, she said back to front and then back to front. So in her testimony, she did say back to front both times, but I guess in her report, she said front to back. And that's huge. That is different because that just tells me, okay, so if you're standing up, right, if you're standing up and somebody hits you like this, that's going down. and then you fall to the ground, and that person comes to your head and does it this way, then it's going the exact opposite, right? So that is pretty crucial, I think. Knowing the difference, especially because then if you're right-handed or left-handed, that would make a big difference as well. Then Amy was anemic, and that could cause dizziness. She had a medical procedure. I think she had like a dusting, if you will, and I think she was dizzy. That was one of the things. She was a dizzy. She was lightheaded. She was dizzy. We'll go back here. So that's kind of the original. Was that she was cleaning these lights and in the hog farm, and she was a little dizzy. So both Todd and his son Tristan said, "Hey, if you need to go rest, or can you at least go get the pet carrier in the shed?" So that's originally why she went to the shed to get the pet carrier. And don't forget, this hallway was like really small. The shed. They had a bunch of stuff on the side, and it was only like maybe 4 feet wide or something, 3 or 4 feet wide. It was very, very, very narrow walkway, and you had to kind of go back. You had to pick up the pet carrier. So, hey, Erica Hubner, how are you? Good to see you. Avalon, I want to say Avalon, Avanlia Rising. I'm sorry, I completely butchered that. Otherwise, the primary wounds would be in the front, and they are not correct. Yeah, there are no wounds in the front. There's one that went through. It went through her right breast. So it went through her right breast. So she got pretty much stabbed on the left side. So it went through her right breast. But there were no wounds on the front. And yes, OnlyFan, it's unfortunate to make a typo in any case. It's a pretty big deal. Yeah. That definitely makes, but in her testimony, I believe I have in my notes, her testimony were back to front. See, I thought it was her testimony, but no, it was just her notes. So both were back to front, back to front. One was right to left. One was downward and one was upward. So to me, the person walked around. I'm just trying to wrap my head around her falling, pulling it out, and then falling again. That just seems so implausible. Impossible. It just seems. Yeah, YB, that went deep with force. Yeah, went through her. Went all the way through. Brad says, I don't see how the typo impacts her actual opinion or whether or not it was an accident. I agree the typo was unfortunate. And then her testimony was consistent. Her testimony was consistent. The typo to me makes a difference in the sense that it would say, okay, so she said back to front. Let's see, hold on. What was her typo? She said front to back instead of back to front. Well, then that means it would be, then she got attacked in the front. So that's why I could see that is pretty big if you look at it that way, right? Because then you're like, wait a minute, that you're telling me now she had wounds on her front. So I mean that completely spins the whole thing. However, in her testimony, she never said anything about front attack. It was all in the back. Avon, I gotta learn how to pronounce your name. Avanlia. Am I close with that? Avanlia? Because I want to say Avalon, but Avanlia? I'm going to go with that. Tell me if I'm even close. Is that a 50% correct? Avanlia Rising says, the angle, wait a minute. She wouldn't have fallen on her arm before the rake was able to puncture her right lateral side. And Avanlia says, the angle just doesn't work for me personally. YB, he had to make sure she, was deleted. Groovy Cheryl. The court looks like judge sits in a big upright bathtub. That's funny. Avonlea. Avonlea? There's no Leah? Avonlea? Avonlea? Avonlea. Okay. Avonlea. Avonlea Rising. Okay, Avonlea. That's easy. Oh, did I have my... Was I...
Are they done?
No, they're just on a break.
What were you saying?
I don't know. Was I like not talking just then? Okay, I was. No, they're on a 15-minute break.
Okay, that's why I was like, be careful of the ending, because I thought they were done for the day.
Nope, just on a break.
And then they're going to probably go for another hour?
Remember, they're an hour behind us, so it's going to be 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Yep.
I put the link to the video, the EMT video or the paramedic video in the description.
Oh, okay.
If you want to look at where it is, it's like, you might have to refresh, because I don't know.
I see it. Yeah.
I tagged them. So they're going to be like, yeah, that video is pretty interesting.
Okay.
Because what she's saying is that it was impaled in her back. She's outrightly questioning the ME. And the one hole had it stayed in there and then it spun a little bit. That's how she got it twice. You know what I mean?
Interesting. Well, I hope they bring her up then.
Well, they may not know who she is.
Yeah.
You know, but anyway, look at Rafa. He looks to be a mess over there.
I know.
It's cold out there, too.
Is it?
Yes, it is not warm rains. It's cool, crappy.
All right. Therapist you know, Trial TV Live give us a shout out. Nope. Avonlea. All right, Avonlea. I just think of Avalon Rising, right? Wasn't that a book? Why do I think of Avalon Rising? Okay, it's a band. Oh, okay. All right. Groovy Cheryl, all those holes do not match up with the bailing fork tongs. They lied about how they found her and then they supposedly removed it anyway, just their story. The book is called Road to Avalon. What is it? All right, Road to... Why am I thinking there was like Avalon Rising? I thought I remembered that as a teenager. Wasn't that? I know I read that about King Arthur and stuff. Am I taking crazy pills? Avalon Rising. Okay, not even close to being spelled the same way, but I guess that's when I see the Rising, I think of that. Yes, it's about the aftermath of Morgan Le Fay's war on Camelot. All right. Yes. All right. I do remember this now. All right. Not even close to your name, Avonlea, but I think of Avalon Rising. I guess when I see the rising part. All right. Avonlea sounds funnier though. Avalon is a song. Avalon, Avonlea. That would be the book you remember? Yes. Yes, huge King Arthur fan here. Curvial, then she fell and then he hit her again, which is wider, 2 different angles. Well, however, I mean, I guess if you're going with that he hit her, so she's walking, she's walking and he hits her from behind, going down, right? She falls, her head's over here, and then he walks to her head. So if this is her head, he walks to her head and then hits her this way. So he's standing over her and then hits her that way. That would explain the angle going down and then the angle going up. Like if you look at her head, one of the angles is going down, the other angle is going up. There you go. Waiting for the angels of Avalon, waiting for the eastern glow. Yep. Julie says, someone was on the ladder, I think, and came down on her from above. Interesting. Yes. Avonlea. That was one about King Arthur. Avonlea also says, looks to me like he totally whacked her. Otherwise, I don't think it could have gone in at that angle and that deep. Agreed. Okay, they're coming back in. Brad goes to her head to check whether already unalived. Goes to her head to check. Yeah. Okay. See you guys on the other side. They have not turned on the audio yet, guys. They have not turned on the audio yet. Come on, Judge, turn on the audio. Oh, come on. They have not turned on the audio yet. Oh, this is brutal. They have not turned on the audio yet. All right, they have not turned on the audio yet, so we're missing all of this. They have not turned on the audio yet. So, does anybody read lips? We have no audio yet. Oh, this is aggravating. Come on, guys. Come on, control room. Turn on the audio.
in terms of what was said at that conversation?
I don't have an actual recollection of the conversation itself. Kathy Madison is an excellent investigator in our office, and I trust what she wrote here.
You have no reason to doubt that those notes are correct, is that right?
Correct.
Do you see that there's some entries in Exhibit 201, and I'll direct your attention down to an entry from 11/30 of 2018 that's on page 2. Do you see that there's some entries that have a KK next to them?
Yes.
Are those entries that you made in the case log notes?
Yes.
So do you have access to the case log notes for cases just like other members of your staff?
Yes.
How do you keep these case log notes in terms of what kind of document?
It's digital.
Are these kept as a Word document?
No, we have, it's our sort of medical management system that holds information about decedents in our office and has a space for us to write notes.
Is Exhibit 201 a complete and accurate copy of all of the case log notes that your office kept about Ms. Mullis's autopsy?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. I also want to show you Exhibit 380. And while we're pulling up Exhibit 380 for you, as part of your autopsy of Ms. Mullis, did you measure the depths of the wounds in her back that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Did you, and we've talked that you photographed the outside of those wounds, is that right?
Yes.
Did you photograph, did you or your staff take any photographs during Ms. Mullis's autopsy that would capture or reflect the wound paths inside Ms. Mullis's body?
Not of the organs or as they entered into the back of the body, no.
Do you agree with me that you and your staff took only 2 photographs of the inside of Ms. Mullis's chest during this autopsy?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that those 2 photographs don't really show the wound path inside Ms. Mullis's chest?
Correct.
They're just in the way that her body was autopsied, there's some portions of her body that are really obscuring her chest in those photographs. Do you agree?
Yes, her ribs.
All right. I'm going to now show you Exhibit 380. Is that in front of you?
Yes.
And if you need to have us scroll down, we'll do so, but do you recognize Exhibit 380 to be a true and accurate copy of the postmortem examination notes for your autopsy of Ms. Mullis?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 3. Does page 3 have some exemplars of the human body on which you've taken notes?
Yes.
Is this your handwriting on page 3?
Yes.
And
oh, I'm sorry. At the top with her name, that's not my handwriting, but everything around the body is.
I appreciate that clarification. Page 3 is page 3 your notations at the autopsy of things of note that you observed during the autopsy?
Yes.
And does page 3 capture all of the defects in Ms. Mullis's body that you appreciated during autopsy?
No.
Is it your testimony that there's some defects that you, well, let me ask you this question. I'm going to have you turn to page 4. What is different between page 3 and page 4 in terms of what you were noting at autopsy?
Page 3 describes defining characteristics and other noteworthy features on Ms. Mullis that would belong in my report outside of injury. So it had her hair color, her eye color, if she had medical therapy, jewelry, things like that. I used a separate body diagram, as you called it, page 4, to document her injuries.
Does page 4 capture all of the defects on Ms. Mullis's body that you observed at autopsy?
Yes.
And do you see a little chart at the bottom of page 4? And if you need us to zoom this, we can. do you see a little chart sort of at the very bottom of page 4 that has some, what I would call little carrots and some numbers next to it?
Yes.
What is that little section of page 4?
That section of page 4 has each of the 6 puncture wounds. In between each puncture wound is a measurement of distance.
Looking at page 4, and that area, here on page 4 you've measured the depths of the wounds in Miss Mullis's back, is that right?
Yes, I see depths here. Sometimes I'll notate it on the other page with internal injuries.
Well, do you agree with me, and if you need to look at some other paperwork to answer this, I can show this to you, but do you agree with me that some of the penetrating injuries that we've been talking about on Miss Mullis, on her back, some of those penetrating injuries were not very deep?
Similar to the injury to her lip, I think that's kind of a matter of opinion. Some were deeper than others, absolutely.
Which one of the penetrating injuries to her back were deep?
The deepest of the penetrating injuries, she had 2 that had an approximate depth of 6.5 inches. In terms of my autopsy report, those were puncture wounds B and E.
You're saying B as in boy?
B as in boy.
And E. Wound A is the wound that is to the furthest right of Miss Mullis's back, is that right?
Yes, really on the side of her chest.
More underneath her armpit, is that right?
Yes.
Did wound A go all the way through Miss Mullis's body?
It did.
Was there one of the wounds on Miss Mullis's back that was just 2 inches deep?
Yes.
Which one was that?
That was wound D. It was the inferior most wound.
You have described the wounds in her back that we've been talking about as sharp force injuries, is that right?
Yes.
Is it more accurate to call these injuries blunt injuries from a puncturing device?
No, I would prefer to say sharp force injuries. Blunt force injuries, as I indicated, have a flat surface that can abrade or contuse the skin, potentially cause a laceration with impact. A sharp object will cut and divide tissue as it enters the skin. Obviously, it's a unique object for someone to be impaled with. In my opinion, sharp made the most sense.
Are there different characteristics for injuries that are caused by a blunt object being forced through someone's skin, like as a penetrating injury?
It's more difficult to penetrate the body with a blunt object versus a sharp one.
Is it true that you don't know, as you sit here today, how much more difficult it is?
It depends on the type of object, if you're comparing to.
Is there any difference in your mind between how, other than that it would be more difficult to penetrate the body, between how a blunt object being, through some mechanism, forced into someone's body, is there any difference in terms of how wounds caused by the blunt force object being forced through would appear or would operate in the body from a sharp object being forced into the body through some mechanism?
So the impact of a blunt object with the body, like I said, can cause abrasions, scrapes on the skin, bruising. If it's a significant impact, you can cause a laceration or a tearing of the skin, which I suppose would allow the blunt object to further enter into the body. Lacerations are irregular, and we have what's called tissue bridging, so little pieces of tissue may still connect each side of the wound. This is in contrast to a sharp object, which, as I said, cuts and divides tissue, so you shouldn't have that tissue bridging. It should be a cleaner looking wound.
Besides what you just identified, are you aware of any other differences in how a blunt object being forced through some mechanism through someone's body would operate versus a sharp object being forced through someone's body?
I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. It's vague when you say a blunt object through some mechanism. I don't know what object you're talking about or what mechanism, so I don't know what conclusions I can draw.
Well, when you examined the corn rake at issue in this case, were the tines on this corn rake blunt?
They were pointed, and both pointed and slightly rounded. So I suppose you're trying to characterize it as a blunt object.
To be clear, I'm asking you your characterization. I'm not trying to characterize it as anything.
I characterized it as a sharp object. It cut and divided the skin as it entered into it, as characterized by the well-formed round holes in Miss Mullis's back after she was impaled with it.
Well, if I hit my head on the edge of this table, that could cut and divide my skin and enter to some extent into my body, right?
That would cause a laceration, which is an irregular tearing of your skin.
But that could also enter my skin.
If a blunt object impacts your skin, that force would cause the tearing of the skin. I suppose if you were to remain in that same spot for a period of time, say the edge of the table could slightly enter into the laceration, sure. Entering in your body is, I think, misleading.
Is it true, as of your deposition testimony in this case in 2023, that in providing professional opinions about cause and manner of death, that you tend to shy away from saying that something is a possible defensive wound?
I do, and you can go back to my previous testimony today where blunt force injuries are hard to interpret. There are injuries that are considered defensive type wounds, but at the end of the day, they're simply blunt force injuries.
Have you become shyer over the course of your career in characterizing wounds as defensive wounds?
I maintain my same position on that. Some wounds are considered defensive in nature due to their position on the body, but at the end of the day, they're blunt force injuries. And without a pattern, I can't say definitively how the injuries occurred.
Has it been your experience that sometimes in your career, people who might be calling you to testify at a trial might be pushing you to identify certain blunt force injuries as possible defensive wounds?
Yes.
And is that because identifying something as a defensive wound could have an impact on what people perceive about what the cause or manner of someone's death was?
So I determine cause and manner of death. I don't use these so-called defensive type wounds in my determination of cause and manner of death. How they're perceived in legal proceedings, I do understand that that may have an impact on a jury for them, but I do not use it for my determination of cause and manner of death.
Have you gotten better over the course of your career at pushing back on attorneys who might be asking you to characterize certain wounds as defensive wounds when, in your opinion, there's really no way to tell?
I suppose potentially we all become stronger as we get older.
And at the time you performed Miss Mullis's autopsy, you were newer in your career.
Yes.
I mean, did you start your job as a medical examiner here in Iowa in July of 2018?
Yes.
And is it true that your autopsy of Miss Mullis was a few months after you started?
Yes.
Was your job as a medical examiner in Iowa your first full-time job since you finished your fellowship?
Yes.
And I'm not asking for personal details of your life, so without identifying anything about where specifically you've lived in your life, you did not grow up in a farming community, did you?
No.
Do you have limited experience with farming?
Yes.
Did you testify in Mr. Mullis's trial in about a year after you performed the autopsy of Ms. Mullis?
Yes.
And at the time you testified at trial, had you performed about 600 autopsies?
If that's what I said, then that would be accurate. I don't recall now.
Do you know, as you sit here today, how many autopsies you'd performed in your career that were unsupervised before you performed the autopsy in Ms. Mullis's case?
Before I did? No, I can't recall.
Had you performed about half the autopsies in your career before you performed the autopsy of Ms. Mullis?
In my career as I sit here now?
I'm saying that as of the time of your testimony at Mr. Mullis's trial, you performed about 600, correct?
If that's what I said, then yes.
All right, and as of the time of performing Ms. Mullis's autopsy about a year earlier, how many of the 600 had you done at that point?
Well, if I performed about 300 or so with my training, then I see what you're saying, then about half of that.
Okay. Was there a time in Mr. Mullis's case where counsel for Mr. Mullis sent a letter to your office requesting to meet with you about Mr. Mullis's case?
I know we were sent a letter. I don't recall if it said meet. There was information about some expert opinions that they had gathered, and there was a question as to if I wanted more information, but to meet, I would have to look again.
Did that letter ask if you'd be willing to communicate with counsel in some way, whether in person or on the phone or through some method?
I think I have a similar answer to that. I don't recall that. I'm not saying that it's not what it said. There was a part of it where they said I could ask for more information, so if that's inviting a conversation, then that's along those lines, yes.
Did you decline to speak with counsel in response to that letter?
I did not.
Object is irrelevant.
Overruled, the answer will remain in the record.
Well, is there a process in forensic pathology where a forensic pathologist can change their medical opinion?
In all of medicine, you can change your medical opinion.
Is there an ethical obligation for forensic pathologists to change their opinion if they learn information that should change their opinion?
An opinion should always reflect the pathologist's true opinion. So sure, if your opinion changes, then it should be reflected in the death certificate reports, etc.
Is there a process to change a death certificate?
Yes.
When you became aware of the letter that counsel had sent to your office about communicating with you about information related to Mr. Mullis's case, was there any moment where you considered potentially talking with them about the information that was provided in the letter?
I did read the letter, and due to its contents, no.
Did that letter include some excerpts of what was represented in the letter as being additional expert opinions about Mr. Mullis's case?
Yes.
And at the time of your deposition in 2023, was the information that was provided in the letter, those excerpts, the only information you had about whatever additional experts might be saying about Mr. Mullis's case?
I'm sorry. Yes, I believe so.
And was it based on those excerpts and the content of the letter that you determined that you were not going to communicate further with Mr. Mullis's counsel about this case?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned that that letter offered to provide you with some additional information. Is that your memory?
Yes.
Did you take counsel up on that offer of providing you with some new information that you hadn't had previously?
No.
Have you at some point since your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial sent text messages to Deputy Hemaseth about Mr. Mullis's case?
Yes.
And in those text messages, have you expressed some disdain for Mr. Mullis's efforts to seek post-conviction relief?
I would have to look at them. I don't know.
I can show them to you. I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 230. If you need to look through more of 230, I will show it to you, but it does Exhibit 230 screenshots of text messages between your cell phone and Deputy Hemaseth's cell phone?
Yes.
And I'm going to refer you to page 11 of the exhibit. Let me have you read page 11 and let me know when you've done that. Does reviewing page 11 refresh your memory about whether you've ever expressed some disdain for Mr. Mullis's efforts to get post-conviction relief to Deputy Hemaseth?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I would characterize it as I expressed disdain for the manner in which the case was being revisited, specifically some pretty nasty things said about me by your co-counsel.
Did you share in text messages with Deputy Hemaseth a video that purported to recreate sort of what had happened in Ms. Mullis's case?
He shared with me a video.
Did you watch that video?
I did.
And did you express some disdain for the sort of way in which that video was produced in your messages with Deputy Hemaseth?
I would characterize it more as I found it amusing. It's by an individual who was harassing me, and I wasn't quite sure what it was showing, so it was an interesting thing to see.
I want to come back to that topic, but I want to ask you about one more topic, and I'm almost done with my exam here, Dr. Cruz. At the time of your deposition in 2023, am I right that you did not know at that time the order that the 6 wounds on Ms. Mullis's back occurred?
Correct.
At that time, did you know which, if any, of these injuries happened together, meaning that more than one tine of the corn rake went into her body at the same time?
I do not.
And at the time of your 2023 deposition, did you have in your mind's eye any particular idea of how exactly someone put the corn rake into Miss Mullis's body other than that in some way that occurred?
I don't know exactly how she was impaled with it. I just know someone else impaled her with it.
And I appreciate, and I don't want to belabor this point, that you've said multiple times now in this testimony and elsewhere that you do not believe it is possible for Ms. Mullis to have fallen on this rake more than once. So understanding that that is your opinion, you do believe that a person could be impaled by this corn rake by falling on it one time?
I do think someone could fall on it once.
I mean, it is your belief that falling on this rake once could generate the necessary force for someone to be impaled on it?
I think it's possible, yes, for someone to be injured by a corn rake by falling on it.
And for you, is the issue with determining whether Ms. Mullis fell on this corn rake then, that while it is possible for someone to fall on a corn rake once, it is not possible, in your view, for someone to have fallen on this corn rake more than once?
Not just fallen on it more than once, fall on it, pull it out of your entire torso, fall it in again, likely pull it out, and then fall on it again with enough force to generate puncture wounds.
Can you envision a mechanism as you sit here? Well, I want to ask you a different question. At the time of your deposition in 2023, could you envision a mechanism where someone fell on a corn rake, impaled themselves on all 4 tines of the corn rake, were able to extract some of the tines but not all of them from their back, and then fell back on the corn rake for the tines that had come out to re-impale into their body?
I do not think that's possible. I think significant force is required to generate those wounds, and then you're suggesting that the second fall is from a very short distance.
Did you testify, well, I want to understand this. At the time that you testified at your deposition in 2023, did you believe it was possible for someone to have pulled some or all of the tines of the corn rake out of their body one time?
I would have to look at my deposition if I was asked that. It's hard to go back in time.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your deposition?
Sure.
And I'm going to have your 2023 deposition pulled up for you. We're going to come back to that issue because I want to pull a page for you to ask if it would refresh your recollection. But while we're doing that, as you sit here today, do you know the force that would be necessary for an object like a corn rake to penetrate just the clothing on someone's body?
No.
Have you, as of the time of your deposition in 2023, were you aware of any scientific sources that you could consult to answer the question of how much force would be necessary to penetrate the clothing on someone's body?
I don't know of any specific people who would tell me that, but I suppose I could look.
And to be clear, when I'm asking you about any source, I'm not asking just about people, but any type of source that scientists would use, including reference materials or any other type of academic source. As of the time of your deposition in 2023, did you know any source that you could consult to answer that question?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to then go back to your deposition as to my prior question, and I'm going to show you for your 2023 deposition, page 19. I'm going to have you read page 19, line 6 through line 13, just to yourself, and I'm going to ask you if that's refreshed your memory after you've done so. Yeah, sorry. Page 19. This is 2023. Page 19. 6 through 13. Line 6 through 13. Yeah, the deposition.
And this is Exhibit 322, right?
Thank you very much. Yes, Exhibit 322. Have you had a chance to review that portion of your deposition?
Yes.
Did reading your deposition, that portion of your deposition, refresh your memory about whether in 2023 you believed it was possible for Ms. Mullis to have pulled the rake out of her back one time?
Yes.
And what was your opinion about that at the time of your deposition?
I said that it is possible, but would likely be incredibly difficult and unlikely.
And again, as with the idea of being impaled on the rake, was it your belief in 2023 that while it was possible for someone to remove some or all of the tines of a corn rake from their own back one time, you did not believe it was possible to do that more than once?
Correct.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor. Dr. Cruz, as we've been discussing at length today, you're a forensic pathologist, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any expertise in the field of biomechanics?
No.
Do you have any expertise in the field of biomedical engineering?
No.
As of your deposition in 2023, had you ever consulted a biomechanical expert on a case?
No.
As of your deposition in 2023, had you ever consulted an incident reconstructionist on a case?
No.
As of 2023, was it your opinion that the field of biomechanical engineering is a scientific discipline?
I'm not incredibly familiar with it, but that sounds like it would be true.
I mean, do you believe, as you sit here today, that qualified biomechanical engineers are scientists and have scientific expertise?
Like I said, I'm not familiar with them, but I would agree that they probably consider themselves scientists.
At the time that you were deposed in this case in 2023, did you have any opinion on whether a biomechanical engineer could contribute to the understanding of what happened to Ms. Mullis?
It's not something that I considered in terms of needing it for my cause and manner of death.
And as of the time of your 2023 deposition, did you maintain your opinions about the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death without reading the full reports of any of the experts that Mr. Mullis had consulted in his post-conviction case?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Sure. As of the time that you were deposed in 2023, did you maintain your opinions about the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death without having read the full reports of any of the experts that Mr. Mullis had consulted in this case?
Yes.
Just one moment. additional issue, Dr. Cruz. At your trial testimony in Mr. Mullis' criminal case, were you asked to identify a photograph of the corn rake in this case as part of your testimony?
I would have to review, but if the record shows that, that sounds fine with me. I think that sounds appropriate.
Hang on a second.
Exhibit 62 from the underlying criminal trial, which we're going to show the witness. That is not, we have a photograph of it from EDMS, which I think we'll show to the state, Erica, if you want to do that, that we'd like to approach the witness with.
Counsel, if you can just show it to the state before you bring it to the witness, but then you can certainly approach the witness whenever you're ready.
62
I know what you're doing.
Sorry, Kevin.
Thanks for your patience, Dr. Cruz. This is the last question we have for you.
Thank you.
We've shown you, as best we could, a copy of State's Exhibit number 62 from Mr. Mullis' criminal trial. Is that in front of you?
Yes.
Do you see that photograph?
Yes.
What is depicted in this photograph?
This appears to be the handle portion of the corn rake. In it, there's a ruler with our state medical examiner number indicating that the photograph was taken at autopsy.
Do you agree that this photograph does not depict the tines of the corn rake?
Correct.
From looking at Exhibit 62, can you tell anything about whether the tines of the corn rake are sharp or not?
No.
Anything else? Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
I'm going to try to be done by 4:30.
Okay.
Give me a chance. I'll try to get. Dr. Cruz, I don't think came planning to stay this evening. Yeah, no. I didn't think so. So, yeah, I'll try to get through this. If I may approach the witness, I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way.
You may.
I'm going to show you 3 exhibits, A, B, and C. You can take a look at those for me. What is A?
A is my CV.
Is that up to date?
I've since earned a certificate at Drake University in the education portion that I recently updated it with, but other than that, it's appropriate.
What is B?
B is, it starts with that letter to Deputy Hemastaff about his request for photographs and then continues into my autopsy report.
Is B the entirety of your autopsy report?
Yes.
And then what is C?
C is a quality assurance paper as part of our standard protocol at my office. All cases that are deemed homicide are formally reviewed by another pathologist in our office.
Is that a record that's normally maintained in your office as part of your certification?
Yes.
Okay. In as much as they're not admitted, we'd offer A, B, and C.
Any objection? They will be admitted.
All right, Dr. Cruz, you were asked about a deposition where it was page 19. Do you recall? It was just a minute ago.
Yes.
All right, and on the page, do you have that page in front of you?
No.
You guys have that up?
You want to screw back up?
Please, I'm not connected. Page 19.
Would you mind if we just showed this copy just to curiosity?
Page 19.
Approach, please.
Her testimony.
Thank you.
See page 19 of the deposition?
Yes.
All right, and then was lines, I think, 8 through 11 you were asked to review?
Yes.
In lines 8 through 11, you said that she could have pulled it out of her once, meaning the rake, correct?
Yes.
All right, the next sentence is, the difficulty of that in someone's back with the depth of the tines to me seems incredibly unlikely. True?
Yes.
All right, then what's the last line? I don't believe that was mentioned. What was the last comment that you made in that deposition on page 19?
I say, and then the thought that she fell on it again, pulled it out, and again, it's just not a feasible possibility.
Okay. Any of those opinions or characterizations, have those changed for you at all over this course of time?
No.
Okay. I want to talk a bit about the process that you follow at the medical examiner's office. Where is the medical examiner's office?
Ankeny, Iowa.
And are there other forensic pathologists that work there?
Yes.
How many?
At the time, there were 3 other forensic pathologists.
Okay, and currently there's also 3 others other than you, is that right?
There are 4 others now.
Sorry, I missed one. And who is the state medical examiner?
Dr. Dennis Klein.
And would Dr. Klein have been the doctor that hired you?
Yes.
All right. And as you have other assistants at the medical examiner's office, can you just briefly describe that for the court?
Sure. So in terms of our office, we have Dr. Dennis Klein. He is the chief state medical examiner. We have Dr. Jonathan Thompson. He's the deputy state medical examiner. He's also the one who formally reviewed my report. At the time, Dr. Michelle Catalier was the other associate state medical examiner with me. Currently, the associate state medical examiners are Dr. Jacob Smith and Dr. Allison Hade.
And as part of your work and routine in examining cases, do you frequently consult with one another?
Yes.
Okay, does that happen on a daily basis?
Yes.
Anytime you might have a difficult case or something that might be confusing to you, can you rely on them to help you?
Yes.
And in this case, whenever you did the autopsy of Amy Mullis, would that same support system have been in place for you?
Yes.
Do you also have the use of investigators in your office?
Yes.
What does an investigator in the medical examiner's office do?
Our medico-legal death investigators are each assigned one person to a case. They will communicate with law enforcement. They gather law enforcement reports, medical records. They talk to family and gather any other information that we may need for a determination of cause and manner of death.
And would you have had that resource available to you in the investigation and the autopsy of Amy Mullis?
Yes.
Is there a quality control process in place at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Describe that for us, please.
Part of our regular quality control is for any case for both cause and manner are undetermined, or where manner is homicide, the case is formally reviewed by one of the other pathologists. They fill out a form where they say if photographs, documentation, our ultimate opinion are all correct, and if they agree, and then they sign that form. We also review random reports throughout the year per name guidelines on cases that are natural, suicide, and accident.
You had mentioned earlier in your direct that you were performing more than one autopsy at the same time as Amy Mullis. Is that right?
To the best of my recollection, yes, that's standard.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. Is that a standard practice?
Yes.
Is there any concern in your mind that cases get confused or that creates any type of issue with either one of those cases?
Never. That's my normal day.
Okay. And do the other pathologists, the forensic pathologists in your office, do the same thing?
Yes.
And at those autopsies, even though you're doing more than one, do you have the resources available to you that you've just described?
Yes.
Now, from beginning to end on autopsy, you were asked that the physical autopsy that you do was about 2 to 3 hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
But the whole process takes much longer than that. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the court, please?
The physical autopsy itself is really the shortest portion of the whole process. The autopsy examination is performed with the photographs and the collection of evidence and other items. I then write my report. I review photographs as part of that report writing process, and then I wait for the results of any ancillary testing to return, such as toxicology, histology, looking at things under the microscope. That takes time, can take a matter of weeks. During that time, law enforcement reports, medical record reports, any other information is gathered as well and then reviewed by me. Once everything is back, everything is re-reviewed by me. My report is edited and then ultimately finalized. Since, for example, in this case, since it was a homicide, before the report was officially finalized, it received a QA by Dr. Thompson.
All right, so what date did this case present to you? What was the first day you would have started working on it?
The autopsy was performed on November 12th of 2018.
And when did you sign out the final report?
The final report was signed on December 17th of 2018.
So nearly a month.
Yes.
And at any point in that time frame, if you would have received other information that would have either contradicted your findings or caused you to change your opinions, would you have done that?
Yes.
Since the autopsy report has been finalized, you've been provided a lot of other information, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed a report that essentially has criticized your findings. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes to the issue raised about cabining her opinions to her 2023 deposition.
I think you opened the door on that, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Brown, do you want to respond?
Well, yeah. I mean, they want to sit here and complain about Dr. Cruz's opinions. They keep pigeonholing her to only go to the 2023. Clearly, they have other information that they're going to offer that criticizes Dr. Cruz's opinions. She has reviewed that information, and I expect her testimony to be that she has not changed her opinion, even based upon that. That's what I'm getting at. They cannot open this door and then close it on us. This is clearly admissible.
This has to do with the court's pretrial ruling about the purposes for which she was designated in this case, and her designations not designating her as a cross-expert to respond on the applicant's experts, Your Honor. I mean, if the court determines I opened the door in my exam, while I might disagree, I would respect that, but this was the court's pretrial ruling.
And I agree, which is why I was surprised by some of your questions that we were going there. I'm just looking back at my notes, but I understood some of your questions to be quite broad and to open the door. So I think this question, at least, is fair. So the objection's going to be overruled. Do you remember the question at this point?
I would ask that it be read back.
Well, and there was an objection, so it'll have to be, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've reviewed a report that essentially has criticized your findings. Is that
May I continue with that, Judge?
You may.
Okay, you've reviewed a report that has essentially criticized your findings in this case, correct?
Yes.
Has that, and you've done a thorough review of that report?
Yes.
Is that from Dr. Hammers?
Yes.
And has that review caused you to change any of the opinions that you've given in this case?
No.
During an autopsy, there was some questions that you were asked concerning law enforcement being present.
Yes.
How often does that happen in autopsies that you perform?
On a pretty regular basis, I imagine potentially weekly.
And is that something your office invites?
Yes.
That you want that assistance?
Yes.
What's the purpose of a law enforcement officer being at the autopsy?
Law enforcement officers can learn a lot from the autopsy. We encourage them to come. They interact a lot with family and may learn how to better investigate a case, to not disturb the body in a certain way that might affect us at autopsy. We think they benefit greatly from it. Also in terms of, wound interpretation or any other sort of questions, if they're available at time of autopsy, that's beneficial to us.
And other than Deputy Hemus South, was there any other law enforcement that you consulted during the autopsy of Amy Mullis?
No.
Okay. Concerning how Amy Mullis was found, you've been provided a description of that, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know the source of that information?
It's my understanding the source is her family, her son, and her husband.
Okay. Is there any, as far as you know, any law enforcement that made those observations?
No.
Dr. Cruz, there were some notes that were reviewed with you by counsel that related to a conversation you had with John Turbot.
Yes.
There was a comment in there concerning injuries being consistent with the fall.
Yes.
What was that? What were you referencing?
Well, those are his notes, and as we established earlier today, the blunt force injury she sustained could have been from a fall.
Okay, so the blunt force being what? The injury to the chin?
Correct. Her abrasions and her contusion.
You were not meaning to reference the injuries from the tines of the rake?
No.
Okay. Thompson is the local, or was the local medical examiner at the time of Amy Mullis's death?
Yes, he's a county medical examiner who I believe was covering for Delaware County while the regular medical examiner was out of town.
Just to put this into context, every county has its own county medical examiner, is that right?
Yes.
And this is usually just a local doctor that goes through some basic training.
Yes, they have to be a physician, and experience and training vary.
Right, and that training is provided by your office.
Yes.
Dr. Thompson would not be qualified to perform the examination that you perform, correct?
Correct.
Right. They're just local boots on the ground, so to speak.
Yes, who have medical training to assist them with their judgment.
Prior to November of 2023, did you know Dr. Thompson personally?
No.
Had you ever worked with him before, as long as you know? Had you ever worked with him at all?
No.
Was he the first person that brought this information to your attention, that there were injuries that he thought were suspicious?
We have a morgue attendant who answers our phone at the office, who would have connected me with Dr. Thompson. The only other person who would say that beforehand would be just someone letting me know Dr. Thompson called. He has concerns, give him a call back. But direct concerns came from him.
And you would certainly consider that, at least initially, in your examination of Amy Mullis, correct?
I respect his medical opinion.
As you would if any other autopsy where the county medical examiner would provide you some information, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the toxicology panel?
Yes.
All right. I get a couple questions with that, and I'm just about done. You were asked whether or not you looked for prescription medications.
Yes.
All right. You said no.
Some were included on that basic panel, but outside of prescription medications of abuse.
I don't think you were asked why you didn't do that. So why wouldn't you have expanded that panel with the toxicology lab that you work with?
Expanded toxicology panels are ordered when the drugs in a person's system may have contributed to their death or directly caused a person's death. In a case where someone has an injury that caused their death, drugs within their system are usually irrelevant. In this case, I deemed them non-contributory to Ms. Mullis's death. We order toxicology routinely, so I ordered the basic panel. The expanded panel, which would be in addition to most cases, was not appropriate at all in this case. I knew her cause and manner of death at the end of autopsy.
And you would have access to even consulting with a forensic toxicologist if needed, is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel that was necessary in this case at all?
No.
And context, you were asked about the context of how the body was found and where it was found. I believe you said that you did not consider that at all, or that didn't factor into your opinions?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell us why not?
I am able to interpret wounds on a person's body. Information about how a person was found needs to be considered carefully. I did not know those things to be true. The way the handle was sticking out of Miss Mullis has no bearing on the fact that she was impaled with a corn rake more than once. It doesn't change my cause of death. It doesn't change my manner of death.
And whenever you say she was impaled with a corn rake theoretically could have been swung, correct?
Yes.
Could have been pushed into her?
Yes.
Like a knife?
Yes.
Right? Or in some other way, correct?
Yes.
You know that the rake the rake was what caused the injuries that caused her death, correct?
Yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Extremely briefly, Your Honor. You've described the quality control process at the medical examiner's office, Dr. Cruz. did the quality control process at the medical examiner's office catch this error that you described in your opinion section that was I think you used the word, and I don't want to misstate your testimony, but an obvious error or a glaring error?
Yeah, I don't remember if I used those words either, but no, it did not catch the error.
That's an error that you immediately recognized in re-reviewing your report, is that right?
I did.
Okay. Is it your belief that the quality control process in place at the medical examiner's office is consistent with other quality control practices across forensic pathology?
It's in keeping with requirements by the National Association of Medical Examiners. I don't know what other offices do.
You testified that you later learned some information about how Ms. Mullis was found, and I think it was your testimony that the source of that information was members of the Mullis family. Is that right?
Yes.
Did anyone ever provide to you recorded interviews of Todd Mullis and Tristan Mullis talking about this issue?
Not that I remember.
As of your deposition in 2023, did you have any idea what Todd Mullis and Tristan Mullis had said to law enforcement about this issue? In terms of directly from them?
Not that I recall.
And you described that you had resources at the medical examiner's office that were at your disposal to conduct a further investigation into this case. Is that right?
We have investigators who can help me gather information about the case.
You told me earlier in your exam, which might feel like a long time ago to both of us, that there was no requirement after the physical examination portion of your autopsy for you to make your findings at that time. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that that's the shortest part of the process, correct?
The autopsy itself is, yes.
The physical autopsy isn't even really the end of your basic process for collecting information about an investigation. Is that right?
Correct. I gather information after the autopsy and consider all that information before finalizing my report. In this case, my opinion always stayed the same.
In this case, you made your determination after the physical examination and did not change it after that?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor. One moment, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Of course. Do you guys have anything else?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
The exhibits from today, which I think if the parties are in agreement, this doesn't require more foundation or authentication. I think we can address that tomorrow potentially. I just don't want to lose my chance to solve that problem, but I don't believe there is an issue with anything we offered.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. I think the parties had talked informally during the break, and we came to an agreement on all the exhibits that were referenced, I believe. If there's a specific exhibit you want to clarify, otherwise.
I don't want to waste the court's time with this at 4:40, so I think the parties are in agreement. They've conferred, and we can address that tomorrow with the court's permission.
That's fine with me, as long as you guys are comfortable that we won't have any hiccups with it.
I think we're fine, Your Honor. We've conferred, Your Honor.
Okay. Any recross, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. Cruz, you may step down. Thank you. It is time to recess for the day. We'll plan on picking back up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
All right, so they have recessed until tomorrow morning. And we heard some cross-examination there. So let's see, after the break, well, first of all, she was still on direct. So they asked, did you measure the depths of the wounds? And she said, yes. Did you take any photos of the wounds inside? She said, no. So let's look at the wounds again. All right, so here's Amy's wounds. Right? That's and they talked about the one that was under her armpit. So the deepest was 6.5 inches, and that was B and E. So the wound, the one that's under her armpit, that was A. So I'm assuming the next one over, going left, would be B. So that one was 6.5 inches. Wow, that's pretty deep. That's pretty deep. All right, that's 6 inches, right? Right here. Wait a minute, let me do this. All right. Does that really help at all? All right, so 6 inches is right there. That's pretty freaking deep, man. Oops. 6.5 inches. That's going in. That's like going in.
We're monetized again.
Oh!
We just got approved.
Awesome.
Sorry.
You know we're...
I know we're live.
Okay.
Yes, this is a mic that I don't mind.
Okay. You just heard that. We just got monetized, guys. We were approved. So, whoop, whoop, whoop. We just got monetized. We just got approved, which means memberships can come back, which means some fun things for you guys. You'll get a lot of benefits. So, there you go. Yep. There you go. Oh, that's great. That's such great news. All right. The green means that you can buy memberships. We got monetized. Yep. All right. So there you go. Monetization. Therapist. Oh my God, oh yes, that's great news, guys. It's been since Thanksgiving, since November 22nd. So what we're doing, apparently YouTube is approving of that. So you guys can buy memberships. We can give you,
super stickers.
we can do emojis, personal emojis. We can get the
emojis are back. Yeah.
The emojis are back. The Sarah Boone emojis are back. Do we have the side eye back? That's funny. Oh, there's that. There's Sarah Boone. Yep.
And I'm going to gift 5 memberships now.
So the emojis, there you go. The emojis are back. Sarah Boone. Oh, and Aaron gifted 5 memberships. 5 memberships for you guys.
We have a purpose now.
We have a purpose now. All right. Somebody was hopefully. Oh, there you go, Krista. Yep. All right. That doesn't mean you can put 10,000 emojis in the chat.
Sure, let them have fun for like 5 minutes, and then I'll crack the whip.
Okay. There you guys go. Okay. Thank you. All right. Krista.
Groovy Cheryl was gifted.
Groovy Cheryl, you got a gift. Awesome. That never happens. That so rarely happens. Selena K with 100 emojis. Yes. Thank you, guys. Oh, that's so great. Oh, that's so good. It's okay. You're Krista. We'll let you. We'll let you get away with that. Julie upgraded to dial-up. Thank you, Julie. Yes. All right. So if you guys have memberships, you can use the. You can use all. Here's cheese balls. You can use the cheese balls. Cheese balls. That was our safe word way back when.
Oh, it's so nice seeing the little TVs after everybody's name.
Yeah, we get to see the TVs again. No.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, Julie, you got timed out. You can't use. You got timed out for that. You can't use those emojis still. I guess. All right. So cool, guys. All right. Awesome. Yes, Erica. It is awesome. Well, we've waited 90 days. We've waited 90 days, and we got we got remonetized. Cheese balls. Yes, there you go, green-eyed cat. I forget which one that is. Oh, I think that's popcorn. Is that popcorn or is that more cheese balls? I forget. Aw, thank you, Krista. Appreciate it. There you go. Okay, those are all the emojis. We got all the emojis in there. Oh, let's see. Groovy Cheryl, you never get a gift. So fun. You want to pop the champagne? Yes. You got, okay, so the N is for new. And then OnlyFan. Yep, we remember Jason. Yep, that's Jason. Oh, this is so great. Aw, green-eyed cat. So happy for us. You're at the vet and had to pop in when you got the email. Oh, so you guys got emails. Awesome. I didn't realize that. That's so cool. All right. Awesome. Let's see. Hellcat. They worked their butts off. Yes. Groovy Cheryl. Who is that? Who is that? Oh, that was a he was a witness. Oh, he was like a psychologist or something. I think he was for Chloe Driver. I think that's who that was. I forget his name right now. Yeah, the Mullet Man. Yeah, the Mullet Man was a doctor. I think it was from Chloe Driver. I think. Hellcat, it's a big old party. Whoop, whoop. Carly Gregg. Was he Carly Gregg, maybe? Yeah, somewhere around that time. I think it was, yeah, he was a doctor for Carly Gregg. Or somewhere, Chloe Driver, Carly Gregg. Yeah, I can't quite remember now. Is Dwayne here? Dwayne, are you here? Did I miss you? There you are. Dwayne! It won't let me gift memberships or join. What am I doing wrong? How do I begin that? How do I start that answer, Dwayne? I have no idea, my friend. I have no idea. I really don't know. You're on your phone or on your desktop? Hola, maybe take photo of autopsy down during party though. Oh, yeah. Yep. Good one. Thanks. Yeah, we just got back and yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe not on the current stream, Dwayne. I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, we're going to go over to Monica Cementili, so we're going to go over there at 6. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe you need to refresh. Yeah, Justice Obsessed. You may need to refresh the stream, Dwayne, maybe. Care Bear, yay! Curvial, no membership option on PC yet. All right. So Tennis Girl, I closed my stream and reopened a no join button and not on my phone either. Maybe it will pop up soon. Maybe. Yeah, maybe when I end this stream. You know what? I'm going to end now. We're going to go over to Monica Cementili. So let's, Crystal Limited Edition. Tackle hugs. Dwayne in the chat box, it still has a smiley face on my phone. Therapist, you know, maybe a new stream, no super chat option on my end right now on your phone. Yeah, I mean, it just happened, you guys. So it just happened. So maybe just give it a little bit of time. So just shows to go, you have a membership. I see next to your name, you've got a 1 next to it. Real happy, no join button on the iPhone. Groovy Cheryl, tested my emojis, disappeared when I refreshed. Aw. Crystal Limited Edition had a dream that this happened. Aw. Yeah, try closing and coming back in. I'm going to end this stream soon, you guys. I'm going to end this. I'll end this stream. And yeah, we've been very patient. Trust me, I know. OnlyFan, now you're awake. All right, I'm going to end this stream and kind of just see what happens, guys. We'll end this stream now. Doing the dancey dance. Aaron just gifted some more gifts. Just gave out some more gifts. Do we need a recap? No, that was pretty much the recap. So we'll see you guys for day 2 tomorrow. But yes, we're going to portal. We're going to portal. We're going to go over to Monica. All right, guys, thank you for joining. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you for remonetizing us and giving our members chances to have fun again. Yay! So thank you to OnlyFan, and thank you to Therapist You Know. Thank you to Brat and Hellcat, Widespread Panic. Fala, our newest, oh my God, I'm delirious right now. Our newest mod. Thank you, Rachel B. I think you may have joined us as well. So thank you guys. Really appreciate you. Thank you for getting us up to 6121. We had 6,121 subscribers, you guys. Thank you. That's you guys are the best. So thank you guys. We're going to go over to Monica Sementili. Going to take a 5-10 minute break, and we will see you guys. Over in at 6 o'clock. So 10 minutes. Okay. We'll see you over there, guys. Bye. I gotta find my out music. Where's my outro? Oh, there it is. Okay. Bye.